still not being able to arrest these people, but now NIA in a multi-state operation has swiftly arrested, and the agencies also claim that it's a big, very significant development as this investigation of the case is concerned.
Neeta, do we know whether these are ISIS operatives or not?
See, as of now, the NIA does not say so. So we have to wait for the probe agency to claim so. Then only we can, tell our viewers that if they had any links with ISIS operatives or not. But as of now, they have only said that it is a very significant development, and absconders in Rameshwaram case, both have been arrested in their hideout where they were living in a false identity in Kolkata. And it was a multi-state operation which includes West Bengal, Telangana, Karnataka and Kerala police. So back and forth by all the 4 state police, investigations were being done. They were, exchanging notes, they were exchanging intelligence, and that's the reason why NIA was able to nab them in Kolkata, both of them together. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Neeta, Saurabh and Pratibha, for joining us with all those details regarding the big story that we are reporting at this hour. NIA has been able to nab 2 suspects in the Bengaluru Rameshwaram cafe blast case. They are Musawwir Hussain Shazib and Abdul Mateen Ahmed Taha, both suspected to belong to ISIS cell and have been detailed from West Bengal. They were living in West Bengal under false identity. It is a big breakthrough from the for the government as well, because we are heading into the general elections. It starts on the 19th of this month. That's all we could.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
IPL का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ NDTV पर।
वैसे टेलीस्कोप से याद आया, डिड यू नो द जेम्स वेब स्पेस टेलीस्कोप ये एक टेलीस्कोप तो है, एट द सेम टाइम इट ऑल्सो एक्ट्स लाइक अ टाइम मशीन। आपको लग रहा होगा टेलीस्कोप टाइम मशीन का आपस में लिंक क्या है? Well friends, link is quite interesting because आपको पता है light travels at a certain speed. You know what's the speed of light? Roughly 3 lakh kilometers per second approximately. मतलब सनलाइट जब सूरज से निकल के अर्थ तक पहुंचती है, इट टेक्स अप्रोक्सीमेटली 8 मिनट्स फॉर दैट. नाउ द जेम्स वेब स्पेस टेलीस्कोप, जो कि हमको चीजें दिखाता है दूर दूर के डिस्टेंट स्टार्स एंड गैलेक्सीज, ये जो हमको इमेजेस दिखाता है, दीज आर नॉट रियल टाइम, बिकॉज लाइट कमिंग फ्रॉम दीज फार अवे गैलेक्सीज, इनको काफी टाइम लगता है उस टेलीस्कोप तक पहुंचने में. सो एसेंशियली व्हाट वी आर सीइंग इज डेटा फ्रॉम बिलियंस ऑफ ईयर्स अगो. मतलब ये जो जेम्स वेब स्पेस टेलीस्कोप है, ये हमको दिखा सकता है बहुत बिगिनिंग वाली इमेजेस या details of all these galaxies and stars. So just think about it, that a telescope can also act like a time machine.
NDTV wins big at NBAR. With 43 awards, NDTV reigns supreme. Sanjay Pugalia takes home the award for Editor-in-Chief of the Year. Santosh Kumar wins Managing Editor of the Year. Vishnu Som, Maria Shakil and Sumit Avasthi take home the top honours for the Anchors of the Year.
Two suspects have been detained in the Bengaluru blast case, which took place at the Rameshwaram cafe. The NIA have detained two suspects in the case. K. Kavita has been produced in court in the Delhi liquor policy scam. The CBI is seeking a custody of K. Kavita for 5 days. Do remember that she was arrested by the CBI yesterday. She was earlier questioned by the CBI while she remained in judicial custody inside Tihar jail. Now, it is the CBI that's saying that after questioning her, they've got enough evidence to arrest K. Kavita, which is why they are seeking her custody. In the Haryana horror case, the FIR has now been registered against the bus driver who caused a tragedy in which 6 students aged between 13 and 16, 5 of them boys, 1 girl, have been killed. He has been booked for culpable homicide and violation of rules and criminal conspiracy. A 4-member government-appointed panel will be probing the case. A test as far as the fitness certificate that had expired 6 years ago, a test will be conducted to know the fitness of the bus. New rules have come into force when it comes to the visa issuing for families now wanting a visa in the United Kingdom. So someone who lives in the UK wants to sponsor their relatives will now have to pay much more they have to earn much more in order to be able to get that visa. So we're talking about an increase of over 55%. They now have to earn £29,000 to get a visa for their family as Rishi Sunak plans to cut down immigration, a key poll issue ahead of elections. Virat Kohli got angry as Hardik Pandya was booed at the Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai. The former Indian skipper supported the Mumbai Indians skipper even as his team went down against the hosts. A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have breaking news coming in of 2 suspects in the Rameshwaram cafe blast that took place in Bengaluru have been detained by the NIA from West Bengal. The accused have been identified as Muzaffar Hussain Shazib, who is one of the main accused, and his accomplice Abdul Mateen Ahmed Taha. Both suspects belonging to ISSL have been detained from West Bengal by the NIA. To get more on this, we have my colleague Saurabh Gupta joining us from West Bengal. We also have Pratibha Raman joining us from Bengaluru. Saurabh, over to you first. Get us details as to what really led to the arrest of these 2 accused. I mean, they were identified weeks ago by the NIA thanks to the CCTV footage, and now finally, they had been searching various locations, 18 locations to be precise, in various parts of the country. That finally led for them to piece together exactly who was responsible for that blast. And now, where did they find these people? The blast took place in Bengaluru, but these 2 have been detained in West Bengal.
That's right. 2 people who have been identified as the main suspects, the main people behind that blast at the Rameshwaram cafe in Bengaluru have been detained from West Bengal by the NIA. They've been picked up from a place near Kolkata. And what we know is that Muzaffar Hussain Shazib is the accused who placed the improvised explosive device, the IED, at the cafe. And Abdul Mateen Taha is the mastermind behind the planning and execution of the blast and subsequent these two people had been evading the law enforcement agencies that had been looking for them. The NIA has made a major breakthrough in being able to apprehend these two accused. They've been apprehended from a place near Kolkata. And what we know is that according to the NIA, this was a multi-state operation which was supported by and with coordinated action and cooperation between the NIA, Central Intelligence Agencies, state police agencies of West Bengal, Karnataka, Telangana and Kerala. So state police agencies, NIA and multi-state operation coming together to nab these two main accused. Who are these main accused? Musawir Hussain Shazib is the main accused who placed the improvised explosive device or the IED at the Rameshwaram cafe in Bengaluru. Remember, he was later seen on CCTV as well. And then, of course, there is Abdul Mateen Taha, who is the mastermind behind the planning and the execution of the blast. So these two main accused have been picked up and, of course, by the NIA in a multi-state operation, but they've been picked up from a place near Kolkata.
Right. We also have Pratibha Raman joining us from Bengaluru, where the blast actually took place at the Rameshwaram cafe. There were multiple agencies that were involved. The NIA had conducted searches in 18 different locations, and it wasn't just Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, as well as Telangana, but going up all the way till Uttar Pradesh, where searches were being conducted. The agency had also declared a reward of 10 lakh rupees on information leading to the arrest of the people that they had identified. And they had identified these people after they had made an arrest. There was a person called Muzammil Sharif, the key conspirator at the time that they believed to be the key conspirator, who was arrested last month.
Well, in fact, even that arrest took place only after a month after the blast that rattled the city of Bengaluru, which was March 1st when the blast took place. And it was only after a month that this arrest was recorded. Multiple agencies that were working on this, but the NIA took over, I think, 3 days after the blast. And multiple raids that were conducted across the nation as well to find out possible links between the different blasts that took place earlier as well. For instance, the Shimoga blast as well as the Bengaluru blast that took place in 2022. Now, piecing together all of this, Muzammil, like you mentioned, was arrested a month after that, and he seems to have been the person who provided logistical support. And at that very same time, the NIA had identified two main suspects, Musawir Hussain as well as Abdul Taha. Musawir Hussain is believed to be the man who carried out this particular explosion at Rameshwaram cafe, and Abdul Taha is the key or the mastermind behind this, and he seems to have provided all the help that was required by the main suspect, that is Musawir Hussain here. And two of them were absconding, and a lot of efforts were on by the NIA, also seeking the help of citizens, like you mentioned, to identify these two people. And finally now a breakthrough has arrived, and this could help the NIA piece together how this blast was carried out, what was the motive behind it. Several of the unanswered questions will now find the answers to themselves.
Right, Pratibha, to get some of the answers, we also have Bhaskar Rao, the former Commissioner of Police of Bengaluru, joining us on the phone line. Sir, thank you for speaking to us here at NDTV. The two suspects have finally been arrested. It had been a multiple agency, team work that has led to the arrest of these two suspects in the Rameshwaram cafe blast case. If you could get us details when it comes to, the kind of information that was there. There was CCTV footage. We did see the suspect eating, rava idli before leaving, very casually leaving his bag in that restaurant, and which led to that blast. So from there, the footage that we had was, very sketchy in terms of he was wearing a cap, but that has led to a significant breakthrough, considering that the key conspirator and his accomplice both have now been arrested.
Madam, I can only tell you that post-blast investigation has become extremely professional with the commencement of NIA. And here, the coordination between different agencies has not only been excellent, but has been very, very fast also. Today, nobody can engage in a terror attack in India and get away. That is the message which NIA and the coordination has done. And every terrorist leaves something or the other behind after carrying out some kind of an activity, because he is not only nervous, he is not as professional as a law enforcement officer. But now the real challenge is to piece the evidence together and ensure that the trial is also very fast and conviction takes place in the case, so that it deters others from doing so. But really good investigation at ground level, and post-blast investigation, I think we are now leading in the whole world as regards terror cases are concerned.
Right. Thank you so much, Bhaskar Rao, for joining us, former Commissioner of Police of Bengaluru, for getting us all those details. Let's just cut across to the Prime Minister now, who is in Udhampur. He is addressing a rally in Jammu and Kashmir in the run-up to elections.
याद है ना, मैंने कहा था आप मुझ पे भरोसा कीजिए, मैं 60 वर्षों की समस्याओं का समाधान करके दिखाऊंगा। तब मैंने यहां माताओं बहनों के सम्मान की गारंटी दी थी, गरीब को 2 वक्त के खाने की चिंता न करनी पड़े, इसकी गारंटी दी थी। आज जम्मू कश्मीर के लाखों परिवारों के पास अगले 5 साल तक मुफ्त राशन की गारंटी है। आज जम्मू कश्मीर के लाखों परिवारों के पास 5 लाख रुपए के मुफ्त इलाज की गारंटी है। 10 वर्ष पहले तक जम्मू कश्मीर के कितने ही गांव थे जहां बिजली, पानी और सड़क तक नहीं थे। आज गांव-गांव तक बिजली पहुंच चुकी है। आज जम्मू कश्मीर के 75% से ज्यादा घरों को पाइप से पानी की सुविधा मिल रही है। इतना ही नहीं, ये डिजिटल का जमाना है, डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी चाहिए। मोबाइल टावर दूर सुदूर पहाड़ों में भी लगाने का बड़ा तेज अभियान चलाया है। भाई और बहनों, मोदी की गारंटी यानी गारंटी पूरा होने की गारंटी। आप याद कीजिए, कांग्रेस की कमजोर सरकारों ने शाहपुर कंडी डैम को कैसे दशकों तक लटकाए रखा। जम्मू के किसानों के खेत सूखे थे, गांव अंधेरे में थे, लेकिन हमारे हक का रावी का पानी पाकिस्तान जा रहा था। मोदी ने किसानों को गारंटी दी थी और इसे भी पूरा करके दिखाया है। इससे कठुआ और सांबा के हजारों किसानों को फायदा हुआ है। यही नहीं, इस डैम से जो बिजली पैदा होगी वो जम्मू कश्मीर के घरों को रोशन करेंगे। भाइयों और बहनों, मोदी विकसित भारत के लिए विकसित जम्मू कश्मीर के निर्माण की गारंटी दे रहा है, लेकिन कांग्रेस, नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस, पीडीपी और बाकी सारे दल जम्मू कश्मीर को फिर उन पुराने दिनों की तरफ ले जाना चाहते हैं। इन परिवार चलित पार्टियों ने परिवार के द्वारा ही चलने वाली पार्टियों ने जम्मू कश्मीर का जितना नुकसान किया उतना नुकसान किसी ने नहीं किया है। यहां तो पॉलिटिकल पार्टियां मतलब ऑफ द फैमिली, बाय द फैमिली, फॉर द फैमिली। सत्ता के लिए इन्होंने जम्मू कश्मीर में 370 की ऐसी दीवार बना दी थी कि जम्मू कश्मीर के लोग बाहर नहीं झोंक सकते थे और बाहर वाला जम्मू कश्मीर की तरफ नहीं झोंक सकता था। और ऐसा भ्रम बना के रखा था कि बस उनकी जिंदगी ये 370 है तभी बचेगी। ऐसा झूठ चलाया, ऐसा झूठ चलाया। आपके आशीर्वाद से मोदी ने 370 की दीवार गिरा दी। दीवार गिरा दी इतना नहीं, उस मलबे को भी जमीन में गाड़ दिया है मैंने। मैं चुनौती देता हूं, हिंदुस्तान की कोई पॉलिटिकल पार्टी हिम्मत करके आ जाए, विशेष करके मैं कांग्रेस को चुनौती देता हूं, वो घोषणा करे वो 370 को वापस लाएंगे, ये देश उनका मुंह तक देखने को तैयार नहीं होगा। ये कैसे कैसे भ्रम फैलाते हैं, कैसे कैसे लोगों को डरा के रखते हैं। ये कहते थे 370 हटी तो आग लग जाएगी, जम्मू कश्मीर हमें छोड़ के चला जाएगा। लेकिन जम्मू कश्मीर के नौजवानों ने इनको आईना दिखा दिया। अब देखिए, जब यहां उनकी नहीं चली, जम्मू कश्मीर के लोग उनकी असलियत को जान गए। अब जम्मू कश्मीर में उनके झूठे वादे, भ्रम की मायाजाल नहीं चल पा रही है, तो ये लोग अब जम्मू कश्मीर के बाहर देश के लोगों के बीच भ्रम फैलाने का खेल खेल रहे हैं। ये कहते हैं कि 370 के हटने से देश को कोई लाभ नहीं हुआ। जिस राज्य में जाते हैं वहां भी बोलते हैं तुम्हारे राज्य को क्या लाभ हुआ, तुम्हारे राज्य को क्या लाभ हुआ। 370 के हटने से क्या लाभ हुआ है, वो जम्मू कश्मीर की मेरी बहन बेटियों को पूछो, जो अपने हकों के लिए तरस रही थी। ये उनका भाई, ये उनका बेटा, उन्होंने उनके हक वापस दिए हैं। जरा कांग्रेस के लोगों, जरा देश भर के दलित नेताओं से मैं कहना चाहता हूं, यहां के हमारे दलित भाई बहन, हमारे वाल्मीकि भाई बहन देश आजाद हुए तब से परेशानी झेल रहे थे। जरा आकर के उन वाल्मीकि भाई बहनों से पूछो, गड्ढा ब्राह्मण से पूछो, कोली से पूछो, और पहाड़ी परिवार हो, मचैल माता की भूमि में रहने वाले मेरे पटरी साथी हो, अब हर किसी को संविधान में मिले अधिकार मिलने लगे हैं। अब हमारे फौजियों की वीर माताओं को चिंता नहीं करनी पड़ती, क्योंकि पत्थरबाजी नहीं होती है। इतना ही नहीं, घाटी की वो माताएं मुझे आशीर्वाद देती हैं। उनको चिंता रहती थी कि बेटा अगर 2-4 दिन दिखाई न दे तो उनको लगता था कहीं गलत हाथों में तो नहीं फंस गया है। आज कश्मीर घाटी की हर माता चैन की नींद सोती है, क्योंकि अब उनका बच्चा बर्बाद होने से बच रहा है। साथियों, अब स्कूल नहीं जलाए जाते, बल्कि स्कूल सजाए जाते हैं। अब यहां एम्स बन रहे हैं, आईआईटी बन रहे हैं, आईआईएम बन रहे हैं। अब आधुनिक टनल, आधुनिक और चौड़ी सड़कें, शानदार रेल्स का सफर जम्मू कश्मीर की तकदीर बन रही है। जम्मू हो या कश्मीर, अब रिकॉर्ड संख्या में पर्यटक और श्रद्धालु आने लगे हैं। ये सपना यहां की अनेक पीढ़ियों ने देखा है, और मैं आपको गारंटी देता हूं, आपका सपना ये मोदी का संकल्प है। आपके सपनों को पूरा करने के लिए हर पल आपके नाम, आपके सपनों को पूरा करने के लिए हर पल देश के नाम, विकसित भारत का सपना पूरा करने के लिए 24/7 फॉर 2047 ये मोदी की गारंटी है। दस सालों में हमने आतंकवादियों और भ्रष्टाचारियों पर घेरा बहुत ही कसा है। अब आने वाले 5 सालों में इस क्षेत्र को विकास की नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाना है। साथियों, 10 साल के अंदर अंदर जम्मू कश्मीर पूरी तरह से बदल चुका है। सड़क, बिजली, पानी, यात्रा, प्रवास वो तो है, सबसे बड़ी बात है जम्मू कश्मीर का मन बदला है। निराशा में से आशा की ओर बढ़े हैं। जीवन पूरी तरह विश्वास से भरा हुआ है। इतना विकास यहां हुआ है, चारों तरफ विकास हो रहा है। लोग कहेंगे मोदी जी, अरे इतना कर लिया, आप चिंता मत कीजिए, हम आपके साथ हैं। आपका साथ, उस पे प्रति तो मेरा अपार विश्वास है। मैं यहां न आता तो भी मुझे पता था कि जम्मू कश्मीर का मेरा नाता इतना गहरा है कि आप मेरे लिए मुझसे भी ज्यादा करेंगे। लेकिन मैं तो आया हूं मां वैष्णो देवी के चरणों में बैठे हुए आप लोगों के भी दर्शन करने के लिए। मां वैष्णो देवी की छत्र छाया में जीने वाले भी मेरे लिए दर्शन के योग्य होते हैं। और जब आप लोग कहते हैं इतना कर लिया, इतना हो गया, इतना हो गया, अब वो इतने ज्यादा क्या कर सकते हैं? मेरे जम्मू कश्मीर के भाई बहन, आपने पहले इतने बुरे दिन देखे हैं कि आपको ये सब बहुत लग रहा है, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, विकास जैसा लग रहा है। लेकिन जो मोदी है ना, वो तो बहुत बड़ा सोचता है। ये मोदी दूर का सोचता है। और इसलिए अब तक जो हुआ है वो तो ट्रेलर है, ट्रेलर। मुझे तो नए जम्मू कश्मीर की नई और शानदार तस्वीर बनाने के लिए जुट जाना है। वो समय दूर नहीं जब जम्मू कश्मीर में भी विधानसभा के चुनाव होंगे। जम्मू कश्मीर को वापस राज्य का दर्जा मिलेगा। आप अपने विधायक, अपने मंत्रियों से अपने सपने साझा कर सकेंगे। हर वर्ग की समस्याओं का तेजी से समाधान होगा। यहां जो सड़कों और रेल का काम चल रहा है वो तेजी से पूरा होगा। देश विदेश से बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां, बड़ी बड़ी फैक्ट्रियां और ज्यादा संख्या में आएगी। जम्मू कश्मीर टूरिज्म के साथ ही स्पोर्ट्स और स्टार्टअप के लिए जाना जाएगा। इस संकल्प को लेकर मुझे जम्मू कश्मीर को आगे बढ़ाना है। भाइयों और बहनों, ये परिवार चलित, परिवारवादी, परिवार के लिए जीने मरने वाली पार्टियों विकास की भी विरोधी है और विरासत की भी विरोधी है। आपने देखा होगा कि कांग्रेस राम मंदिर से कितनी नफरत करती है।
Co-presented by Intelligence Meets Art with the all-new motor.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other.
And NDTV covers elections like no other.
When India votes,
you can count on us.
Can you give us three of your strongest takeaways of not to do's or to do's? Because it's a map you have to, parenting, it's a slow process. But the three things one can keep in mind even today in this very pressure-driven world, goal-driven world for our kids.
Well, I think the main takeaway is that parents need to connect with their children, understand who their children are, and understand that every goal or every solution out there will not be tailor-made for your child. You have to attune to each child's essence and connect to who that child is. The second takeaway is connect before you correct. First, try to understand what's going on within the child. Their behavior is only on the surface, but underneath the behavior is a need that the child has that we have to help the child discover and solve. And number three is every reaction to your child is more about you than it is about your child. So if you want to really do this as consciously as possible, you have to examine your own reactions and understand where they are coming from. And number four, the traditional ways of disciplining our children only create more harm. The main concern is this constant hunger for approval and significance from the outside world.
Dr. Shefali, I had the chance to hear you on Super Soul Sunday talking to Oprah Winfrey. This is, she loves your work and...
और हमने इन्हीं लोगों से कहा कि एक दिन आएगा जब रामलला भव्य मंदिर में विराजेंगे। और तीन बातें कभी भूल नहीं सकते। एक, 500 साल के अविरत संघर्ष के बाद ये हुआ है। आप सहमत हैं? 500 साल के अविरत संघर्ष के बाद हुआ है, आप सहमत हैं? दूसरा, पूरी न्यायिक प्रक्रिया की कसौटी से कस करके, न्याय के तराजू से तोल करके, अदालत के निर्णय से काम हुआ है। सहमत हैं? तीसरा, ये भव्य राम मंदिर सरकारी खजाने से नहीं, देश के कोटि कोटि नागरिकों ने पाई पाई दान देकर बनाया है। सहमत है? जब उस मंदिर की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हुई, जब उस मंदिर की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हुई तो
Prime Minister Modi there in Udhampur in Jammu and Kashmir talking about how J&K has changed over the last 10 years, and will also be answering the question as to what are the benefits of abrogation of Article 370, saying that the women of Jammu and Kashmir will provide that answer. Moving on now to K. Kavita, who's been produced in court in the Delhi liquor policy scam case. The CBI is seeking a custody of K. Kavita for the next 5 days in the liquor policy scam. The CBI has gone on to say that they've got enough evidence when it comes to arresting K. Kavita, which is why that they are demanding that arrest. To remember that she was arrested by the CBI yesterday, and just after that they are now seeking custody of K. Kavita. To remember that she has remained in judicial custody since her arrest by the ED on the 15th of last month in the Delhi liquor policy scam. K. Kavita currently is in Tihar jail, but it was on the 5th of this month that the CBI was allowed to question K. Kavita inside Tihar jail. The Enforcement Directorate had arrested K. Kavita from a Banjara Hills residence in Hyderabad last month. She has remained in judicial custody, but now the CBI wants her in their custody. We have my colleague Ishita joining us on the phone line to get us more on this. Ishita, take us through the proceedings in court with the CBI. They're saying that they have enough evidence to incriminate K. Kavita, which is why they're asking for her custody for the next 5 days.
Yes, the court has, the hearing has now been, will take place post 2 p.m. today. And inside the court, K. Kavita's counsel was, basically pressure. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Ishita, we can hear you. So K. Kavita has been accused of being a key member in the South Group, which the investigative agencies allege paid the Aam Aadmi Party kickbacks amounting to over 100 crore rupees in return for a share of liquor licenses in the national capital. So the CBI is saying that it was a large criminal conspiracy involving people from the South Group and others. And our ground work, this is on the basis of statements that were made by K. Kavita, appears to be the key conspirator, and she has given bribe of over 100 crore to the Aam Aadmi Party, is what the CBI is saying. They have enough evidence and now are seeking the custody of K. Kavita. In other news, moving on to Haryana, an FIR has been filed against the school bus driver in the accident that took place on Thursday, which resulted in the death of 6 school children. Now, the bus driver has been booked for culpable homicide and violation of crimes as well as criminal conspiracy. A 4-member government-appointed panel will probe the school bus crash that killed students aged between 13 to 16, including 5 boys and 1 girl. In the accident, 20 other students were also injured in Haryana's Mahendragarh. The Haryana Education Department has called for a meeting regarding the vehicle safety policy at 3 o'clock this afternoon. All district education officers, elementary education officers and block education officers of the state will participate in that meeting from various areas of the state via video conferencing.
इसमें हमने एक ड्राइवर को जो ड्राइवर इस गाड़ी को चला रहा था धर्मेंद्र, उसको हमने अरेस्ट कर लिया है और उसके अलावा स्कूल की प्रिंसिपल है दीप्ति और अन्य स्टाफ का जो मेन मेंबर है होशियार सिंह, जो सेक्रेटरी के अकाउंट है स्कूल में, और वो गाड़ी वगैरह का सारा इनकी अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है इन लोगों की, जिसको इन्होंने पूरा तरह से ठीक नहीं किया है। और जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट की गाइडलाइन है गाड़ियों बसों के बारे में, उसको भी इन्होंने अच्छी तरह फॉलो नहीं किया है। इन बेस पे हमने 3 व्यक्तियों की इसमें अरेस्टिंग हमने कर ली है और जो 6 इसमें टोटल डेथ हुई थी, इसमें हमने सबका पोस्टमार्टम करवा दिया है। पोस्टमार्टम करवाने के उपरांत उनकी डेड बॉडी हमने उनके घर के हवाले वारिस के कर दी थी। ड्राइवर है जो गाड़ी को चला रहा था धर्मेंद्र, उसको अरेस्ट कर लिया है। एक प्रिंसिपल है दीप्ति और एक होशियार सिंह है जो सेक्रेटरी का काम देखता था, उसको अरेस्ट किया है। कंटिन्यू सीनियर अधिकारी के यही आदेश हैं हमारे एसपी साहब के कि इसमें अपना पूरा गाड़ियां हैं उसको देखेंगे। इसमें हमारा सिविल प्रशासन बीडीपीओ साहब है वो भी आए थे, सबको डायरेक्शन डीसी मैडम की तरफ से हो गया। उसमें हम प्रॉपर अभियान चलाएंगे और जिसके खिलाफ जो भी कार्रवाई बनेगी हम आगे भी करेंगे।
A fine has been imposed and of course many questions being raised as to why was the school operating on an off day, a holiday on the occasion of Eid, and also why was the road tax not paid since 2018, since when the fitness certificate has expired. A fitness test will be conducted today. Well, moving on to more news, this is an IIT Guwahati student who's been found dead on campus. He was found dead hanging inside his hostel room. The body of that first-year-old student at IIT Guwahati was found late last night. The police is now probing the cause behind the death of the 20-year-old B.Tech student from Bihar whose body was found inside his room. Now, the police have registered a case of unnatural death and the post-mortem of the body has been done. The family has demanded a probe. The police sources have added that a suicide note was found, which has been sent for analysis. Moving on to Ghaziabad, and a boy has been found dead in a high-rise society. He has fallen from the 21st floor of that housing society in Ghaziabad. The class 11 student was found dead by the police, and they're investigating all kind of angles, including suicide. That class 11th student who died in Ghaziabad after falling from the 21st floor of that residential building in the ATS Advantage Society. According to police, the initial reports have suggested that the possibility of suicide is possible given the fact that there was a suicide note that was recovered from the pocket of the boy. However, after a thorough investigation into all possible angles surrounding the incident, and there have been eyewitnesses who have claimed that they last saw the boy with 2 of his friends on the 24th floor of that very building, talking and taking pictures.
लड़के को तत्काल शांति गोपाल हॉस्पिटल लेके जाया जाता है, जहां पे डॉक्टर्स द्वारा उसकी जेब से हमें एक सुसाइड नोट प्रदान किया जाता है। प्रथम दृष्टया यह आत्महत्या का मामला प्रतीत हो रहा है, परंतु हम इसके सुसाइड नोट का और अन्य बिंदुओं पर भी जांच कर रहे हैं। आगे की वैधानिक कार्रवाई की जा रही है।
देखिए, अब तक की जानकारी के मुताबिक गाजियाबाद के इंदिरापुरम में ATS एडवांटेज सोसाइटी है, वहां पर छात्र था जो कि 11th में पढ़ता था। वो अपने दोस्त के घर गया था और 24वें फ्लोर पर दोनों फोटोग्राफी कर रहे थे। फोटोग्राफी करने के बाद उसने कहा कि वो अभी नीचे से आ रहा है, लेकिन थोड़ी ही देर में उसी बिल्डिंग के 21वें फ्लोर से वो नीचे गिर गया और उसके बाद उसकी मौत हो गई। इसके बाद सोसाइटी के लोगों ने पुलिस को कॉल किया, पुलिस मौके पर पहुंची। पुलिस सुसाइड नोट बरामद किया है, हालांकि उस नोट में क्या लिखा है अभी तक साफ नहीं है, लेकिन पुलिस का कहना यह है कि वो सुसाइड के अलावा कुछ और एंगल से इस पूरे मामले की जांच कर रही है कि आखिर वो छात्र कैसे गिरा, अपने आप गिरा या उसको गिराया गया। तो इसको लेकर अभी जांच चल रही है, लेकिन जो सुसाइड नोट मिला है उसमें क्या कुछ कंटेंट है उसको भी देखा जा रहा है। कि कुल मिलाकर अभी तक ये साफ नहीं है कि आप गिरा या उसको गिराया गया, इसको लेकर पुलिस जांच कर रही है। लेकिन शुरुआती जांच में ऐसा लगता है कि ये मामला सुसाइड का हो सकता है, क्योंकि जो छात्र उसके पास सुसाइड नोट मिला है।
Thank you, Mukesh, for getting us all those details. Moving on to more news, and Home Minister Amit Shah will address a public meeting at St. Mary's School in Uttar Pradesh's Muradabad, and that's going to be taking place today. While we also have on the other side, of course, it's Amit Shah there addressing that public meeting, and that's going to take place in Uttar Pradesh this afternoon. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi and Chief Minister M.K. Stalin will also be addressing an election rally, and that's going to be taking place in Coimbatore in support of the India coalition candidate. Rahul Gandhi will be campaigning for DMK candidate Rajkumar, who has been pitted against BJP state president Annamalai on the 19th of this month in the first phase of elections. Late AIA-DMK chief Jayalalitha is virtually seeking votes for her party's Madurai candidate. The candidate, Dr. Saravaran, has used artificial intelligence technology to get Jayalalitha's voice creatively to seek votes. The Samajwadi Party has never won the seat considered a stronghold of BJP leaders Menaka Gandhi and Varun Gandhi. The BJP, however, has dropped Varun Gandhi and instead fielded Jitin Prasad as the candidate from that very seat for the upcoming Lok Sabha elections. We're talking about Pilibhit, that's going to polls in the first phase on the 19th of this month. Big blow to the BJP in Maharashtra just before Lok Sabha elections, and we're talking about BJP leader Mohite Patil, who has resigned from the party's membership. BJP has made Ranjit Singh Nimbalkar its candidate from Mada, the Lok Sabha constituency. Angered by this, Patil submitted his resignation to the BJP, and after which he has, from what sources are telling us, that he met with Sharad Pawar in Pune. Moving on now to news from South, and we turn our focus to the constituency of Virudhunagar, where BJP is hoping to draw on the star power when it comes to actor-turned-politician Radhika to take on the Congress veteran and incumbent MP Manikam Tagore.
Popular actor and a powerful name in television production, Radhika is the BJP's face for the Virudhunagar Lok Sabha seat. Her husband Sharad Kumar is one of Tamil cinema's top stars and a former Rajya Sabha MP. And together, their aim is to wrestle out the Virudhunagar seat. From this man, the incumbent Congress MP Manikam Tagore, who's backed by the formidable DMK Congress left alliance with other smaller parties. Radhika and Sharad Kumar are the star and local political appeal for the BJP in a state which has had an eternal bond between film stars and politics.
You will be very surprised. I think this is going to throw up a lot of surprises.
When I entered the political fray, in the sense to get involved in politics, it was 1996. The same reaction we feel now, that people definitely want a change, and the change is going to be for the BJP.
Grassroots political equations and caste arithmetic, like anywhere else, play a decisive role in a constituency like Virudhunagar. The two Dravidian parties with their tested alliances have been masters at that grassroots management, and breaking through is a formidable challenge for a third force. The Congress is riding on DMK power in Tamil Nadu and a carefully nurtured alliance of parties which have consistently sided with the DMK after the demise of AIA-DMK Supremo J. Jayalalitha. Manikam Tagore's biggest strength is that alliance that brings with it the grassroots arithmetic to get past the post. He won this seat in 2009 with a 40% vote share as a DMK ally, but came fourth with just 3% vote in 2014 when the Congress and DMK fought separately in one of their worst elections. The AIA-DMK won the seat in that election, but in 2019, Tagore was back on poll as a DMK ally with a 43% vote. This history just reiterates the importance of the Congress-DMK alliance, especially for the former.
After 4th of June, they will all be there, shops will be closed, and we will have the 40 MPs of the India Alliance together in the parliament, and we will all stand together as India Alliance.
The bigger threat to him, according to Tagore, is this man, Vijay Prabhakar, son of DMDK founder and late actor Vijaykant. These parts are a DMDK region of influence, and Vijay is banking on a sympathy factor as his campaign is about keeping his father's legacy alive. The alliance with the AIADMK is a formidable one, and he's threatening to have a sting in the tail.
We have a quite good vote bank here, and even ADMK has a quite vote bank here. So according to our tactics, I think we are stronger to compare to those two. And to be honest, the competition will be between Mr. Manikam Thakur and myself, I think, yeah.
The battle for Virudhunagar is one for survival of the DMDK, one to hold on to seats, to keep the numbers to remain a relevant opposition nationally for the Congress, and one that could mean a march into new territory for the BJP. All three together make Virudhunagar as interesting a contest as any. In Virudhunagar, Veera Raghav for NDTV.
And now the Association for Democratic Reforms has released a date this is the data for the richest and the poorest candidates in the fray in the first phase of the Lok Sabha elections. As per the data, Kamal Nath's son Nakul Nath is the richest candidate, having declared assets worth 716 crore rupees. The data also shows that 450 of the 1600 candidates are crore-patis, while 10 candidates have gone on to declare that they have zero assets. Take a look.
Senior leader Kamal Nath's son Nakul Nath, the Congress candidate from Chhindwara in Madhya Pradesh, 716 crore rupees. From Tamil Nadu, AIADMK candidate from Erode Ashok Kumar, 662 crore rupees. And the BJP candidate from Sivaganga, Devanathan Yadav, 304 crore rupees. These are the three richest candidates in the first phase of the Lok Sabha elections. Analysis by the NGO ADR or Election Watch of the affidavit submitted by 1618 candidates has revealed that 450, that is around 28%, are crore-patis. Nakul Nath, the son of Congress leader Kamal Nath, and the Congress candidate from Chhindwara, Madhya Pradesh, is the richest candidate. The AIADMK candidate from Erode in Tamil Nadu, Ashok Kumar, is the second richest candidate, and the BJP candidate from Sivaganga in Tamil Nadu, Devanathan Yadav T, is the third richest in the fray in phase 1.
जी बिल्कुल, ये तो एडीआर का हमेशा से मुद्दा रहा है कि जो धनबल और बाहुबल कोर्ट अभी चल रहा है हमारे इलेक्शन सिस्टम में, उसमें धनबल का प्रभाव ज़्यादा बढ़ गया है. और अगर हम ये स्टैटिस्टिक देखें कि जीतने वाली बात, तो पिछली लोकसभा का जो एनालिसिस हमने किया था उसमें लगभग 48% जो जीते थे एमपीज, उनकी एसेट्स 2 करोड़ से ऊपर थी.
Interestingly, 10 candidates in the fray in the first phase have declared their assets as zero. A few independent candidates have declared very few assets. They include Ponraj K from Tamil Nadu, who has declared assets worth just 320 rupees. Kartik Gendlaji Doke in Maharashtra has declared assets worth just 500 rupees, while the assets of Surya Muthu in Tamil Nadu are just 500 rupees.
बहुत कम जीतते हैं. नॉर्थ ईस्ट में हमने देखा है कुछ एक कम पैसे वाले भी जीत जाते हैं, लेकिन जैसे मैंने बताया स्टैटिस्टिक्स अगर हम देखें, पिछले जो लोकसभा चुनाव में थे में सिर्फ 0.03% चांसेस परसेंटेजेस थे जो ऐसे जिनके कम पैसे हैं वो लोग जीते हैं.
According to Election Watch, 1618 candidates who are in fray in the first phase of these polls have declared an average asset of 4 crore and 51 lakh. In the first phase, the highest number of rich candidates are in Tamil Nadu. AIADMK has fielded 36 candidates who have declared an average asset of around 35 crore, while 22 candidates fielded by DMK have declared average assets worth around 31 crore. Clearly, the influence of money power seems visible everywhere in these Lok Sabha elections. In Delhi with Manoj Thakur, Himanshu Shekhar for NDTV.
And Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has hit back at the Congress for calling BJP leaders dictators. He has reminded the Congress of the emergency of 1975 in an interview. Rajnath Singh has gone on to say that he could not attend his mother's last rites after she died due to a brain hemorrhage because he was denied parole at the time. Listen in.
ब्रेन हेमरेज हो गया था तो 27 दिन हॉस्पिटल में रही, डेथ हो गई, लेकिन मैं आ नहीं सका उसमें, मेरी रिहाई नहीं हुई, मुझे पेरोल भी नहीं दिया गया, मैंने अपना बाल वगैरह जो भी सिर का बनवाना था सब जेल में ही बनवाया था। वो लोग हम लोगों के ऊपर तानाशाही का आरोप लगाते हैं।
Now, in a move to ensure 100% voter turnout, the Election Commission in West Tripura Parliamentary Constituency has launched a pioneering initiative. These are home voting that can be taken place where voting facilities reach the voters right at their doorstep for the disabled, the blind voters, apart from the elderly.
The Election Commission introduced home voting facilities, enabling elderly voters aged 85 years and above, as well as people with disabilities, those registered for the facilities, to cast their ballot from the convenience of their homes. Many have voted after years. Welcoming the initiative, voters commend the election administration and officers for facilitating their fundamental right to vote from the comfort of their homes.
আগে তো স্যার গিয়েছে ওই স্কুলে দিতাম লাইন দুইটা সেটা ওখানে তো স্যার বাড়ির দেওয়ানে স্যার বালিছে
এই প্রথম দিলেন বাড়িতে?
হ্যাঁ প্রথম দিছি স্যার।
কি অসুবিধা আপনার?
আমার চোখের সমস্যা স্যার।
তো বাড়িতে আয়া যেহেতু ভোটটা দিছে তো ভোটের দিনে তো অসুবিধা হতো না, ওখানে যে প্রথম অবস্থায় দেখলাম এত সুন্দর একটা সিস্টেম করলো, তো আমরা ইলেকশন কমিশনের কাছে এটাই জানিতেছে যে এই সিস্টেমটাতে সবসময় থাকে।
Meanwhile, Samarth, an NDTV's initiative in partnership with Hyundai, which is launched as a movement to create a change in mindset and spark societal change, to create an opportunity for more inclusive and accessible world for people with disabilities. In Guwahati, Ratndeep Chaudhary for NDTV.
And Congress MP Rahul Gandhi addressed a rally in Rajasthan where he commented on a section of the media. Rahul Gandhi has gone on to talk about how people in India, for them, their biggest issues are unemployment and inflation. But for a section of the media, their biggest issues seem to have been the Ambani wedding. Listen in.
हिंदुस्तान की जनता से अगर आप पूछें तो वो आपको बताएंगे पहले नंबर पर बेरोजगारी, दूसरे नंबर पर महंगाई। मगर अगर आप हिंदुस्तान के मीडिया से पूछेंगे या मीडिया को देखेंगे तो आपको लगेगा सबसे जरूरी मुद्दा अंबानी जी की शादी है, उधर आपको विदेश से हजारों लोग आते हुए देखेंगे। 24 घंटा मीडिया में आपको नरेंद्र मोदी जी का चेहरा दिखेगा।
Well, switching tracks now to Bengaluru, and two suspects in the Rameshwaram cafe blast that took place in Bengaluru in March have been detained by the NIA from West Bengal. The accused have been identified as Musawir Hussain Shahzeb, who is one of the main accused, and his accomplice Abdul Mateen Ahmed Taha. Both suspects, who belong to ISIS cell, were detained from West Bengal by the NIA, in which this is a case in which several people, close to about 10 people, who were injured in that blast that took place in Bengaluru. We have Pratibha joining us. Pratibha, take us through, like there were different searches conducted by various teams that has finally led to the two suspects, the main accused, the one that we saw, the CCTV footage that we had of the man in that cap who had gone inside the cafe. He was having that rava idli before he left that bag in the restaurant and walked very calmly outside the Rameshwaram cafe that day.
Well, coincidentally, just as we speak, this is the exact time when the suspect seems to have walked out of the Rameshwaram cafe after planting the bag there on March 1st. And this blast definitely rattled the entire city of Bengaluru, especially for a blast to take place, one, in a famous outlet like Rameshwaram Cafe, and two, in an area that is known to be the IT belt of the city. 1 month after that, the NIA made the first arrest, and that was of the man who provided all the logistical support, Muzammil. And he seems to have supported two of them. and they have been identified by the NIA as the two key suspects in this particular case. And like you mentioned, Musawir Hussain as well as Abdul Taha have now been arrested. They were absconding for quite a while now, and in fact the NIA made desperate attempts in terms of raids in different locations across the nation, as well as putting out the pictures of these two suspects, putting out an advisory, seeking the help of all the citizens as well in terms of nabbing these two suspects. And finally now the two main identified suspects that the NIA has made public have now been arrested in West Bengal is what we hear. And out of these two, Musawir Hussain seems to have been the man who walked in to plant the explosive, and Abdul Taha seems to have been the mastermind behind this, providing all the support as well as in terms of the execution of this particular blast. Now we'll have to wait and see whether there were similarities drawn to the other blast that took place in 2022, and also the motive behind this and how they really carried out this. All of these questions still remain unanswered, but all eyes are on the interrogation that will take place with respect to these two suspects.
Right, Pratibha Raman, thank you so much for highlighting all those details. And of course, those two masterminds behind the blast have been arrested by the NIA. And like she mentioned, 18 locations were searched, the search operations and raids that took place across various parts of the country. That's finally led to the arrest in West Bengal. Getting you international news coming in from the United States, where the FBI director in a hearing on Thursday said that to a House panel that he's seen the threat from foreign terrorists rise to a whole different level after the 7th of October last year. He's urged Congress to reauthorize Section 1702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act before it expires on the 19th of this month. A bill that would do it had been blocked as far as Wednesday by Conservative Revolt. Now leaving its approval uncertain as the deadline approaches. Ray has gone on to say the bill was critical in securing the nation, and the failure to reauthorize it would put Americans at risk. Some big changes have been made to the UK family visa rules. The minimum income required now for British citizens and residents, including those of Indian heritage, wanting to sponsor their relatives on a family visa has now been increased by over 55% as of Thursday. For someone to be a sponsor, this is in order to sponsor their family to come visit them in the United Kingdom or to come stay with them, they must have a minimum annual salary of £29,000, up from £18,600. By early next year, that's 2025, this will have increased to about 2 times more to match the skilled worker visa salary threshold to the tune of £38,700. And with that, we're slipping into a short break. Back with a whole lot more. Just stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Prime Minister Modi powers.
कांग्रेस ने एक षड्यंत्र करा था.
The 2024 campaign hot side.
Tarun Gogoi, the 3-time Chief Minister.
The biggest phase. The big faces.
Prime Minister,
Only on NDTV 24/7.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav. Only on NDTV 24/7.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
There's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
Join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other.
And NDTV covers elections like no other.
When India votes, you can count on us.
NIA detains 2 suspects in the Bengaluru blast case. NIA picks the suspects from a hideout near Kolkata. All identified suspects have been apprehended. Politics erupts over Bengaluru blast case. The Bengaluru blast case, 2 suspects have been held from Kolkata. BJP says Bengal a safe haven for terrorists. TMC hits back, says Bengal is cooperating with the agencies. PM's mega rally in Udhampur, Jammu and Kashmir. PM targets opposition over Article 370. He says Congress PDP wants to hold back JNK and dares Congress to bring back Article 370. National Conference announces Lok Sabha candidates in Jammu and Kashmir. Ex-Chief Minister Omar Abdullah to contest from Baramulla. Omar says undeclared emergency in country right now. K. Kavita is produced in court in Delhi liquor policy scam. CBI seeks 5-day custody of K. Kavita. CBI says got enough evidence to arrest Kavita. She is currently in judicial custody at the Tihar jail. Haryana school bus accident aftermath. The Education Department calls meeting on vehicle safety. Schools in the area shut for 2 days. The National Investigation Agency has apprehended the 2 key accused in the Rameshwaram cafe blast in Bengaluru. The 2 suspects have been picked up from their hideout in Kolkata this morning. Muzaffir Hussain Shazeb and Abdul Mateen Taha have been picked up as per NIA, while Shazeb planted the explosive device inside a bag at the cafe. Taha was responsible for planning the attack and their subsequent disappearance, the anti-terror agency said. Another key conspirator, Muzammil Sharif, who extended logistical support to the main accused, was arrested on 26th of March. 10 customers and hotel staff members were injured in the blast at this popular Bengaluru cafe on the 1st of March. I'm joined by my colleague Saurabh Gupta for more on this story. Saurabh, understandably, these 2 men who have been apprehended right now, they belong to Bengaluru, but after the blast, they fled to Kolkata. Have there been any, any news on why they fled to Kolkata and why they found Kolkata as the safe haven?
Well, they actually fled to what we're being given to understand is that they were picked up from, somewhere near East Midnapur, and probably where they were hiding was a well-known tourist destination, and therefore they would have found safe haven there. There are hotels available there, and therefore that is one of the reasons why probably they chose that particular location and near Kolkata. It's not in Kolkata, so to speak. Now, Musawir Hussain Shazib, like you said, is the main accused. He was the one who planted the improvised explosive device, or the IED, in that place. And Abdul Mateen Taha is the mastermind behind the planning and the execution of blast and the subsequent evasion of these two from the investigative agencies. They fled after carrying out that blast, and remember, one of them was also seen on CCTV cameras. But what we know now is that the NIA has managed to apprehend these two main accused from West Bengal. And what we know is that in the early morning of today, the NIA was successful in tracing these two absconding accused, and they also figured out that they were hiding there under false identities. And then, of course, the NIA says that coordinated action and cooperation between the NIA, central intelligence agencies, state police agencies of West Bengal, Telangana, Karnataka and Kerala police was involved in the operation, and therefore this was a successful operation where the two main accused, the two main masterminds, have finally been arrested by the National Investigation Agency, which is primarily an anti-terror investigation agency, and therefore their primary lookout would be for the accused in the blast, and they managed to do so after a massive operation involving cooperation from several agencies, and they've managed to finally pick up these two accused from this place. And now what we're being given to understand is
as you mentioned that they have been picked up
Kolkata.
Saurabh, as you mentioned that they have been picked up from East Midnapur, are they being brought to Kolkata for interrogation?
I mean, it'll, in all probability, the NIA will take a transit remand, and obviously they would be moved to where the investigation is, and or wherever the NIA chooses fit. That is completely the prerogative of the NIA, and they will, of course, take a transit remand in all probability, or produce them in court, and take a transit remand, or whatever it is. The procedures will be followed. There's a certain procedure when you pick up an accused, and the agency will have to follow that procedure, and they will take them to wherever necessary for their investigation.
Pratibha, the news must have reached Bengaluru by now that these two accused have been nabbed near Kolkata, not in Kolkata. They've been nabbed in East Midnapur. Tell us what's been the reaction in the city after this?
Well, in fact, Bengaluru was definitely rattled on March 1st when the blast took place at this very cafe.
We'll back to Pratibha when her audio is better. But the news that we are reporting is that two suspects in the Bengaluru blast case, Musawir Hussain and Abdul Mateen Taha, have been picked up from East Midnapur, which is near Kolkata, and that's in West Bengal. It has been a multi-state, multi-agency operation. Let me go back to Pratibha. She was speaking about the reactions that have come in from Bengaluru post this news.
Well, in fact, what we saw in Bengaluru was one of resilience, especially after the blast that took place on March 1st. And there was the first arrest that was recorded a month after the blast. And now there seems to be some sort of a relief on the minds of all these people, because we're talking of a blast that took place right during the daytime and in the IT belt of the city. And that was something that was definitely not digestible by Bengalurians, mainly because Rameshwaram Cafe is one of the most thronged outlets as far as Bengaluru is concerned. Around 4 outlets across the city here. And for a blast to take place, such a brazen attack that rattled the entire city of Bengaluru. Well, now all of them seem to be heaving a sigh of relief. Finally, there is some breakthrough of sorts in this particular case, and that's the kind of reaction that we are picking up now. In fact, coincidentally, the time that we speak in right now is the exact time when the suspect seems to have walked out of this cafe on March 1st after planting the bag there near the washing area. And after that, several of the CCTV cameras were examined in detail. A dedicated team that was set aside for examining every CCTV footage. And he seems to have walked out, avoiding all the CCTV cameras and taken a bus from Bellary to different other places. There were also modules that were, patterns that were drawn up in terms of the blast that took place in 2022 in Bengaluru as well as Shimoga. Multiple raids that were conducted by the NIA that took over this case 3 days after the blast. And finally now we have some sort of answers to all those questions that were left unanswered. Now the missing pieces would be put together in terms of the motive behind this and who were the key conspirators, whether there was a bigger network that was involved. All of these are still remaining to be answered. But right now, yes, a big sigh of relief with this good news.
Thank you very much, Pratibha and Saurabh. Well, Saurabh is still there. Saurabh, what do we expect as the next course of action? Are there still more leads that the Bengal police is looking into in conjunction with NIA?
Well, you know, I mean, there have been political statements on the sidelines, but I think what's important to note is that agencies when it comes to anti-terror or ops have to be in sync with each other, have to work with each other, intelligence has to be shared, and when that happens you'd have breakthroughs. For example, this was a joint operation that was conducted. NIA, of course, is the primary lead in this organization. It's the NIA's investigation. The NIA would have had those inputs, but obviously there were also cooperation from local police. And when you have such cooperation and when you have such sync and coordination between agencies, the agencies function well. And that's something that you see in the terms of these arrests as well. There will be political statements on the sidelines, but obviously it is at the end of the day, something that is a terror-related case. And obviously the agencies have worked together and they've managed to attain this breakthrough. The NIA, this is a huge breakthrough for the NIA. And the NIA is also acknowledged in its statement that, look, there were several other, coordinated efforts by several other agencies, including the state police of 4 states and also central intelligence agencies. So this would have been a joint operation at all levels. And that is something that perhaps is the takeaway, that when you have proper cooperation, when you have intelligence sharing, when you have agencies that are working towards the same goal and not working against each other, you will have breakthroughs, you will have investigations that will be successful, and you will have actually this situation where you can punish those responsible for such anti-India crimes.
Very big story, Saurabh, indeed, and big breakthrough by the NIA, considering that we are getting into the election season. The general elections also begin from the 19th, which is Friday, next Friday. And just before that, the Bengal police, along with NIA, several other agencies have worked together to achieve this breakthrough, picking up these 2 suspects from near Kolkata from East Midnapur. Now, Bengal BJP says that Bengal has become a safe haven for terrorists, but Trinamool Congress says that Bengal police has been suppressing anti-national forces. TMC also says that Bengal government is cooperating with the agencies. That has been proven once again. I am joined by 2 speakers right now, Riju Datta, who is the spokesperson of Trinamool Congress, and Dr. Shatarupa, who is the spokesperson of BJP. Mr. Datta, why is Trinamool Congress saying that the Bengal police is suppressing anti-national forces? I mean, isn't it a contradictory statement when you say that Bengal police is suppressing and then saying that the Bengal government is cooperating with the agencies?
Look, I'll be very upfront. It is the duty of the Bengal police, the state government, the ruling political party to stand shoulder to shoulder and cooperate with the central agencies and with the union government when it is a matter of national security. But the unfortunate thing is, the trolling chief of the BJP, Amit Malviya, he has to do politics over everything, and he goes and tweets about, unnecessary political things. Now, when he does all that nonsense, then we have to give him a reply in his own coin. Then we have to say that Mr. Modi, the Prime Minister of India, the Home Minister, the Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, the Home Minister Amit Shah should question Shubhendu Adhikari, because this terror accused, these two so-called terrorists were arrested from Kathi, East Midnapur. Kathi is the political turf of the Adhikari family. Shubhendu Adhikari's father was the MP from there. Shubhendu Adhikari's brother is contesting on a BJP ticket from Kathi, and Shubhendu...
Okay, Mr. Datta, I understand that elections are around the corner, but isn't this a moment of, isn't it a significant moment that they have been nabbed from Bengal, and we are leading into a season of elections, and before the elections this has come as a significant moment?
Again, I will repeat my statement. The NIA and the union government were looking for these two, the planners of the blast in Bengaluru cafe, and it is the duty of the Bengal police, I salute them, the Bengal government and even the ruling party of the Bengal, to aid and stand shoulder to shoulder with the union government in matters of national security. We never wanted to do politics over it. Who started the cheap, nasty politics? It is Amit Malviya. This person should be on a leash and should be muzzled by the union government in matters of national security. Why does he have to do politics over such a sensitive issue? If he is saying that Bengal is the place where all these terror accused are finding safe haven, then he should also ask his leader in opposition why he was nabbed from Kathi.
Okay, let me take a question. Right, let me take a question to Dr. Shatarupa. Dr. Shatarupa, Riju Datta is saying that these guys who've been picked up from Kanthi is in East Midnapur. It's a place that is synonymous to Shubhendu Adhikari, the BJP's strongman. How do you react to that? He is accusing Shubhendu Adhikari of harboring elements like this.
Yeah, good morning, Rika. I would like to, in fact, because it takes a lot of caliber to whatever the topic may be, as per the briefs that they received from the party, they have to drag in the name of Shubhenduda at any cost, whatever it may be. Now, I would like to respond to this in a different way. Although this is national television, excuse me, I want to put in two lines of Bengali. There is a saying in Bengali, I think you also are a Bengali. There is a saying in Bengali which tells the children that tai 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 mamar bari jai, mamar bari bhari maja ki chor nai, which summarizes this, that if you go to your mother's paternal house, which is mother's maike, then there is absolutely no fear of getting beaten up or getting slapped, or it is basically all fun and games in your mamar bari, so to say, in your bua's house. In this case, it would be bua's house. Now, yes, Amit Malviya is absolutely right. This is not the first time criminals and terrorists from all over India have been found here in Bengal. And this is most unfortunate. Whether it is Kolkata, whether it is Tomluk, nowhere in Bengal, there's even a leaf move without the Anuprerana of Mamata Banerjee. So it's all very fair to, blame Shubhendu Adhikari and his family. But the fact remains that this is why Mamata Banerjee was...
So who's the mama in this case? So who's the mama in this case, Dr. Shatarupa, you're referring to?
Sorry? Mama?
Who's the mama in this case, Dr. Shatarupa, you're referring to?
No, I am referring to the actual Bua, because Bua also resides in the mama's house. Bua, the Pishi of West Bengal. She makes...
Okay, so the mama is Shubhendu Adhikari and the Bua is Mamata Banerjee. Well, I understand that both of you are targeting your respective political leaders. Thank you very much for joining us with all those details. Well, the mama and Bua all have been dragged into the biggest news of the day of two suspects who were involved in the Rameshwaram cafe blast have been nabbed from East Midnapur, from Kanthi, and this is a joint operation by Bengal Police, several other agencies, along with NIA. Well, moving on to some other stories, PM's mega rally in Udhampur, Jammu and Kashmir. PM has targeted the opposition over Article 370. He says Congress, PDP want to hold back Jammu and Kashmir, and he has also dared Congress to bring back Article 370. He says Jammu and Kashmir is right now breathing freely. Let's listen into what the Prime Minister had to say.
आपके आशीर्वाद से मोदी ने 370 की दीवार गिरा दी। विकसित भारत का सपना पूरा करने के लिए 24/7 ये मोदी की गारंटी है। 10 सालों में हमने आतंकवादियों और भ्रष्टाचारियों पर घेरा बहुत ही कसा है। अब आने वाले 5 सालों में इस क्षेत्र को विकास की नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाना है।
Returning to the capital, and there is a big charge against BJP leveled by the Aam Aadmi Party. Atashi, Aam Aadmi Party leader, says that it is a big political conspiracy that is being hatched against Aam Aadmi Party. She claims that the centre is planning to impose precedence rule in Delhi. She says that AAP is distracting, BJP is actually saying AAP is distracting people from internal fight. BJP also says Kejriwal wants his wife to become the CM, and Sanjay Singh has aspirations to become the CM as well. And as a result, they want to deflect all the troubles in the party to make big claims like precedence rule will be imposed on Delhi. Let's listen into what Atashi had to say this morning.
कि दिल्ली की चुनी हुई सरकार, आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार, अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार के खिलाफ एक बहुत बड़ा राजनीतिक षड्यंत्र प्लान किया जा रहा है। हमें विश्वसनीय सूत्रों से पता चला है कि आने वाले कुछ दिनों में केंद्र सरकार, भारतीय जनता पार्टी शासित केंद्र सरकार दिल्ली में राष्ट्रपति शासन लगाने वाली है।
आतिशी मार्लिना जी, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं, हम बिल्कुल ऐसा नहीं चाहते। बीजेपी चुनी हुई सरकार का सम्मान करती है। दिल्ली के लोगों ने आम आदमी पार्टी को मैंडेट दिया है और आम आदमी पार्टी को सरकार चलानी चाहिए। लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी का मुखिया अरविंद केजरीवाल चाहते हैं कि किसी तरीके राष्ट्रपति राज लग जाए, क्योंकि वो मुख्यमंत्री जेल में हैं। वो जेल में मुख्यमंत्री रहना चाहते हैं, जो कि असंभव है। इसलिए जब से संजय सिंह जी जेल से बाहर से आए हैं, तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का जो अपनी धर्मपत्नी सुनीता केजरीवाल जी को मुख्यमंत्री बनाने का सपना था, वो चूर चूर हो गया है। संजय सिंह जी कह रहे हैं कि मैं सुनीता जी को मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बनने दूंगा, सर सीनियर सेकंड मोस्ट मैं हूं, मैं खुद बनूंगा। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी कह रहे हैं मैं संजय सिंह जी को बनने नहीं दूंगा।
Now, a 4-member government-appointed panel will probe the school bus crash that killed 6 students and injured around 20 in Haryana's Mahendragarh on Thursday. The accident took place near Unhani village in Kanina, when the bus carrying around 40 students from primary to secondary classes to GL Public School collided with a tree and overturned. Police said an FIR has been registered in connection with the case. The Haryana Education Department has called for a meeting regarding vehicle safety policy at 3 p.m. today. All district education officers, elementary education officers and block education officers of the state will participate in the meeting from various areas of the state via video conferencing. But before all of that, let's listen into Mahendra Rana, the DSP.
ड्राइवर है जो गाड़ी को चला रहा था, धर्मेंद्र, उसको अरेस्ट कर लिया है। एक प्रिंसिपल है दीप्ति और एक होशियार सिंह है जो सेक्रेटरी का काम देखता था, उसको अरेस्ट किया है। कंटिन्यू सीनियर अधिकारी के यही आदेश हैं हमारे एसपी साहब के कि इसमें अपना पूरा गाड़ियां हैं उसको देखेंगे। इसमें हमारा सिविल प्रशासन बीडीपीओ साहब है वो भी आए थे, सबको डायरेक्शन डीसी मैडम की तरफ से हो गया। उसमें हम प्रॉपर अभियान चलाएंगे और जिसके खिलाफ जो भी कार्रवाई बनेगी हम आगे भी करेंगे।
My colleague Gurpreet joins me for more on this story. There is a big meeting that we are reporting of the Haryana Education Department. Gurpreet, what is it that they are going to look into, and what kind of actionables are expected to be decided?
Well, this meeting has been scheduled to just take a stock of the situation all over the state, and what we have learned through the video conferencing top level officer, they will be holding meeting with all the district officers, specifically district education officer. What is the main agenda of this meeting? Because yesterday during the course of investigation it was learned that the bus was not having fitness certificate, and despite not having fitness certificate, the bus was on the road and carrying the children from the various locations of the district. After that, now the state government has decided to take a stock of the situation so that proper guidelines should be given to all the schools, and if they are going to violate such type of guideline, action will be taken against them. At the same time, what we have learned from the sources within Haryana government, they say inspection of the buses have already been initiated in some of the district. We have seen today the traffic police as well as the local transport authority, they are conducting multiple inspections so that there should not be such type of tragic incident which has happened yesterday. Now the main question in this case, what we have learned from the investigators, they say they are going to even ask a tough question to the management who had allowed this bus driver to run this bus without having fitness certificate. And at the same time, they feel the management has a role behind not getting this certificate, and most of the buses are not fit, they don't have the fitness certificate. So that is why the section 120 criminal conspiracy has been invoked in the FIR, and now they are trying to take investigation on these lines. And even during the course of investigation, it is also learned that the children as well as some of the villagers and parents, they had also approached the principal to ask the driver to stop the bus wherever he was, but that didn't happen, and that led to a serious accident that had already snuffed the life of 6 school children, and that had already shaken up the whole state, the whole system also. So let's see that how the investigation will be unfolded in the coming days.
Let's see how the investigation proceeds. Gurpreet, I have one question, which still is unanswered, and no one's really talking about the fact why the school was open on a holiday, and was this the only school open on a national holiday, or several other schools in Haryana that were open as well?
Well, what we have learnt from the various districts of Haryana, that is not only school which has been opened, but yes, yesterday we have seen the education minister, she has raised this question. She says that this will also be investigated why on the day of holiday this school has been opened. But in the pockets of Haryana state, we have seen and learned from the various locations, a lot of private schools were opening and they were operating. So that is also part of investigation. Why these private schools are not following the guidelines of a holiday, and now the state officer, they are going to be more strict towards the private schools. So that is also part of investigation. Let's see that how the government is going to frame the rules so that next time on the holiday such private schools should not be operated and they should not be open on the day of holiday.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Gurpreet, for getting us all those details. Time for a quick break on the show. More on the other side. Stay tuned.
You basically say to parents, stop chasing happiness and success for your kids. I'm like, hey, but if nothing else, I should at least be doing that. And in today's very goal-driven, success-driven world, I'd be like, I get it, but I don't want my kid to be left out. I want to give them the best chance.
Right, so let's just take success first. And most Indian parents will have to admit, even in the privacy of their own solitude, that success is their main goal in raising their children. And when we raise children with this goal in mind, what we often do is become blind to who the child really is. when we drive our children to success, we objectify them. And no parent likes to admit that they're doing that, because we pretend to ourselves, we lie to ourselves that all our pushing is coming because we care about our children. We love our children, but that's not the truth. We care about ourselves. We love ourselves. We feel good to have our children be successful. And if our children fall off the wagon, it makes us feel anxious.
But then you also say, don't push for happiness. Don't make that your big goal either. Can you tell us why? That sounds like a really different way of looking at things.
We want our children to be happy. Well, what that really means is we want our children to be really happy, because that makes us feel as if we're good parents. It makes us feel in control and as if we're successful. Our children are going to have a lot of unhappy moments in life. Life is not about just unilateral, unilinear feelings. In fact, pain, fear, anxiety is part of the human experience. And in fact, that's what actually keeps us safe sometimes. And that's how we're wired to know that there's danger. And that's how we grow. Our children will pay a price. They may not tell us right now, but they will pay a price in their own life, because they will be unable to sit with their difficult emotions. They will drink too much, eat too much, socialize too much, spend too much money, and look outward because they're too uncomfortable to sit with their pain, because we've taught them that they should just be happy, which is unrealistic and it's toxic.
As this is
Well, Home Minister Amit Shah is in Moradabad today on an election rally. Let's listen into what he has to say.
मोदी प्रधानमंत्री है, सिर्फ राम मंदिर नहीं, बाबा विश्वनाथ का दरबार भी सजाया, महाकाल लोक भी बना, बद्री धाम, केदार धाम पुनर्जीवित हुए और सोमनाथ का मंदिर भी सोना का बनाने का काम अभी चल रहा है। 5 साल में, ये 10 साल में मोदी जी ने हमारे सभी सांस्कृतिक मान बिंदुओं की रक्षा करने का काम किया है। भाई और बहनों, मुरादाबाद वालों, मुझे बताओ कि कश्मीर जो है हमारा है या नहीं है? अंत तक बोलो, जरा जोर से बोलो, है या नहीं है? एक कांग्रेस के खड़गे जी कहते हैं राजस्थान उत्तर प्रदेश वालों का कश्मीर से क्या लेन देन है? खड़गे साहब, आपको मालूम नहीं है, मुरादाबाद का बच्चा बच्चा कश्मीर के लिए अपनी जान देने के लिए तैयार। भाई और बहनों, मुझे बताओ, ये धारा 370 हटनी चाहिए थी या नहीं हटनी चाहिए थी? जोर से बोलो, हटनी चाहिए थी या नहीं हटनी चाहिए थी? 70 साल तक ये कांग्रेस पार्टी धारा 370 को अनौरस बच्चे की तरह अपनी गोदी में खिलाती रही। आपने मोदी जी को दूसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बनाया। मोदी जी ने 5 अगस्त 2019 को धारा 370 को समाप्त कर दिया। और ये जहां कश्मीर शान से अपना तिरंगा वहां लहरा रहा है, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में कश्मीर हमेशा के लिए भारत के साथ जुड़ गया है। भाई और बहनों, मोदी जी ने इस 10 साल के अंदर इस देश से आतंकवाद और नक्सलवाद को समाप्त करने का, आपको याद होगा 10 साल तक कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार थी। पाकिस्तान से हर रोज आलिया, मालिया, जमालिया आते थे और बम धमाके कर चले जाते थे। किसी के माथे पर जू नहीं रहेंगी। मोदी जी आए, उन्होंने फिर से गलती करी, उरी और पुलवामा में धमाका किया, मगर वो भूल गए कि मनमोहन सिंह की सरकार नहीं है, नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार है, नरेंद्र मोदी की। 10 ही दिन में सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक कर पाकिस्तान के घर में घुसकर आतंकवादियों का सफाया करने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया। भाई और बहनों, मोदी जी ने देश को सुरक्षित किया है, मोदी जी ने देश को समृद्ध किया है, मोदी जी ने गरीबों का कल्याण करने का काम करा है। देश के अंदर 80 करोड़ से ज्यादा गरीबों को हर महीना प्रति व्यक्ति प्रति माह 5 किलो अनाज मुफ्त देने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी कर रहे हैं। 12 करोड़ शौचालय बनाने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है। 4 करोड़ से ज्यादा लोगों को अपना घर देने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है। 10 करोड़ से ज्यादा माताओं को उज्ज्वला का गैस देने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी ने किया है और 14 करोड़ लोगों को गैस का सिलेंडर देने का काम भी नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है। भाई और बहनों, मोदी जी ने उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए भी बहुत किया है। ये पश्चिमी उत्तर प्रदेश में मैं 2013 में आया था। हमारे भूपेंद्र भाई उस वक्त क्षेत्रीय अध्यक्ष थे। यहां पर डर, दंगे, गौ तस्करी और गुंडों का राज चलता था। आपने समाजवादी पार्टी को हटाया और यहां पर डर, गुंडे, गौ तस्करी की जगह 1 डिस्ट्रिक्ट 1 प्रोडक्ट का काम चालू हुआ और विकास आगे बढ़ा। ये उत्तर प्रदेश से हिंदू पलायन कर रहा था, पश्चिमी यूपी से केरला से पलायन कर रहा था। आज देखिए, आपने सपा को हटाया, हिंदुओं की जगह गुंडे पलायन कर रहे हैं, गुंडे पलायन कर रहे हैं। योगी आदित्यनाथ जी ने इस 7 साल के अंदर पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश की कानून और व्यवस्था को चौक चौबंद करने का काम योगी जी ने किया है। उत्तर प्रदेश को सुरक्षित किया है। यहां से पलायन खत्म हो गया, माफिया राज खत्म हो गया, गौ तस्करी खत्म हो गई और मोदी जी ने 4 एयरपोर्ट देने का काम उत्तर प्रदेश में किया। 6 एक्सप्रेसवे दिए और 6 बन रहे हैं। 12 एक्सप्रेसवे दिए। 80 लाख ग्रामीण घरों में बिजली पहुंचाने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया। 3 करोड़ 40 लाख गरीबों का 5 लाख तक का सारा इलाज करने का काम किया। 2 करोड़ 35 लाख शौचालय 10 साल में बने और 14 करोड़ लाभार्थियों को मुफ्त अनाज देने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया। मोदी जी ने उत्तर प्रदेश को आगे बढ़ाने का काम और अगर फिर से, मुझे मालूम है दूर दूर तक संभावना नहीं है, मगर फिर से सपा आएगी तो कहते हैं, कांग्रेस और सपा वाले कहते हैं।
Well, the election is going to be held in Moradabad on 19th of April in the first phase of polling. Now moving on to some breaking news coming in from Bengal at this hour. It is about Bengal teachers recruitment scam. ED has attached property worth 230 crore rupees. Now, what is the scam all about? In May 2022, the CBI was directed to probe the appointment of non-teaching staff, which is Group C and D, and the teaching staff by West Bengal School Service Commission and the West Bengal Board of Secondary Education. The appointees had allegedly paid bribes to the range of 5 lakhs to 15 lakhs to get jobs after failing selection tests. According to the CBI, more than 100 crore rupees was allegedly raised by Trinamool Congress leaders from job aspirants to employ them as teachers and staff at state-run schools between 2014 and 2021. I'm joined by my colleague Mukesh for more on this story. Mukesh, please tell us about the raids that have been conducted by the ED and the properties that have been attached right now?
देखिए पश्चिम बंगाल टीचर्स रिक्रूटमेंट स्कैम में जो ईडी है उसे बड़ी कार्रवाई करते हुए 230 करोड़ रुपए की जो प्रॉपर्टीज हैं वो अटैच की हैं। ये प्रॉपर्टी जो है वो आरोपी प्रसन्न कुमार रॉय की हैं और शांति प्रसाद सिन्हा की प्रॉपर्टियां हैं जिनको अटैच किया गया है। ये प्रॉपर्टियां पश्चिम बंगाल में अलग अलग इलाकों में है जिसमें फ्लैट हैं और जमीनें हैं जिनको अटैच किया गया है। और ईडी जो है सीबीआई की एफआईआर के बेसिस पर ईडी ने मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का मामला दर्ज किया था और ईडी जो है इस मामले की लगातार जांच कर रही थी। ईडी ने पीएमएलए के तहत यानी मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग के तहत 2 अलग अलग केस जो है वो सीबीआई के बेसिस पर दर्ज किए थे। और ये जो स्कैम है इसमें 2081 जो टीचर्स हैं वो इलीगल तरीके से पैसे लेकर रिक्रूट किए गए थे और उस मामले में जो ईडी है वो लगातार कार्रवाई कर रही है। प्रसन्न कुमार रॉय जो कि मिडिलमैन है उसकी प्रॉपर्टीज हैं और शांति प्रसाद सिन्हा जो वेस्ट बंगाल स्कूल सर्विस कमीशन का तत्कालीन एडवाइजर है उसकी प्रॉपर्टियां हैं। ईडी अब तक इस पूरे मामले में 365 करोड़ रुपए की प्रॉपर्टीज अटैच कर चुकी है।
Right. Okay. That's a big news there coming at this hour. ED has attached properties worth 230 crore rupees in Bengal teachers recruitment case. Well, the scam of course happened between 2014 and 2021 in West Bengal. Moving to some more election news now, and from South India we turn our focus to a constituency that is being regarded as a hot seat, which is Virudhunagar, where BJP is hoping to draw on the star power of actor turned politician Radhika to take on Congress veteran and incumbent MP Manikam Tagore. Take a look.
Popular actor and a powerful name in television production, Radhika is the BJP's face for the Virudhunagar Lok Sabha seat. Her husband Sharat Kumar is one of Tamil cinema's top stars and a former Rajya Sabha MP. And together, their aim is to wrestle out the Virudhunagar seat. This man, the incumbent Congress MP Manikam Tagore, who's backed by the formidable DMK Congress left alliance with other smaller parties. Radhika and Sharat Kumar are the star and local political appeal for the BJP in a state which has had an eternal bond between film stars and politics.
You will be very surprised. I think this is going to throw up a lot of surprises.
When I entered the political fray, in the sense to get involved in politics, it was 1996. The same reaction we feel now, that people definitely want a change, and the change is going to be for the BJP.
Grassroots political equations and caste arithmetic, like anywhere else, play a decisive role in a constituency like Virudhunagar. The two Dravidian parties with their tested alliances have been masters at that grassroots management, and breaking through is a formidable challenge for a third force. The Congress is riding on DMK power in Tamil Nadu and a carefully nurtured alliance of parties which have consistently sided with the DMK after the demise of AIA-DMK Supremo J. Jayalalitha. Manikam Tagore's biggest strength is that alliance that brings with it the grassroots arithmetic to get past the post. He won this seat in 2009 with a 40% vote share as a DMK ally, but came fourth with just 3% vote in 2014 when the Congress and DMK fought separately in one of their worst elections. The AIA-DMK won the seat in that election, but in 2019, Tagore was back on poll as a DMK ally with a 43% vote. This history just reiterates the importance of the Congress-DMK alliance, especially for the former.
After 4th of June, they will all be, their shops will be closed, and we will have the 40 MPs of the India Alliance together in the parliament, and we will all stand together as India Alliance.
The bigger threat to him, according to Tagore, is this man, Vijay Prabhakar, son of DMDK founder and late actor Vijay Kant. These parts are a DMDK region of influence, and Vijay is banking on a sympathy factor as his campaign is about keeping his father's legacy alive. The alliance with the AIA-DMK is a formidable one, and he's threatening to have a sting in the tail.
We have a quite good vote bank here, and even ADMK has a good quite vote bank here. So according to our tactics, I think we are stronger to compare to those two. And to be honest, the competition will be between Mr. Manikam Thakur and myself, I think, yeah.
The battle for Virudhunagar is one for survival of the DMDK, one to hold on to seats, to keep the numbers to remain a relevant opposition nationally for the Congress, and one that could mean a march into new territory for the BJP. All three together make Virudhunagar as interesting a contest as any. In Virudhunagar, Peter Raghav for NDTV.
Looks like a lip-smacking contest there in Virudhunagar in Tamil Nadu. Now, Association for Democratic Reforms has released the data for the richest and poorest candidates in the fray in the first phase of Lok Sabha elections. As per the data, Kamal Nath's son, Nakul Nath, is the richest candidate, having declared assets worth 716 crore rupees. The data also shows that 450 of the 1600 candidates are crorepathi's, while 10 candidates have declared their assets as zero.
Senior leader Kamal Nath's son Nakul Nath, the Congress candidate from Chhindwara in Madhya Pradesh, 716 crore rupees. From Tamil Nadu, AIA DMK candidate from Erode Ashok Kumar, 662 crore rupees. And the BJP candidate from Sivaganga, Devanathan Yadav, 304 crore rupees. These are the three richest candidates in the first phase of the Lok Sabha elections. Analysis by the NGO ADR or Election Watch of the affidavit submitted by 1618 candidates has revealed that 450, that is around 28%, are crorepathi's. Nakul Nath, the son of Congress leader Kamal Nath and the Congress candidate from Chhindwara, Madhya Pradesh, is the richest candidate. The AIA DMK candidate from Erode in Tamil Nadu, Ashok Kumar, is the second richest candidate, and the BJP candidate from Sivaganga in Tamil Nadu, Devanathan Yadav T, is the third richest in the fray in phase 1.
जी बिल्कुल, ये तो एडीआर का हमेशा से मुद्दा रहा है कि जो धनबल और बाहुबल कोर्ट अभी चल रहा है हमारे इलेक्शन सिस्टम में, उसमें धनबल का प्रभाव ज़्यादा बढ़ गया है। और अगर हम ये स्टैटिस्टिक देखें कि जीतने वाली बात, तो पिछली लोकसभा का जो एनालिसिस हमने किया था उसमें लगभग 48% जो जीते थे एमपीज, उनकी एसेट्स 2 करोड़ से ऊपर थी।
Interestingly, 10 candidates in the fray in the first phase have declared their assets as zero. A few independent candidates have declared very few assets. They include Ponraj K from Tamil Nadu, who has declared assets worth just 320 rupees. Kartik Gendlaji Doke in Maharashtra has declared assets worth just 500 rupees, while the assets of Surya Muthu in Tamil Nadu are just 500 rupees.
बहुत कम जीतते हैं। नॉर्थ ईस्ट में हमने देखा है कुछ एक कम पैसे वाले भी जीत जाते हैं, लेकिन जैसे मैंने बताया स्टैटिस्टिक्स अगर हम देखें पिछले जो लोकसभा चुनाव में थे में सिर्फ 0.03% चांसेस परसेंटेजेस थे जो ऐसे जिनके कम पैसे हैं वो लोग जीते हैं।
According to Election Watch, 1618 candidates who are in fray in the first phase of these polls have declared an average asset of 4 crore and 51 lakh. In the first phase, the highest number of rich candidates are in Tamil Nadu. AIDMK has fielded 36 candidates who have declared an average asset of around 35 crore, while 22 candidates fielded by DMK have declared average assets worth around 31 crore. Clearly, the influence of money power seems visible everywhere in these Lok Sabha elections. In Delhi with Manoj Thakur, Himanshu Shekhar for NDTV.
Now going back to one of the biggest political rallies that happened today earlier in Udhampur, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi was speaking. He has targeted the opposition over Article 370. He said Congress, PDP have been wanting to hold back Jammu and Kashmir. He dared Congress to bring back Article 370 and said that Jammu Kashmir are breathing freely after the abrogation of Article 370. Let's listen into what the PM had to say.
आपके आशीर्वाद से मोदी ने 370 की दीवार गिरा दी। विकसित भारत का सपना पूरा करने के लिए 24/7 ये मोदी की गारंटी है। 10 सालों में हमने आतंकवादियों और भ्रष्टाचारियों पर घेरा बहुत ही कसा है। अब आने वाले 5 सालों में इस क्षेत्र को विकास की नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाना है।
Time now for a quick break on the show. More on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
NDTV wins big at NBAR. With 43 awards, NDTV reigns supreme. Sanjay Pugalia takes home the award for Editor-in-Chief of the Year. Santosh Kumar wins Managing Editor of the Year. Vishnu Som, Maria Shakil and Sumit Avasthi take home the top honors for the Anchors of the Year. BSI, Hum Log and We the People all take home awards. And NDTV 24/7 takes home News Channel of the Year award. NDTV stands for trust.
In a move to ensure 100% voter turnout, the Election Commission in West Tripura Parliamentary Constituency has launched a pioneering initiative, Home Voting, where voting facilities reach the voters at doorstep for disabled and blind voters apart from elderly persons.
The Election Commission introduced home voting facilities enabling elderly voters aged 85 years and above, as well as people with disabilities, those registered for the facilities, to cast their ballot from the convenience of their homes. Many have voted after years. Welcoming the initiative, voters commend the election administration and officers for facilitating their fundamental right to vote from the comfort of their homes.
আগে তো স্যার গিয়েছে ওই স্কুলে দিতাম লাইন দুইটা সেটা ওখানে তো স্যার বাড়ির দেওয়ানে স্যার বালিছে
এই প্রথম দিলেন বাড়িতে?
হ্যাঁ প্রথম দিছি স্যার।
কি অসুবিধা আপনার?
আমার চোখের সমস্যা স্যার।
তো বাড়িতে আয়া যেহেতু ভোটটা দিছে তো ভোটের দিনে তো অসুবিধা হতো না, ওখানে যে প্রথম অবস্থায় দেখলাম এত সুন্দর একটা সিস্টেম করলো, তো আমরা ইলেকশন কমিশনের কাছে এটাই জানিয়েছে যে এই সিস্টেমটাতে সবসময় থাকে।
Meanwhile, Samarth, an NDTV's initiative in partnership with Hyundai, which is launched as a movement to create a change in mindset and spark societal change, to create an opportunity for more inclusive and accessible world for people with disabilities. In Guwahati, Ratndeep Chaudhary for NDTV.
Congress MP Rahul Gandhi addressed a rally in Rajasthan yesterday where he commented on a section of media. Rahul Gandhi said that for people of India, the biggest issues are unemployment and inflation. But if one sees a section of Indian media, the biggest issue to them seems to be Ambani's wedding. Let's listen into what he had to say.
हिंदुस्तान की जनता से अगर आप पूछें तो वो आपको बताएंगे पहले नंबर पर बेरोजगारी, दूसरे नंबर पर महंगाई। मगर अगर आप हिंदुस्तान के मीडिया से पूछेंगे या मीडिया को देखेंगे तो आपको लगेगा सबसे जरूरी मुद्दा अंबानी जी की शादी है, उधर आपको विदेश से हजारों लोग आते हुए देखेंगे। 24 घंटा मीडिया में आपको नरेंद्र मोदी जी का चेहरा दिखेगा।
Time for a quick break. News continues on the other side.
इंडिया प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी पावर
कांग्रेस ने एक षड्यंत्र करा था।
The 2024 campaign hot side.
State Tarun Gogoi, the three-time chief minister.
The biggest phase. The big faces.
प्राइम मिनिस्टर
Only on NDTV 24/7.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
Join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other.
And NDTV covers elections like no other.
When India votes, you can count on us.
You say, celebrate the ordinary in your child. Celebrate their ordinariness, or at least observe their ordinariness, because once they are seen by you for who they are, that's going to create a child with better self-worth, and that unconsciously we are looking at the child that we want them to be, or that we're trying to...
And here's some international news now. In a hearing on Thursday, FBI Director Christopher Wray wrote a House panel that he's seen the threat from foreign terrorists rise to a whole new level after October 7th, and he urged Congress to reauthorize Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, better known as FISA, before it expires on the 19th of April. A bill that was blocked Wednesday by a conservative revolt, leaving its approval uncertain as the deadline approaches. Wray said that the bill was critical in securing the nation, and failure to reauthorize it would put Americans at risk. The first ever trilateral summit among US, Japan and Philippines was held at the White House on Thursday, while all three leaders signaling that many more meetings would follow in the years to come. Long simmering tensions between China and its neighbors took center stage on Thursday as leaders of the three countries gathered to push back on Beijing's step-up pressure on Manila in the disputed South China Sea. Some big changes have been made to the UK family visa rules. The minimum income required for British citizens and residents, including those of Indian heritage wanting to sponsor their relatives on a family visa, has been increased by over 55% on Thursday. Starting Thursday, for someone to be sponsored to go to the UK on a family visa, they must have a minimum annual salary of £29,000, up from £18,600. By early next year, this will have increased 2 more times to match the skilled worker visa salary threshold of £38,700. All of this to really put a hold on the immigrants who are getting to UK in search for jobs. That's all that we could pack into this bulletin. Thanks for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
BJP's Hema Malini met farmers during poll campaign in Mathura. She took her chance of turning this into a photo op opportunity. The actor turned politician barely managed to cut a few straws before posing with the wheat bouquet, almost resembling her beloved movie character, Vasanti.
India. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
वैसे अभी की डेट में आई एम श्योर वी हैव टन्स एंड टन्स ऑफ गैजेट्स जहाँ पे एटलीस्ट हमारे पास में मोबाइल फ़ोन तो है ही, एंड मोबाइल फ़ोन से काफ़ी लोग जो हैं वो कंटेंट क्रिएट भी कर रहे हैं, स्पेशली फॉर इंस्टाग्राम और यूट्यूब. यू वुड सी मेनी पीपल रिकॉर्डिंग देयर वीडियोज़, डूइंग सम कॉमेंट्री, या वो अपने व्लॉग्स रिकॉर्ड करते हैं. एंड फॉर दोज माइक्रोफोन इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. मतलब मोबाइल फ़ोन का कैमरा है तो आपको सब कुछ अच्छे से रिकॉर्ड तो हो जाएगा, बट the audio is also very important. Now while we have multiple different kinds of microphones, आप सब content creators को एक चीज़ का और ध्यान रखना चाहिए, which is the pickup pattern of a particular microphone, because अलग अलग types के microphone मिलते हैं for all different kinds of usage. एक होता है cardioid microphone, जहाँ पे the front of the mic is where it's most sensitive, और ये बैक और साइड्स को ब्लॉक कर देता है, so that अगर आप कहीं शोर वाले एरिया में हैं, the mic still gonna focus on what you are saying. जो आपके आसपास का शोर है वो बहुत कम कैप्चर होगा. अगर हम एक स्टेप और आगे जाएंगे तो what we have is a microphone with a pickup pattern of super cardioid, जहाँ पे एकदम नैरो पिकअप पैटर्न बन जाता है, सो दैट आपकी जो आवाज़ है, योर वॉइस ओवर, योर कमेंट्री, यू नो, कुड बी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इन टर्म्स ऑफ रिकॉर्डिंग पॉडकास्ट, जहाँ पे जो आप बोलते हैं वो एकदम प्रिसाइजली कैप्चर होता है, लेकिन अगर आसपास कुछ शोर शराबा है वो एकदम अट्यूनेट हो जाता है और आपको कोई ज़्यादा आवाज़ नहीं आती है. बट देन समटाइम्स एज
In the Bengaluru Rameshwaram cafe blast, where the NIA has made a key arrest, the men who plotted, the ones who were the mastermind, and also the one who had planted the bomb inside that cafe in Bengaluru, both have been arrested. They were detained from their hideout in Bengal. And politics erupts over Bengaluru blast case with those two suspects who have been arrested from Bengal. The BJP hitting out, saying that Bengal is a safe haven for terrorists, while the TMC is hitting back, saying that Bengal was cooperating with the agencies. PM's mega rally in Udhampur in the run-up to elections, and in Jammu and Kashmir. The Prime Minister targeting the opposition over Article 370, saying that the Congress and the PDP want to hold back Jammu and Kashmir and have put out a challenge to the Congress party to announce that they will bring back Article 370, saying this country won't even look at them. National Conference has announced its Lok Sabha candidates, and we talk about Jammu and Kashmir's ex-Chief Minister Omar Abdullah to contest from North Kashmir's Baramulla. And Omar Abdullah has been heard saying that undeclared emergency is taking place in the country right now. And Haryana school bus accident aftermath, with Haryana Education Department calling for a meeting on the vehicle safety. Schools in the area have been shut for the next 2 days, and it is the bus driver who has now been booked. In fact, an FIR has been registered against him. He, the principal and the secretary have been arrested. BJP MP, this is Hema Malini's photo op with farmers in Mathura. The MP, they're campaigning in the fields. There you can see Hema Malini there with the farmers. very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadwa. Let's get to your top story, and that's the National Investigation Agency, the NIA, that has apprehended 2 key accused in the Rameshwaram blast case that took place in Bengaluru on the 1st of March. The 2 accused have now been picked up from their hideout in Bengal this morning. Musawir Hussain Shehzeb and as well as Abdul Mateen Taha have been picked up as per NIA, while Shehzeb had planted the explosive device inside a bag at the cafe. It is Taha who was responsible for planning the attack. He was the mastermind, and also their subsequent disappearance from the scene is what the anti-terror agency has gone on to say. Another key conspirator, that is Muzammil Sharif, who had extended logistical support to the main accused, was arrested last month on the 26th. 10 customers and hotel staff members were injured in that blast that took place at the popular cafe on the 1st of last month. The National Investigation Agency had also announced a cash reward of 10 lakhs for information on the suspects, and the federal agency had released several visuals of the suspect travelling in various buses in Karnataka.
The hands of law have started moving. The culprits have been caught. That is something which will be encouraging to those who believe in democracy. India is a great country. Bengal is a famous part of that. Whether the criminal tries to hide anywhere in India, he will be arrested. That is a lesson which you have learned from this.
What we saw in Bengaluru was one of resilience, especially after the blast that took place on March 1st. And there was the first arrest that was recorded a month after the blast. And now there seems to be some sort of a relief on the minds of all these people, because we're talking of a blast that took place right during the daytime and in the IT belt of the city. And that was something that was definitely not digestible by Bengalurians, mainly because Rameshwaram Cafe is one of the most thronged outlets as far as Bengaluru is concerned. Around 4 outlets across the city here. In fact, coincidentally, the time that we speak in right now is the exact time when the suspect seems to have walked out of this cafe on March 1st after planting the bag there near the washing area. And after that, several of the CCTV cameras were examined in detail. A dedicated team that was set aside for examining every CCTV footage. And he seems to have walked out, avoiding all the CCTV cameras, and taken a bus from Bellary to different other places. There were also modules that were, patterns that were drawn up in terms of the blast that took place in 2022 in Bengaluru as well as Shimoga. Multiple raids that were conducted by the NIA that took over this case 3 days after the blast. And finally now we have some sort of answers to all those questions that were left unanswered. Now the missing pieces would be put together in terms of the motive behind this, and who were the key conspirators, whether there was a bigger network that was involved. All of these are still remaining to be answered. But right now, yes, a big sigh of relief with this good news.
Right, thank you so much, Pratibha, for getting us all those details. We also have Saurabh Gupta with us. Saurabh, in less than a month and a half, the suspects have been arrested. Take us through the significant bits that helped piece together an investigation that spanned over 18 locations.
That's right. The NIA in its statement has made it clear that this was a massive operation and, involving central intelligence agencies. Of course, the lead is by the NIA, but the central intelligence agencies were involved. State police forces of at least 3 states, at least 4 states, Kerala, Karnataka, West Bengal, and of course, other states that have been a part of this operation, and finally leading to the arrest of the 2 main accused. One is, of course, the person who planted that IED, or the improvised explosive device, at the Rameshwaram Cafe in Bengaluru. The second, of course, is the mastermind who seems to have planned and orchestrated this entire thing. Now, what we're being given to understand is that they were staying under, concealed identities or different identities in a hotel, and this was to, of course, escape law enforcement agencies. But they were arrested from East Midnapore district of West Bengal this morning, and then, of course, we are being given to understand that they will be brought to Kolkata and produced in a court here, a special NIA court in Kolkata, which is where they will be produced. But beyond all of this, this also is, like we've been reporting, that this is a major, major breakthrough, as Pratibha also was reporting, in the Rameshwaram blast case investigation. Remember, one of these accused was caught on CCTV earlier, but at this point, the NIA can sort of claim that at least it has arrested the two main accused in this case. And of course, they were living under different identities, trying to escape the law. But in an operation led by the NIA, and an NIA operation that had the support of Central Intelligence Agencies and other agencies as well,
Right,
the NIA has managed to arrest them, and they will be produced in court shortly.
A case that has been cracked rather swiftly with multiple teams, like you're saying, assisting in this case that was led by the NIA. Get us a background of the two suspects who are said to have, used Hindu names in order to conceal their identity.
That's right. When somebody is escaping police or law enforcement agencies, one of the modus operandi of such, antisocial elements or, even terror suspects is to forge identities, is to ensure that they, have duplicitous identities so that they can evade law enforcement agencies who are looking for them under a certain identity. But in this case, of course, the police have managed to crack it. They've managed to, not only locate them, but locate them and arrest them. And the NIA in its statement has made it very clear that, this is, of course, something that they have managed to pull off in this case. And what they also add in this statement that they put out, the NIA has put out, is that this was an operation that was, conducted in West Bengal. They were arrested from a place, the NIA says near Kolkata. This is, of course, East Midnapur district, like I said. But what they say also is that the accused were hiding under false identities, and this pursuit of the NIA, of these criminals, of these suspected terrorists, was, of course, accomplished by the NIA, but was also ably supported by coordinated action and cooperation between NIA, Central Intelligence Agencies, and state police agencies of West Bengal, Telangana, Karnataka, and Kerala. So it's a very important, a lesson also that perhaps when agencies work towards one goal with cooperation between agencies, whether it's state police, whether it's a central agency, doesn't matter. But if they work towards, removing criminals together, there is success for all these agencies. And that is something that is to be noted, that a major attack took place, and the NIA has managed to, apprehend the suspects with cooperation from several state police agencies as well.
Right, Saurabh, also is the BJP versus the TMC over the action as far as the NIA has taken in the Bengaluru blast. The BJP has gone on to say that it's Bengal that has become a safe haven when it comes to terrorists. The Bengal police suppressing the anti-national forces, is what is being said. Of course, the TMC has, of course, defended its stand. We're talking about how, the centre is attacking the government in Bengal, talking about how it's become a haven as far as terrorists is concerned. Take us through, this, like you had mentioned, that it has been a team effort, which also included the state police of West Bengal. Then why is this government of Bengal being targeted?
Unfortunately, whatever happens, there is also politics around it. This, of course, is a major success for an agency like the NIA, the National Investigation Agencies. There's no doubt that the NIA was looking for these suspects. They were in pursuit, and they've managed to apprehend them. And it is very clear that this was there was cooperation at all levels. And unfortunately, politics has played out with Amit Malviya, of course, targeting the West Bengal government, then the West Bengal police responding, then, of course, Amit Malviya, the BJP's IT in charge, responding to that. And now, of course, also Mamata Banerjee hitting out at, the BJP, saying that they were arrested due to a prompt support by our police as well. So why, of course, this politics is something that unfortunate. But, of course, like in every case, we see there is always a showdown between the TMC and the BJP. In this case, Amit Malviya, of course, soon after this news of this arrest broke, or news of this suspects being picked up broke, targeted West Bengal, the administration and West Bengal Chief Minister. And then, of course, the Bengal police responded. And then, of course, he responded again. And now, of course, Chief Minister has also responded to this. And the West Bengal police responded to Amit Malviya's tweet saying, contrary to claims made by Amit Malviya, the fact is that 2 suspects in the Rameshwaram case have been arrested by Purva Medinipur in a joint operation by West Bengal police and central intelligence agencies, including, of course, the NIA. Proactive role of the WP has been officially acknowledged by the central agencies. West Bengal has never been a safe haven for terrorists, and the state police will continue to remain ever vigilant in keeping its people safe from nefarious activities. This was, of course, in response to what Amit Malviya tweeted, targeting, of course, that West Bengal had become a safe haven for terrorists. So, unfortunately, yes, politics continuing over the development.
Right, Saurabh, also Mamata Banerjee in her defense has gone on to say that Bengal police helped in arresting the terrorists and that it's the BJP that cannot stand peace as far as the state of West Bengal is concerned. Let's just listen in to Mamata Banerjee.
ব্যাঙ্গালোরে একটা বোমা পড়েছিল, লক্ষ্য হলো কর্ণাটকের, আমাদের এখানকার নয়। 2 ঘন্টায় বাংলায় লুকিয়েছিল, 2 ঘন্টার মধ্যে আমরা ধরে দিয়েছি আমাদের পুলিশ। আর সেখানে বলছে বাংলা সেফ নয়, তোর দিল্লি সেফ, তোর উত্তরপ্রদেশ সেফ, তোর রাজস্থান সেফ, তোর গুজরাট সেফ, তোর বিহার সেফ। বাংলার মানুষ শান্তিতে থাকে, বিজেপি সহ্য হয় না।
Saurabh, it is Mamata Banerjee who is attacking the centre, saying that it is the BJP that can't really see peace as far as the state of West Bengal is concerned. Of course, the BJP has attacked the TMC for calling it a safe haven when it comes to terrorists.
You know, unfortunately, it is unfortunate that while the agencies that have been involved, whether it's the state police, whether it's the central intelligence agencies, whether it's the NIA, which has led this investigation, and it's a massive success for the NIA. The surround sound is, of course, taken up by politics. And, whether it's Amit Malviya, who targeted the West Bengal administration, and then you had also Mamata Banerjee responding. Unfortunately, what you see is that in the din of the political statements around the incident, what we seem to be, not focusing enough on is the success of this operation, that there have been people who were living under false identities, who were trying to escape law enforcement agencies, and whether it's state police or whether it's central agencies or whether it's NIA, these agencies have come together in a joint operation, coordinated with each other, cooperated with each other, which is also, by the way, something that is rarely seen these days. But they managed to apprehend the accused, and that perhaps is the takeaway, that leaving the politics aside, if perhaps agencies work independently without political interference, without political sort of direction, then agencies, of course, can can of course achieve success in actually chasing down terror suspects and bringing them to book.
Right. Thank you so much, Saurabh, for getting us all those details. We will keep tracking that story and coming back to you for more on that. And staying with news from West Bengal, where the ED has attached properties in the Bengal recruitment case. Properties worth 230 crore rupees has been attached by the Enforcement Directorate. And we are talking about properties which are immovable properties. They've been valued at 230 crores. And also this includes a flat which is being said in the name of Shri Prasann Kumar Roy and Shri Santi Prasad Sinha, and also various companies in their names. So that is the latest that we are getting as far as, to get more on this. We have Mukesh joining us on the phone line. Mukesh, do remember the Enforcement Directorate officer had seized several properties related documents, as well as, we're talking about over 40 lakhs, that this was in a 14-hour long raid that took place in West Bengal Chief Minister's residence in Birbhum just 3 weeks back. And now we're talking about way more than that. It's close to the tune of over 200 crore rupees.
देखिए, बिल्कुल जो ईडी है वो पश्चिम बंगाल टीचर रिक्रूटमेंट स्कैम की जांच कर रही है, और ईडी ने एक बड़ी कार्रवाई करते हुए इस पूरे मामले में करीब 230 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की जो प्रॉपर्टी है उनको अटैच कर लिया है। ये प्रॉपर्टी जो है आरोपी प्रसन्न कुमार रॉय और शांति प्रसाद सिन्हा की हैं, और इनके अलावा कुछ कंपनियों की हैं, जो कंपनियां भी इन्हीं की हैं। इन प्रॉपर्टीज में बहुत सारे फ्लैट्स हैं, जो लैंड है, लैंड पार्सल्स हैं, और ये पश्चिम बंगाल में अलग अलग इलाकों में हैं। ईडी के मुताबिक ये जो कार्रवाई है, ये सीबीआई ने इस पूरे स्कैम को लेकर 2 एफआईआर दर्ज की थी। और उन्हीं एफआईआर के बेसिस पर सीबीआई ने पीएमएलए यानी मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का मामला दर्ज किया था। इस स्कैम में जो एलिगेशन था वो ये था कि 2081 जो टीचर्स थे उनको पैसे लेके भर्ती किया गया था और इसमें पश्चिम बंगाल का जो शिक्षा जो एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट है उसके बड़े बड़े लोग और मंत्री इसमें शामिल थे, जो टीएमसी के मंत्री थे वो भी इसमें शामिल थे। तो इसी मामले में ईडी ने बड़ी कार्रवाई करते हुए जो 230 करोड़ रुपए की प्रॉपर्टियां वो अटैच कर ली हैं। प्रसन्न कुमार रॉय जो है इस पूरे मामले में मिडिल मैन है, जबकि जो शांति प्रसाद सिन्हा है वो पश्चिम बंगाल जो एजुकेशन बोर्ड है उसका जो है एडवाइजर रहा है। अब तक ईडी इस मामले में करीब 365 करोड़ रुपए की प्रॉपर्टी अटैच कर चुकी है, क्योंकि इसके पहले 135 करोड़ रुपए की प्रॉपर्टियां अटैच हो चुकी हैं। तो काफी बड़ा स्कैम है जिसको लेकर ईडी लगातार इस पूरे मामले में कार्रवाई कर रही है और नई कार्रवाई के तहत 230 करोड़ रुपए की प्रॉपर्टियां अटैच कर ली गई हैं।
Right. Thank you so much, Mukesh, for getting us all those details. And with that, we're slipping into a short break. Back with a whole lot more. To stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The NIA arrests key suspects in the Bengaluru cafe blast case. The men who plotted and the man who planted the bomb, both of them have been arrested. They were detained from a hideout in Midnapur in Bengal. And politics erupts as far as that Bengaluru blast case is concerned. The two suspects have been arrested from West Bengal. Now, BJP is saying that Bengal has become a safe haven for terrorists, while the TMC has hit back saying that Bengal had been cooperating with the agencies in order to assist in the investigation. The Prime Minister's mega rally in Udhampur of Jammu and Kashmir targeting the opposition over Article 370, saying that the Congress, the PDP also want to hold back Jammu and Kashmir and has thrown out a challenge when it comes to the Congress party to announce that they will bring back Article 370, saying this country won't have it. Haryana school bus accident aftermath, with the Education Department calling for a meeting at 3 o'clock this afternoon in order to check on the vehicle's safety, and schools in the area have been shut for the next 2 days.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Welcome back. Prime Minister's mega rally in Udhampur of Jammu and Kashmir. The Prime Minister targeting the opposition over Article 370. The Prime Minister has gone on to say that the Congress and the PDP want to hold back the people of Jammu and Kashmir. The Prime Minister has also thrown out a challenge asking the Congress party to announce to bring back Article 370 and how the country will not have it. Jammu and Kashmir has been breathing freely, and he has gone on to say that this country won't even look at them if they try to announce getting Article 370 back.
आपके आशीर्वाद से मोदी ने 370 की दीवार गिरा दी। विकसित भारत का सपना पूरा करने के लिए 24/7 ये मोदी की गारंटी है। 10 सालों में हमने आतंकवादियों और भ्रष्टाचारियों पर घेरा बहुत ही कसा है। अब आने वाले 5 सालों में इस क्षेत्र को विकास की नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाना है।
We have my colleague Nazir joining us to get us more on this. Nazir, in the rally that was held in Udhampur today, the Prime Minister has thrown up a challenge to the opposition parties, especially the Congress, to bring back Article 370.
Well, and besides that, a big announcement by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He says time is not far from restoration of J&K statehood and holding assembly elections. This is a big takeaway from Prime Minister's rally in Udhampur. He announced, promised holding assembly elections and restoration of Jammu and Kashmir state, because during the campaigning, one thing important is that people in Jammu and Kashmir have been feeling political vacuum, and questions are being asked if 370 was the ideological mission of BJP to remove it, why state was dismantled. So Prime Minister today announcing restoration of state and saying time is not far from the restoration of Jammu and Kashmir statehood and holding assembly election. Jammu and Kashmir is without an elected government for last now 6 years. And Prime Minister inaugurating it, saying once assembly elections are held, you will go to your own MLAs, you will go to your own ministers, and so that they resolve your issues. So very important thing. Besides that, he talked about, abrogating Article 370. He said this is the first election where stone pelting, terrorism, cross-border firing are not issue. There is complete peace, and he talked about Parivarvad, he talked about how things have gone wrong, he talked about how things have changed after 6 decades, and reminded people that, look, 10 years back, he had promised you to change things in Jammu and Kashmir. He has changed. But the big takeaway from Prime Minister's visit and the campaigning for Dr. Jitendra Singh, who is seeking 3rd term from Udhampur and facing a formidable opposition, Chaudhry Lal Singh from the Congress, Prime Minister announcing restoration of Jammu and Kashmir state and holding assembly elections soon.
Right, Nazir, stay with us as the National Conference has made that announcement as far as their candidates are concerned. And we're talking about Omar Abdullah, who will be contesting elections from North Kashmir's Baramulla. Well, Omar Abdullah went on to say that in Indira Gandhi's time, emergency was declared formally, but right now it's an undeclared emergency, questioning the media that was present at the time, asking as to really how much freedom do they really have. Let's listen it.
आम तौर पे लोग कहते हैं कि जिस दौर से हम आज गुजर रहे हैं ये इमरजेंसी से कम नहीं है। फर्क सिर्फ इतना है कि उस वक्त इंदिरा गांधी ने थोड़ी सी हिम्मत की और उसको इमरजेंसी का नाम दिया। इस वक्त में इमरजेंसी के हालात हैं, लेकिन उसको इमरजेंसी बुलाया नहीं जा रहा है। लेकिन जमहूरियत आज इतने ही खतरे में, शायद इससे ज्यादा आज खतरे में है बनिस्बत के उस वक्त।
Well, we have Nazir back with us. Nazir, Omar Abdullah questioning, the journalists asking what kind of freedom do they really have while, announcing his candidacy. We're talking about him, fielding the seat of Baramulla.
Yeah, exactly. The big announcement also came from the National Conference today. They announced their 2 candidates from Srinagar and Baramulla, and Farooq Abdullah announced that Omar Abdullah will be contesting from Baramulla North Kashmir constituency, and Aga Rohullah will be contesting from Srinagar. For Anantnag Pir Panchal constituency, National Conference has already announced Gujjar leader Mia Altaf from there. So Omar Abdullah then talking about that he decided to go to North Kashmir's Baramulla constituency and accused his opponent Sajjad on being the B team of BJP and said BJP is not, daring to directly field candidates in Kashmir Valley. That's why they are hiding behind their proxies and say that he's gone there to contest these elections. Clearly, then he talked about restrictions on media and saying kind of if there was an emergency for a certain time in 75, look what is happening today about the media freedom, how journalists are being called for the questioning, how opposition is not being given level playing field, and say this election is if BJP fields candidate in Kashmir Valley and they are, if their security deposit is not, if they do forfeit their security deposit in Kashmir Valley, he will leave politics. So clearly saying this election is about if people have been on the side of abrogation of 370 or they have been opposing it. He said these results from Kashmir Valley will tell the story.
Right. Thank you so much, Nazir, for joining us with all those details. And staying with election news, let's get you the very latest as to what's really been happening today on the election front. BJP Seva Malini met with farmers. This is during the poll campaign in Mathura. She took her chance of turning into this as a photo op. The actor turned politician barely managed to cut a few straws before posing with the wheat bouquet, almost resembling her beloved movie character, Basanti. And National Conference announced their candidates, which includes Omar Abdullah, to be contesting from North Kashmir's Baramulla. And of course, it was Omar Abdullah making those statements saying that this is an undeclared emergency that is prevailing at the moment. And also meeting the NCP leader and Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar is underway at Ajit Pawar's bungalow in attendance with Praful Patel, Sunil Tatkare, among other leaders, and discussions around the disputed Nasik constituency is the agenda of that very meeting. Former Deputy Chief Minister and rebel BJP leader Ishwarappa says that he will file his nomination papers as an independent candidate from Shivamoga Lok Sabha constituency, and that's going to take place today. He says, I will contest the election as an independent candidate and I will win. The public and the workers are with me. After winning, I will go to Prime Minister Modi, is what Ishwarappa had to say. MK Stalin responds to the CSDS Lok Niti poll. MK Stalin says that the BJP has failed to solve people's daily livelihood issue, with 27% of the people considered to be unemployed at the time. That is the key issue for them. And 23% are worried about the price rise. 55% have said that corruption has increased in the last 5 years.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
वैसे टेलीस्कोप से याद आया, डिड यू नो द जेम्स वेब स्पेस टेलीस्कोप, ये एक टेलीस्कोप तो है, एट द सेम टाइम इट ऑल्सो एक्ट्स लाइक अ टाइम मशीन. आपको लग रहा होगा टेलीस्कोप टाइम मशीन का आपस में लिंक क्या है? Well, friends, link is quite interesting because आपको पता है light travels at a certain speed. You know what's the speed of light? Roughly 3 lakh kilometers per second approximately. मतलब सनलाइट जब सूरज से निकल के अर्थ तक पहुंचती है, इट टेक्स अप्रोक्सीमेटली 8 मिनट्स फॉर दैट. नाउ दिस जेम्स वेब स्पेस टेलीस्कोप, जो कि हमको चीज़ें दिखाता है दूर दूर के डिस्टेंट स्टार्स एंड गैलेक्सीज, ये जो हमको इमेजेस दिखाता है, दीज आर नॉट रियल टाइम बिकॉज लाइट कमिंग फ्रॉम दीज फार अवे गैलेक्सीज, इनको काफ़ी टाइम लगता है उस टेलीस्कोप तक पहुंचने में. सो एसेंशियली व्हाट वी आर सीइंग इज डेटा फ्रॉम बिलियंस ऑफ ईयर्स अगो. मतलब ये जो जेम्स वेब स्पेस टेलीस्कोप है, ये हमको दिखा सकता है बहुत बिगिनिंग वाली इमेजेस या डिटेल्स ऑफ ऑल दी.
बीजेपी के प्रत्याशी कह रहे हैं कि उन्हें पहले ही पता होता तो वो बंबई बना देते. हम उनसे कहते हैं इसको बंबई मत बनाओ. बंबई का जो काम होता है थोड़ा वो ही करके दिखा दो यहां पर. वैसे तो हमारी बंबई शहर अर्थ व्यवस्था की राजधानी है, अर्थव्यवस्था के लिए जाना जाता है, राजधानी अर्थव्यवस्था की, लेकिन वहां नाच गाना भी होता है, लोग उसके लिए भी मुंबई जाते हैं। ये बीजेपी के प्रत्याशी कौन सा पीलीभीत बनाना चाहते हैं, इनके बारे में पता नहीं है आपको? ये कई दल घुमाए हैं, इनका मामला सेटिंग हो जाता है तो दूसरे दल में भी चले जाते। बनने को तो कुछ और थे, बनाया तो कुछ और जाना था इन्हें, लेकिन इन्हें सड़क मंत्री बना दिया गया है। और सड़क मंत्री ही बनते बताओ कितने रुपए का घोटाला किया था, किसी को याद है? उत्तर प्रदेश के सब रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिए थे। ट्रांसफर पोस्टिंग को लेकर के उत्तर प्रदेश के सब रिकॉर्ड टूट गए। तब इनके अधिकारी ओएसडी को हटाना पड़ा था। क्या पीलीभीत की सब सड़कें गड्ढा मुक्त हो गई हैं क्या? ये मंत्री जी बताएं, 40,000 करोड़ से ज्यादा 40,000 करोड़ से ज्यादा पैसा गड्ढा मुक्ति में ये बीजेपी खर्च कर चुकी है। कहीं गड्ढे भर गए क्या? और जो काम समाजवादियों ने कभी किया था, पुल सड़क को लेकर के, उनको भी ये सरकार पूरा नहीं कर पाई है। और अपनी जो योजनाएं चलाई गई हैं, उनको भी पूरा नहीं कर पाई है सरकार। और चुनाव बाद पता नहीं कहां चले जाएंगे ये। जो मंत्री होता है उसका सांसद बनकर के दिल नहीं लगता है, इसलिए जानबूझ करके थोपा जा रहा है इन्हें कि पैसे वाले हैं, चुनाव लड़ लेंगे। पैसे वाला मामला है, उसमें चुनाव लड़ लेंगे। लेकिन यहाँ का किसान, यहाँ का गरीब, यहाँ का नौजवान बीजेपी के लोगों को सबक सिखाने जा रहा है। एक एक वोट देकर के समाजवादी पार्टी को जिताएगा। जब से ये दिल्ली वाले आए हैं, महंगाई तो बढ़ाई है, और महंगाई इतनी बढ़ाई है जिसकी आप कल्पना नहीं कर सकते। महंगाई बढ़ती चली जा रही है, चाहे वो डीजल हो, पेट्रोल हो, जरूरत के सामान हो, उन सबको महंगा कर दिया सरकार ने। 2014 से लेकर के 2024 का हिसाब लगाए महंगाई का, बताओ महंगाई कितना गुना बढ़ गई है। अगर हिसाब किताब लगाओगे तो महंगाई कई गुना कई चीजों की बढ़ी है। ये सरकार महंगाई नहीं रोक रही, और जब महंगाई रोकनी थी तो इन्होंने चंदा वसूलने का काम किया। आप में से पढ़ा होगा लोगों ने कि ये दावा करने के भ्रष्टाचारी बचेंगे नहीं, लेकिन भ्रष्टाचार बढ़ाने का काम कोई कर रहा है तो वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोग कर रहे हैं। और ये नया तरीका निकाला है दिल्ली वालों ने। ये इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड जो बनाए गए हैं, इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड के माध्यम से बताओ वसूली हो रही है कि नहीं हो रही है? और ऐसी वसूली तो दुनिया में नहीं होगी। जिस कंपनी का कोई कारोबार नहीं, जिस कंपनी का मुनाफा कुछ भी नहीं, वो उस कंपनी से सरकार ने वसूला है पैसा। हम और आप लोग जानते हैं चंदे में क्या दिया जाता है, थोड़ा बहुत दिया जाता है। क्या चंदे में 1,000 करोड़ रुपए दिए जाते हैं? क्या चंदे में 500 करोड़ रुपए दिए जाते हैं? क्या चंदे में 300 करोड़ रुपए दिए जाते हैं? ये सरकार ऐसी है जिसने इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड के नाम पर बड़े बड़े उद्योगपतियों को सीबीआई, ईडी, इनकम टैक्स से डरा करके इन्होंने वसूलने का काम किया है। और ऐसी वसूली पूरे देश ने नहीं देखी होगी जैसी सरकार में हुई है। ये वही बीजेपी के लोग हैं। याद कीजिए, इन्होंने कहा था कि नोटबंदी के बाद कोई भ्रष्टाचार नहीं होगा, कोई काला धन नहीं कमा पाएगा। बताओ, ये इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड सफेद को काला करने वाला इंतजाम हुआ है कि नहीं है? काले को सफेद कर लिया कि नहीं कर लिया बीजेपी ने? नोटबंदी में भी किया और इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड में भी कर लिया।
मेरा वोट। NDTV wins big at NBAR. With 43 awards, NDTV reigns supreme. Sanjay Pugalia takes home the award for Editor-in-Chief of the Year. Santosh Kumar wins Managing Editor of the Year. Vishnu Som, Maria Shakil and Sumit Avasthi take home the top honours for the Anchors of the Year. BSI, Hum Log and We the People all take home awards. And NDTV 24/7 takes home News Channel of the Year award. NDTV stands for trust.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
Join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other.
And NDTV covers elections like no other.
When India votes, you can count on us.
Can you give us a few, like say, three?
Welcome back. We have breaking news coming in regarding Andhra Pradesh about phone tapping. This is after Telangana phone tapping charges in Andhra Pradesh as well. So we're talking about these are charges after Telangana regarding phone tapping in Andhra Pradesh. The TDP has written to the Election Commission with the TDP there saying that the Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister gave a nod for the unauthorized phone tapping. Uma joining us to get us more on this. Uma, what details do you have for us?
Okay, so former Rajya Sabha member and senior TDP leader Kanakamedala Ravindra Kumar has in fact written to the Election Commission alleging that they suspect that phone tapping is happening of their leaders, and they have given the example of Nara Lokesh, who happens to be the National General Secretary of the Telugu Desam, and of course he is the son of former Chief Minister and Telugu Desam leader Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, and they have said that he has received an alert on his iPhone, and they do not mention this in their letter to the EC, but they have otherwise shared information saying that some Pegasus software was being used in order to tap the phone of Mr. Nara Lokesh. What they have said in the letter to the Election Commission is that they believe that the DG in charge of Andhra Pradesh, Mr. Rajendra Nath, as well as the person who is the intelligence chief, PSR Anjaneyulu, of the YSRCP government, that both of them, they allege, are acting as agents of the YSRCP government, and they have said that Rajendra Nath is someone who has continued as DGP in charge for nearly 2 years, and they say that's violative of the service rules and the appointment of the officers like in the post of a DGP, and they say that both of them are hand in glove with the government in trying to enable this kind of phone tapping, and that's the reason why they are charging the government with phone tapping. I must point out that even in the case of the vote for note scam, at the time that Chandrababu Naidu had become Chief Minister of the divided state of Andhra Pradesh 2015, when Revanth Reddy was with him, and at that time Revanth Reddy had subsequently gone to jail on allegations that he had tried to bribe a particular MLC to vote in a particular manner in the assembly, and at that time as well this charge of phone tapping had come up, and Mr. Revant Reddy has of course continued with that charge against the BRS government, and that of course is a major investigation in which yesterday in fact the Hyderabad Police Commissioner Mr. K. Srinivas Reddy has said that the investigation is on the right lines, and he had even suggested to a question that political leaders may in fact be also summoned in this particular case as witnesses or as people who may have more information. So what sections the notice will be served under, that's not very clear. But in Telangana, the Police Commissioner of Hyderabad suggesting that political leaders are soon going to be summoned by the investigation team in the phone tapping issue. Of course, the phone tapping in Telangana completely unrelated to the phone tapping that now the Telugu Desam is alleging in Andhra Pradesh and has written to the Election Commission about.
Right, Uma, very strong allegations coming out against Andhra Pradesh's Chief Minister, giving that nod for the unauthorized phone tapping, saying that our leaders' phones were getting tapped. This is just ahead of the polls, is what the TDP is claiming, and of course asking the EC to ensure a free and fair elections.
Yes, indeed. You know, in Andhra Pradesh, it's a very fiercely fought election that we are seeing, and it is not just parliament elections, but also assembly elections. In 2019, the YSRCP had managed 151 out of the 175 seats, and therefore, this is something that the alliance of the TDP, Janasena and the BJP have come together to change the complexion of the game, and it is in such a circumstance that the TDP is making this allegation and has written a formal complaint to the Election Commission saying that they suspect that the phones of their leaders are being tapped, and they have given the specific example of Nara location. In fact, they have provided a screenshot suggesting that that's the message that's come to Nara Lokesh's phone on an iPhone, suggesting that his phone is being tapped, and that's what they have brought to the attention of the election authorities. And in the same vein, they have mentioned that they believe that the DGP of Andhra Pradesh, Mr. Rajendranath, as well as the intelligence chief, Mr. PSR Anjaneyulu, they are alleging are acting as agents of the government, and therefore they are in a sense seeking the removal of those officers while this investigation will go on. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Uma, for getting us all these details regarding breaking news coming in of those allegations of phone tapping now emerging from Andhra Pradesh. Well, time to cut across to Tejasvi Yadav, who is in Aurangabad in Bihar, addressing a rally there.
और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि औरंगाबाद की जनता, टिकारी की जनता एक तरफा होकर मजबूती के साथ इनको भारी मतों से विजयी बनाने का काम करेगी। अरे जिताना है कि नहीं जिताना है? चुपचाप, जोर से आवाज आना चाहिए। चुपचाप, चुपचाप, चुपचाप। आप लोग सब लोग जान रहे, चाचा जी तो पलट गए, लेकिन जहां भी रहे स्थिर रहे, खुश रहे। बुजुर्ग हैं, अभिभावक हैं, हमारा पूरा सम्मान है, लेकिन भाजपा वाला लोग हाईजैक कर लिया उनको। हम लोग दोबारा भाजपा को लात मार के आए थे, तो हमने फिर से उनको मुख्यमंत्री बनाया, और यही नीतीश जी ने, चाचा जी ने कहा था कि मर जाएंगे, मिट जाएंगे, मिट्टी में मिल जाएंगे, लेकिन भाजपा में नहीं जाएंगे। आज टिकारी की जनता, महान जनता के बीच आए, कोई मोदी जी की बात करने नहीं आए, हम मुद्दे की बात करने आए। यही विधानसभा में आप लोगों के बीच आने का मौका मिला था। 2020 में हमने आप सब लोगों से वादा किया था कि आपका भाई बेटा अगर मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा तो 10 लाख सरकारी नौकरी हम देने का काम करेंगे। और जब मुख्यमंत्री जी आए भाजपा को लात मार करके, तो हमने मुख्यमंत्री जी के सामने प्रस्ताव रखा कि हमने कमिटमेंट किया है तो तेजस्वी नौकरी देगा, और 17 महीने में केवल उप मुख्यमंत्री रहते हुए हमने 5 लाख लोगों को सरकारी नौकरी देने का काम किया। लेकिन अभी भी कितनी बेरोजगारी है, कितना लोग बेरोजगार है, जरा हाथ उठा करके बताइए। पढ़ लिया, लिख लिया, डिग्री मिल गया, लेकिन काम नहीं मिल रहा है, नौकरी नहीं मिल रहा है। तो मेरा मानना है कि हमनी के असली दुश्मन बा तो बेरोजगारी है बा। मेरा मानना है अगर हमारा असली दुश्मन बात।
Well, Tejasvi Yadav there, hitting out at Nitish Kumar, talking about how inflation and how unemployment is an issue and how in 17 months as the Deputy Chief Minister of the state, he managed to get 5 lakh jobs. These are government jobs that were offered to the people of Bihar. Well, also getting you news from the south, and we turn our focus to the constituency of Virudhunagar, where BJP is hoping to draw on a star power as far as the actor turned politician Radhika is concerned, will be taking on Congress veteran and incumbent MP Manikam Tagore. My colleague Veera Raghav gets us this ground report.
Popular actor and a powerful name in television production, Radhika is the BJP's face for the Virudhunagar Lok Sabha seat. Her husband Sharat Kumar is one of Tamil cinema's top stars and a former Rajya Sabha MP. And together, their aim is to wrestle out the Virudhunagar seat. But this man, the incumbent Congress MP, Manikam Tagore, who's backed by the formidable DMK Congress left alliance with other smaller parties. Radhika and Sharat Kumar are the star and local political appeal for the BJP in a state which has had an eternal bond between film stars and politics.
You will be very surprised. I think this is going to throw up a lot of surprises.
When I entered the political fray, in the sense to get involved in politics, it was 1996. The same reaction we feel now, that people definitely want a change, and the change is going to be for the BJP.
Grassroots political equations and caste arithmetic, like anywhere else, play a decisive role in a constituency like Virudhunagar. The two Dravidian parties with their tested alliances have been masters at that grassroots management, and breaking through is a formidable challenge for a third force. The Congress is riding on DMK power in Tamil Nadu and a carefully nurtured alliance of parties which have consistently sided with the DMK after the demise of AIA-DMK Supremo J. Jayalalitha. Manikam Tagore's biggest strength is that alliance that brings with it the grassroots arithmetic to get past the post. He won this seat in 2009 with a 40% vote share as a DMK ally, but came fourth with just 3% vote in 2014 when the Congress and DMK fought separately in one of their worst elections. The AIA-DMK won the seat in that election, but in 2019, Tagore was back on poll as a DMK ally with a 43% vote. This history just reiterates the importance of the Congress-DMK alliance, especially for the former.
After 4th of June, they will all be, their shops will be closed, and we will have the 40 MPs of the India Alliance together in the parliament, and we will all stand together as India Alliance.
The bigger threat to him, according to Tagore, is this man, Vijay Prabhakar, son of DMDK founder and late actor Vijay Kant. These parts are a DMDK region of influence, and Vijay is banking on a sympathy factor as his campaign is about keeping his father's legacy alive. The alliance with the AIA-DMK is a formidable one, and he's threatening to have a sting in the tail.
We have a quite good vote bank here, and even ADMK has a quite vote bank here. So according to our tactics, I think we are stronger to compare to those two. And to be honest, the competition will be between Mr. Manikam Tagore and myself, I think, yeah.
The battle for Virudhunagar is one for survival of the DMDK, one to hold on to seats, to keep the numbers to remain a relevant opposition nationally for the Congress, and one that could mean a march into new territory for the BJP. All three together make Virudhunagar as interesting a contest as any. In Virudhunagar, Veera Raghav for NDTV.
Well, breaking news coming in at the moment. FIR has been filed against Annamalai for flouting poll code. This is Annamalai. A case has been registered against him, the BJP's Tamil Nadu state president and Lok Sabha candidate from Coimbatore, for allegedly campaigning beyond the permitted campaigning hours in the area. The Coimbatore district BJP secretary Ramesh has also been named in the FIR along with Annamalai. We have Sam with us. Sam, you know, the rules say that you can't carry on campaigning beyond 10 p.m. But apparently his rally was running late, and which is why it exceeded that time frame of 10 o'clock at night.
That's what the police say, Divya, the Coimbatore police, and they filed a case, an FIR against him on 3 counts for violating the poll code. And this case is on for unlawful assembly, for wrongful restraint, and also for causing public nuisance. What we understand from police sources is that when this happened, there was objection raised by both the DMK as well as the CP, the left party members there, objecting to this continuation of his campaign, based on which there was some kind of altercation between the BJP cadre and members of the DMK and the left. And it's in this context the police have filed the case, and the DMK in a statement says Annamalai, they say, is unleashing terror, and there is a clear fear of defeat, and many gundas, as they call, were deployed to target the DMK cadre. The BJP is there to respond. When we spoke to the BJP spokesperson, they say they are trying to get more information and they will get back very soon. So at the moment, FIR filed, and the BJP, in a form of a statement, has slammed Annamalai, but the BJP is there to respond to these developments.
Right. Thank you so much, Sam, for getting us all those details. And now moving on to some tech news now, and a fresh development from the world of gadgets and smartphones. And iPhone users specifically beware, as Apple has warned iPhone users of a mercenary spyware attack in 92 countries. Here is a report.
In true, ये दुख काहे खत्म नहीं होता बे स्टाइल. After the certain warning for possible threats to multiple devices, Apple ने भी एक mercenary spyware attack की warning issue कर दी है. Across 92 countries, many iPhone users को messages आ रहे हैं जिसमें clearly लिखा है, and let Sharath Nair at NDTV.com paraphrase, Apple detected that you're being targeted by a mercenary spyware attack that is trying to remotely compromise the iPhone associated with your Apple ID, blah, 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 blah. Apple has called mercenary spyware attacks as exceptionally rare and vastly more sophisticated. बात सही भी है. Just like the Pegasus attack जो आपको याद हो, ये attacks भी most likely individuals को target कर रहे हैं, zone in कर रहे हैं. This could very well be because of who they are and what they do. Through infiltration of your device, the attacker can gain access to your data on the device and any waterfall that cascades from within. So that could include, and of course is not limited to, other emails and apps that you use on your device, aapki location, movement. While certain की warning was very general, it was like, hey, hello everyone, such threats exist. Please be careful. Apple की warning is pretty much like, hello, मैं आप ही से बात कर रहा हूँ. It's that specific. Apple has advised users extreme caution, not to open suspicious links, avoid attachments and all from unknown senders, and keep devices generally updated. Software patches आपके official sources से होनी चाहिए. India में some people have got this notification, but अभी थोड़ा clarity missing on which countries and how many people are being guesstimated to have been affected. Stay hooked to the technology programming team here at NDTV Networks to know more about the developments on this story.
Prime Minister Modi powers.
कांग्रेस ने एक षड्यंत्र करा था.
The 2024 campaign hot side.
Tarun Gogoi, the 3-time chief minister.
The biggest phase. The big faces.
Prime Minister
Only on NDTV 24/7.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav. Only on NDTV 24/7.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other. And NDTV covers elections like no other. When India votes, you can count on us.
You basically say to parents, stop chasing happiness and success for your kids. I'm like, hey, but if nothing else, I should at least be doing that. And in today's very goal-driven, success-driven world, I'd be like, I get it, but I don't want my kid to be left out. I want to give them the best chance.
FIR against Annamalai for allegedly campaigning after 10 p.m. Annamalai booked for unlawful assembly and public nuisance. After Telangana phone tapping charge in Andhra, TDP tells Election Commission Jagan gave nod to tapping our leaders' phones. In the Bengaluru cafe blast case, NIA has arrested key suspects. Men who planted bomb have been arrested, say NIA. Both suspects detained from a hideout in West Bengal. Politics erupts over Bengaluru blast case. Two suspects arrested in Bengal. BJP says Bengal a safe haven for terrorists. TMC hits back, says Bengal cooperating with agencies. In PM's mega rally in Udhampur in Jammu and Kashmir, it targets opposition over Article 370. He says Congress, PDP want to hold back Jammu and Kashmir. He also says they are Congress to bring back Article 370. National Conference announces Lok Sabha candidates in Jammu and Kashmir. Ex-CM Omar Abdullah to contest from Baramulla. Omar says undeclared emergency in country right now. BJP MP Hema Malini's photo op with farmers in Mathura. MP campaigns in the fields. Here's some news coming in at this hour. FIR has been registered against Annamalai for flouting poll code. He allegedly campaigned after 10 p.m. In fact, the alleged poll code violation has happened in Coimbatore. This is a case registered against BJP's Tamil Nadu State President K. Annamalai, and he is also the Lok Sabha candidate from Coimbatore for allegedly campaigning beyond the permitted hours in in one of the Coimbatore districts. Sam Daniel, my colleague, joins me for more on this story. Sam, it's the season of elections. Election fever has reached its a fever pitch. Tell us, what is this new complaint against Annamalai?
Rika, the Coimbatore police have registered a case for violating the poll code. They allege that Annamalai, the state BJP chief and the Coimbatore Lok Sabha candidate for the BJP, had extended his campaign beyond 10 o'clock. And at that point, there was also a kind of an altercation between the DMK and the left cadre and the BJP cadre. And that had led to some problem there. And they have booked him for alleged unlawful assembly, wrongful restraint, and causing public nuisance. And the police has also registered another complaint, another FIR against the BJP based on a complaint of assault by the ruling DMK. So one case against Annamalai, another against the party. And the BJP, the ruling DMK in a statement says Annamalai is unleashing terror because of fear of defeat, and he attempts to turn Coimbatore into a battlefield. That's what the ruling DMK in a statement has alleged. And the BJP is there to respond. When we spoke to the BJP spokesperson, he said he's waiting for more information, and after which he would give a statement. So this is the development.
Right.
And as you know, Coimbatore is facing a tough battle because although it's a bastion for the AIADMK, this time it has turned high profile as BJP chief Annamalai is fighting there. And they are fighting alone. They don't have any major ally as the AIADMK has parted ways. And in that sense, all eyes are on this particular constituency to see who will ultimately win. And the stakes are really high. And it's in this context this FIR assumes significance.
Thank you very much, Sam. We are, of course, watching your story on the hot seat in Tamil Nadu, which is Coimbatore. And I think the reporters are taking a cue from you on election dress code. I really like the cap that you're wearing. Thank you very much for joining, and take care of yourself. Now, after Telangana, a phone tapping charge in Andhra Pradesh as well, TDP has written to Election Commission saying that Andhra CM apparently gave nod to unauthorized phone tapping. They've also said our leaders' phones are getting tapped ahead of polls. Election Commission must ensure free and fair elections. My colleague Uma Sudhir joins me for more on the story. Uma, we have seen how Telangana was rocked by a phone tapping scam, and now it seems that Andhra Pradesh is not too far behind with these kind of allegations coming up ahead of the polls.
Yes, indeed. Telugu Desam leader, senior leader, Mr. K. Ravindranath, who also happens to be a former Rajya Sabha member and also a senior advocate, has written to the Election Commission, and he has said that unauthorized phone tapping is happening in Andhra Pradesh, and he is in fact saying that police officers are tapping it illegally on behalf of the political leadership. He has said that Nara Lokesh, who is the National General Secretary of the party and of course son of Chandrababu Naidu, he had received alerts on his iPhone, and the allegation that's been mentioned in the letter to the EC is that Pegasus software was used by some unauthorized agents in order to tap, and they say that this alert was received in March 2024 as well, and they have received another alert now. Specifically, the letter has mentioned the DGP in charge, Mr. Rajendranath Reddy, and also the intelligence chief, PSR Anjaneyulu, and they in fact use quite serious kind of language against both these very senior officers, saying that they were acting as lackeys of the government, and that they were indulging in unethical and illegal acts in order to help the political leadership, which means they are talking about the YSRCP, and the letter specifically saying that they would like both these officers to be replaced. And they also point out that Mr. Rajendranath Reddy has been continuing as DGP in charge, which they say is not allowed under the All India Service Rules for appointment of a DG of a state itself. So the phone tapping allegation allegation coming up in Andhra Pradesh. One must remember that very critical assembly elections are going to happen there as well, along with the parliament elections. And as you mentioned, in Telangana as well, it was in fact prior to the assembly elections that we are being told that the phone tapping was happening in full swing, and it was just after the results were declared that the allegation was that Praneeth Rao or Praneeth Kumar, as he is also being called, had in fact destroyed as many as 50 to 55 hard disks, and all of that was supposed to contain a lot of information of phone tapping of more than 1 lakh phone conversations is what we are being told, and that a team of 25 people, the allegation is that a team of 25 people of police officers was actually looking at the movements and the phone conversations of the present Chief Minister, who was also then Telangana Pradesh Congress Committee Chief. Yesterday, K. Srinivas Reddy, Hyderabad Police Commissioner, in a conversation has mentioned that he believes that the phone tapping investigation is going on in the right lines, and he seemed to suggest that it may be a matter of time before some political leaders are also called in for questioning, that they are summoned for questioning by the investigating team which is going to the phone tapping. As of now, 4 police officers have been arrested and several others have been interrogated with regard to the phone tapping. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Uma, for getting us all those details. Now, after BRS allegations are on the Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister for phone tapping, and the allegations have reached the Election Commission. Moving on to some other election news now, and this time from Uttar Pradesh, SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav is out on his maiden poll rally, and he has hit out at BJP in his rally at Pilibhit, which happened a little while earlier. Let's first listen into him, what he had to say.
और पूरे पीलीभीत से आए हुए अपने सभी कार्यकर्ताओं का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आभार प्रकट करता हूं। ये पहले चरण का चुनाव होने जा रहा है। पीलीभीत में बड़े-बड़े नेता आ चुके हैं। देश के बड़े-बड़े नेता आकर के अपनी बात कह चुके हैं, और लखनऊ वाले तो और घबराए हुए हैं। पीलीभीत का नाम सुनते ही उनका चेहरा पीला हो जा रहा है। पीलीभीत का नाम सुनते ही भारतीय जनता पार्टी के तमाम नेताओं का चेहरा पीला हो जा रहा है, और ये इसीलिए हो रहा है।
My colleague Tanish Punjabi joins me for more on what Akhilesh Yadav said. What were the key bits or key excerpts of from his speech today in Pilibhit, Tanish?
Well, Rika, this is of course the starting of Akhilesh Yadav Samajwadi Party's poll campaign ahead of the Lok Sabha elections, around 5 to 6 days before the first phase of voting begins. And Akhilesh Yadav today is in Pilibhit. Pilibhit, of course, a constituency which was represented by Maneka Gandhi and Varun Gandhi. Varun Gandhi was a sitting member of parliament from the past 2 times, but this time, of course, the ticket from the BJP has been given to Jitin Prasad's minister in the UP government. But against him is Bhagwat Gangwar and Anis Khan, Bhagwat Gangwar of the Samajwadi Party and Anis Khan of the BSP. But today, Akhilesh Yadav has started his poll campaigning, and he has chosen Pilibhit to, of course, start. He was addressing a public meeting where he hit out at the BJP on several key points, one being the electoral bonds, that extortion is being done via electoral bonds, and it is not political, these are not political donations. This is what Akhilesh Yadav said. He also hit out at the government on one of the key issues of the state, that is the paper leak. Remember, the state was recently rocked by a police constable paper leak, where around 47 lakh students appeared for 60,000 posts, and the examination paper was leaked. So Akhilesh Yadav definitely hit out the government at the government regarding the paper leak as well. He of course raised a very important local issue, the animal-human conflict that goes on in Pilibhit. So yes, Akhilesh Yadav starting his poll campaigning, hitting out at the BJP. Remember, a few days back, Prime Minister Narendra Modi held a big public meeting where, of course, Jitin Prasad, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, and the candidates from Bareilly, nearby constituency Bareilly as well. So of course, election gearing up ahead of the Lok Sabha polls, and Akhilesh Yadav's first rally ahead of the phase 1. Yes, first public meeting. Yes.
Thank you very much, Tanish, for joining with all those details. The National Investigation Agency has apprehended 2 key accused in the Rameshwaram cafe blast case in Bengaluru. The 2 suspects have been picked up from their hideout in Bengal this morning. Musawwir Hussain Shahzeb and Abdul Mateen Taha have been picked up as per NIA while Shahzeb planted the explosive device inside a bag at the cafe. Taha was responsible for planning the attack and their subsequent disappearance, the terror agency said. Another key conspirator, Muzammil Sharif, who extended logistical support to the main accused, was arrested on 26th of March. 10 customers and hotel staff members were injured in the blast at the popular Bengaluru cafe on the 1st of March. NIA had announced a cash reward of 10 lakh rupees for information on the suspects. The federal agency has also released several visuals of the suspect travelling in various buses in Karnataka. Now, there is BJP versus TMC war over NIA action in Bengaluru blast. BJP says Bengal has become a safe haven for terrorists, while TMC says that Bengal police are suppressing anti-national forces. TMC has also said that the Bengal government is cooperating with agencies, proven once again.
The hands of law have started moving. The culprits have been caught. That is something which will be encouraging to those who believe in democracy. India is a great country. Bengal is a famous part of that. Whether the criminal tries to hide anywhere in India, he will be arrested. That is a lesson which you have learned from this.
Now, Mamata Banerjee has made a sharp attack at BJP over safe haven charge. She said Bengal police helped in arresting the terrorists. BJP cannot stand that there is peace in Bengal.
Bangalore একটা বোমা পড়েছিল লক্ষ্ণৌও কর্ণাটকের আমাদের এখানকার নয় 2 ঘন্টায় বাংলায় লুকিয়েছিল 2 ঘন্টার মধ্যে আমরা ধরে দিয়েছি আমাদের পুলিশ আর সেখানে বলছে বাংলা সেফ নয় তোর দিল্লি সেফ তোর উত্তরপ্রদেশ সেফ তোর রাজস্থান সেফ তোর গুজরাট সেফ তোর বিহার সেফ বাংলার মানুষ শান্তিতে থাকে বিজেপি সহ্য হয় না এনআইএ কে দিয়ে মেয়েদের ঘরে ঢুকিয়ে দেয় অসম্মান করে সিবিআই কে দিয়ে সাধারণ মানুষকে রেড করে সংখ্যালঘুদের ভয় দেখায় রাজবংশীদের ভয় দেখায় আর কোটি কোটি টাকার ডিল করে খবর আমিও রাখি মনে রাখবেন ওদের যদি মেশিনারি থাকে মেশিনারি আমারও আছে
Sort of the first phase of elections are going to take place in North Bengal. Has it become a big poll issue there today? The war of words between BJP and TMC over these NIA arrests?
Well, there is, of course, political surround sound against, around what has happened in West Bengal, and that is, of course, that 2 of the main suspects in the Bengaluru Rameshwaram cafe blast have been picked up from Kathi by the NIA in a joint operation with support from the state police, the West Bengal police. The agencies have worked together, coordinated with each other, shared information and managed to arrest 2 men who have been suspected of being the mastermind and having planted the bomb in this terrorist attack. And this is, of course, in Bengaluru. And that is, of course, something that has happened because these agencies have worked together and managed to identify the accused, locate where they are, and intercept them on time. It has come after some time after the blast took place, but it's a major success for the agencies that have been involved. to have been able to apprehend these accused and bring them to justice. But what's taken over is the surround sound, like I said, the political din that, of course, accompanies any development in West Bengal. Now, here, of course, Amit Malviya, the BJP's IT cell in charge, targeted the West Bengal government and West Bengal administration and Mamata Banerjee, saying West Bengal had become a safe haven for those indulging in such activities. The West Bengal police hit back, saying it was further from the truth. In fact, it was a joint operation that led to the apprehending of these accused and intercepting them. Amit Malviya doubled down on Mamata Banerjee, saying that, that she takes, shelter under the West Bengal police whenever something like this happens. Then, of course, you had Mamata Banerjee responding herself. And you've seen over the last few months also, there has been a lot of political war of words over the functioning of central agencies. But this is a very different case. Here, the agencies have worked together in cooperation with the state police and have managed to apprehend terror accused. But unfortunately, what's taken over is the political surround sound around this operation, with the BJP and the TMC going after each other.
Right. Thank you very much, Saurav, for getting us all those details regarding this war of words between TMC and BJP over the arrests done by NIA. Now, staying on in Bengal, Enforcement Directorate has attached properties in Bengal that are related to the teacher recruitment case. Properties worth 230 crore rupees were attached this morning by Kolkata Zonal Office 2. In fact, it is a flat which is held in the name of Shri Prasanna Kumar Roy and Shanti Prasad Sinha, and also names of various other companies in them. Remember, this teacher recruitment scam had happened a few years ago. In West Bengal. It happened between 2014 and 2021, where lakhs of rupees were allegedly paid to Trinamool Congress for teaching jobs in Bengal. A quick break now, more on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
As this is all about gadgets, तो मेरे पास में हमेशा आपके लिए multiple gadgets होते हैं. And the second one this time is this, the all-new Motorola Edge 50 Pro. Now the Edge series, just by the name, it's obvious कि हमको जो screen मिलता है, it's with this 3D curved edge design. At the same time, phone is also having specs that are cutting edge. और इस phone में भी we have something special because there are many world's first and world's only features packed inside this phone. What we have is this nicely crafted, very sleek phone जहाँ पे frame is made of aluminium. The back, what we have is this special vegan leather. It smells nice as well, and the phone inside packs a punch because हमारे पास में है Qualcomm Snapdragon 7 Gen 3 processor. What we have is a 4500 mAh battery, but the best part is this phone supports up to 125 watts of fast charging, and the charger comes inside the box. At the same time, this also supports up to 50 watts of wireless charging. You can also charge your other smartphone accessories because this phone में reverse wireless charging भी है, and then the camera and the screen, they are pretty unique because यहाँ पे they both are Pantone certified. The screen goes up to 144 Hz, and the kind of colors you see, they're all certified by Pantone. And you know, Pantone being the pioneer in the color space, तो हमको जो colors मिलते हैं, they are very accurate. At the same time, what we have are precisely accurate skin tones for all your shots because जो rear camera से photos आ रही हैं, they are also certified.
National Conference has announced its list of candidates. Omar Abdullah to contest election from North Kashmir's Baramulla. and Aga Rahula from Srinagar. Omar Abdullah goes on to say that in Indira Gandhi's time, emergency was declared formally. Right now, it is an undeclared emergency, questioning the media present as to how much freedom they really have. My colleague Nazir Masoodi joins me. Let's first listen into what Omar Abdullah had to say, and then we'll go over to Nazir.
आम तौर पे लोग कहते हैं कि जिस दौर से हम आज गुजर रहे हैं ये इमरजेंसी से कम नहीं है। फर्क सिर्फ इतना है कि उस वक्त इंदिरा गांधी ने थोड़ी सी हिम्मत की और उसको इमरजेंसी का नाम दिया। इस वक्त में इमरजेंसी के हालात हैं, लेकिन उसको इमरजेंसी बुलाया नहीं जा रहा है। लेकिन जमहूरियत आज इतने ही खतरे में, शायद इससे ज्यादा आज खतरे में है बनिस्बत के उस वक्त।
My colleague Nazir Masoodi joins me for more on that. Nazir, Omar Abdullah's press conference seems to have been a dramatic affair when he also questioned the journalists about how much freedom do they have. Were you there, and what else did he say?
Well, that's what every opposition party has been saying, and Omar Abdullah terming current situation as undeclared democracy. And she say at least Indira Gandhi had the courage to declare emergency, but this time it is prolonged. Undeclared emergency, talking about freedom of press, how opposition parties are being dealt with. But the big thing here was Omar Abdullah will be contesting from North Kashmir, Baramulla. He will be pitted. His main rival is Sajjad Lone of the People's Conference. And Omar Abdullah blamed him for being B-team of the BJP. This is what almost every opposition party alleges their opponent as team B in Jammu and Kashmir. And in fact, National Conference using its alliance and the seat-sharing agreement with the Congress as its credentials for being anti-BJP, and Omar Abdullah sharpening his attack on the BJP, talking about when Prime Minister, in fact, today made a big announcement during his rally in Udhampur saying time is not far from restoring J&K's statehood and holding assembly elections when people can go to their representatives for the resolution of their problems. Omar Abdullah saying it is not a favor. In fact, it is something Supreme Court has asked Center to do before September this year. So clearly, battle lines are drawn. Omar Abdullah is contesting from the North Kashmir Baramulla constituency. National Conference has also fielded Aga Rahula from Srinagar, and Altaf has already been fielded from Anantnag, Pir Panjara, Jori constituency. So PDP is also contesting here, but the big focus from Jammu and Kashmir today was that Prime Minister's announcement about restoration of statehood and holding assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir, something which in fact BJP is also facing kind of a situation on the ground in Jammu where people have been feeling political vacuum in absence of an elected government in Jammu and Kashmir.
How confident is the India bloc there to pull off a respectable result?
Well, Omar Abdullah threw a challenge to the BJP. He said, you don't hide behind the people in the valley. You directly contest elections in the valley. If your candidates will not lose their security deposit, he will leave politics. So he's very confident that he will win all three seats from the valley. But he has, and there's not an alliance in that, though there's a seat-sharing agreement between Congress and the National Conference for 6 seats in Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh. But the other alliance partner, PDP, they are contesting on their own. So National Conference is pitted against the PDP and the regional parties. And in Jammu, both National Conference and PDP have been supporting Congress candidates. So the Omar Abdullah claiming that they will win all the 6 seats from the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir.
Right. Thank you very much, Nazir, for joining us with all those details. Now, PM's mega rally in Udhampur, Jammu and Kashmir, in which he's targeted the opposition over Article 370. PM has gone on to say that Congress and PDP want to hold back Jammu and Kashmir, and he said he said dare Congress to bring back Article 370. The PM also said that Jammu and Kashmir is breathing freely after the abrogation of Article 370.
मोदी ने 370 की दीवार गिरा दी। दीवार गिरा दी इतना नहीं, उस मलबे को भी जमीन में गाड़ दिया है मैंने। मैं चुनौती देता हूं हिंदुस्तान की कोई पॉलिटिकल पार्टी हिम्मत करके आ जाए, विशेष करके मैं कांग्रेस को चुनौती देता हूं, वो घोषणा करे वो 370 को वापस लाएंगे, ये देश उनका मुंह तक देखने को तैयार नहीं होगा। के सामने गर्मी भी कुछ नहीं कर पाती। ये जन सैलाब, ये जन समर्थन बताता है बाड़मेर की जनता बीजेपी को भरपूर आशीर्वाद देने का संकल्प ले चुकी है। इस चुनाव में आपका एक एक वोट विकसित भारत की नींव मजबूत करेगा। ये चुनाव दल का नहीं, देश का चुनाव है। इसलिए आज पूरा देश कह रहा है 4 जून 400 पार, 4 जून और मालानी की यही पुकार, फिर एक बार, भाइयों और बहनों, बाड़मेर हमारी पार्टी के वरिष्ठ स्वर्गीय जसवंत सिंह जी का क्षेत्र है। यहां के लोगों ने हमेशा मुझे बोला है, मोदी जी आप देश के दुश्मनों को सबक सिखाओ, बाड़मेर जिताने की जिम्मेदारी हमारी। आप इस बार भी पहले से ज्यादा वोटों से बीजेपी को जिताएंगे, ये मेरा पक्का विश्वास है। साथियों, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने 5-6 दशक से ज्यादा देश पर हुकूमत की, लेकिन देश की कोई एक बड़ी समस्या ऐसी नहीं जिसका संपूर्ण समाधान कांग्रेस ने दिया हो। राजस्थान के लोगों से बेहतर इस बात को कौन जानेगा। जिस राजस्थान के लोगों ने देश को अपने लहू से सींचा, उस राजस्थान को कांग्रेस पार्टी ने पानी के लिए प्यासा रखा। मेरी माताएं बहनें तपती गर्मी में रेतीले धोरों पर सिर पर घड़े रखकर कोस कोस चलकर पानी लेने जाती थी। हमारी बहनें यहां कहती थी, घी ढुले तो मारो कुछ न जासी, पानी ढुले मारो सब कुछ जासी। यानी पानी घी से भी ज्यादा मूल्यवान था। लेकिन 70 साल तक किसी ने इन माताओं बहनों की नहीं सुनी। जब आपने आपके बेटे मोदी को सेवा करने का मौका दिया, मैंने जल जीवन मिशन शुरू करके इस त्रासदी को खत्म करने का बीड़ा उठाया। जल जीवन मिशन से हमने राजस्थान के 50 लाख घरों तक पानी पहुंचाया है। लेकिन जितने दिन राजस्थान में कांग्रेस सरकार रही, उसने जल जीवन मिशन में भी जमकर भ्रष्टाचार किया। कांग्रेस ने राजस्थान तक पानी लाने के लिए ERCP परियोजना भी पूरी नहीं होने दी। वहीं हमारे भजनलाल शर्मा जी की सरकार ने 100 दिन के भीतर ही ERCP परियोजना को पास करवाया है। हरियाणा से पानी का समझौता भी हो गया है और हम लोग तो चाहे राजस्थान हो या चाहे गुजरात हो, हम लोग तो लाखा बंजारा को अपना आदर्श मानने वाले लोग हैं। हमारा संकल्प है कि हम राजस्थान के हर घर तक पानी पहुंचाए। साथियों, कांग्रेस की सोच ही विकास विरोधी है। ये लोग देश के सीमावर्ती गांवों को देश के आखिरी गांव कहते हैं। ये लोग सीमावर्ती जिलों को, वहां गांवों को जानबूझकर विकास से वंचित रखते थे। और आप हैरान हो जाएंगे, क्यों रखते थे, क्या तर्क देते थे? ऑफिशियली बताते थे। वो कहते थे कि सीमा के पास विकास होगा तो दुश्मन देश के भीतर आकर कब्जा करने की संभावना बढ़ जाएगी। ये शर्म की बात है कि नहीं भाई? क्या हम इतने बुद्धिल हैं कि हम बढ़िया रास्ते बनाए तो दुश्मन उस पर चढ़ जाएगा? क्या बात करते हो? शर्म आनी चाहिए आपको। आप मुझे बताइए, किस दुश्मन के कलेजे में इतनी हिम्मत है कि वो बाड़मेर की सीमा में घुसकर कब्जा करने की सोचे? है हिम्मत किसी में? भाइयों बहनों, हम सीमावर्ती इलाकों को, सीमावर्ती गांवों को आखिरी गांव नहीं, देश का प्रथम गांव मानते हैं। हमारे लिए देश की सीमा यहां पूरी नहीं होती है। हमारे यहां से देश शुरू होता है। आज अगर देश में 4 करोड़ गरीबों को PM आवास मिले हैं, तो मेरे बाड़मेर को भी 2.25 लाख गरीबों को पक्के आवास का लाभ मिला है। भाजपा सरकार देश की आखिरी सीमा तक सड़कें और हाईवेज बना रही है। हमने बाड़मेर में मेडिकल कॉलेज भी खोला है। आज सीमावर्ती बाड़मेर में 72,000 करोड़ रुपए लागत की रिफाइनरी शुरू होने जा रही है। और मेरे बाड़मेर के भाई बहन सुनिए, अगर यहां कांग्रेस की सरकार न होती तो मेरे दूसरे टर्म में ही मैं आकर उद्घाटन कर जाता। लेकिन कांग्रेस ने ऐसे ऐसे रुकावटें डाली, लेकिन मैं आपको गारंटी देता हूं, मेरे तीसरे टर्म में मैं रिफाइनरी का उद्घाटन करने जरूर आऊंगा। और जिस दिन रिफाइनरी के उद्घाटन के लिए आऊंगा, उस दिन इस चुनाव विजय के लिए धन्यवाद भी करने आऊंगा। आने वाले समय में इस इलाके में रोजगार के अवसर पैदा होंगे, युवाओं के लिए नए रास्ते बनेंगे। मेरे बाड़मेर के भाई बहन जो पुराने लोग हैं, वो जब मेरी ये बात सुनते हैं तो उनको लगेगा या ये संभव है, ये होगा क्या? स्वाभाविक है कि ऐसी मुसीबतों में उन्होंने जिंदगी गुजारी है। यहां से पलायन होना बहुत स्वाभाविक था। मां बाप भी बच्चों को कहते थे भाई कहीं और चले जाओ, यहां रह के क्या करोगे, वो दिन थे। ऐसा ही हाल कच्छ का था। मैं गुजरात का अनुभव बताता हूं आपको। कच्छ का भी हाल ऐसा ही था, लेकिन 2001 के भूकंप के बाद गुजरात के लोगों ने मुझे सेवा का मौका दिया। आज पूरे हिंदुस्तान का सबसे तेज विकास करने वाले जो जिले हैं, उसमें आज कच्छ जिला पहुंच गया है। मुंबई में जमीन की जो कीमत होती है, वो कच्छ की जमीन की कीमत हो गई है। अगर कच्छ बदल सकता है तो बाड़मेर बदल सकता है कि नहीं बदल सकता है? बदल सकता है कि नहीं बदल सकता है? मैं ये करके आया हूं और इसलिए मैं गारंटी देता हूं, ये भी मैं करके रहूंगा। यहां के एयरपोर्ट में भी पिछली सरकार ने जमकर रोड़े अटकाए थे। अगर कांग्रेस ने बेवजह ब्रेक न लगाया होता तो यहां का एयरपोर्ट 2 साल पहले ही चालू हो जाता। साथियों, कांग्रेस ने जिन लोगों को दशकों तक नहीं पूछा, मोदी उनको पूजता है। हमारे आदिवासी समाज के बच्चे आगे बढ़े, इसके लिए हम एकलव्य मॉडल आवासीय स्कूल खोल रहे हैं। आदिवासी समाज को सिकल सेल एनीमिया से मुक्ति दिलाने के लिए हम अभियान चला रहे हैं। भाजपा ने आदिवासी समाज को सम्मान दिलाने के लिए देश को पहली महिला आदिवासी राष्ट्रपति दी है। हमारे गांव ढाणियों की महिलाएं, मेघवाल समाज, लंगा, मंगणियार समाज के लोग पीढ़ियों से हस्तकला का काम करते आए हैं। भाजपा ने पहली बार उन्हें आगे बढ़ाने के लिए पीएम विश्वकर्मा योजना शुरू की है। अपनी मेहनत से रेत में भी फसल उगाने वाले यहां के किसानों को भी कभी किसी ने नहीं सराहा। आज हम किसानों के सीधे उनके खातों में पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि भेज रहे हैं। किसानों की आय बढ़े, इसके लिए हम मोटे अनाजों को, श्री अन्न को पूरी दुनिया में प्रमोट कर रहे हैं। ये हमारा बाजरा कोई पूछता नहीं था, सिर्फ हम गांव के लोग खाते थे। आपको जानकर के खुशी होगी, अभी मैं जब अमेरिका गया तो अमेरिका ने राष्ट्रपति ने अपने घर में व्हाइट हाउस में बड़ा भोज रखा था, लेकिन मजा देखिए, उस भोज में जितनी चीजें खाने के लिए बनाई थी वो हमारे मोटे अनाज में से बनाई थी। हमारे बाजरे, हमारा ज्वार उसमें से बनाई थी। दुनिया में जो मेरा छोटा किसान पानी के अभाव में खेती करता है, मोटा अनाज पैदा करता है, मैंने दुनिया को समझाया है ये मामूली अनाज नहीं है, ये सुपर फूड है, सुपर फूड। आपकी सेहत के लिए उत्तम फूड है और मैं दुनिया में आपके किसानों के द्वारा बनाई ये बाजरा ज्वार दुनिया में बेच रहा हूं। दोस्तों, मूंग का समर्थन मूल्य भी आज जितना है उतना कभी नहीं था। मोदी आपके सुख दुख में आपके साथ है, क्योंकि आपके सपने ही मेरे संकल्प है। साथियों, एससी, एसटी, ओबीसी भाइयों और बहनों के साथ दशकों तक भेदभाव करने वाली कांग्रेस आजकल एक पुरानी रिकॉर्ड बजा रही है। जब भी चुनाव आता है, संविधान के नाम पर झूठ बोलना ये इंडिया अलायंस के सब साथियों की फैशन बन गई है। वो कांग्रेस जिसने बाबा साहब के जीते जी उन्हें चुनाव हरवाया, जिसने बाबा साहब को भारत रत्न नहीं मिलने दिया, वो कांग्रेस जिसने देश में आपातकाल लगाकर संविधान को खत्म करने की कोशिश की, आज वो मोदी को गाली देने के लिए संविधान के नाम पर झूठ की आड़ ले रही है। ये मोदी है जिसने देश में पहली बार संविधान दिवस मनाना शुरू किया। ये कांग्रेस वालों ने संविधान दिवस मनाने का विरोध किया था। पार्लियामेंट में भाषण है उनका। क्या बाबा साहब का ये अपमान है कि नहीं है? संविधान का अपमान है कि नहीं है? इतना ही नहीं, ये मोदी है जिसने बाबा साहब से जुड़े पंच तीर्थों का विकास किया। इसलिए बाबा साहब और संविधान का अपमान करने वाले कांग्रेस और इंडिया अलायंस के झूठों से, उनकी गपबाजी से सावधान रहने की जरूरत है। और कांग्रेस वाले सुन लें, ये 400 सीट की बात देश की जनता ने इसलिए की है कि आपने 10 साल पार्लियामेंट में मुझे अच्छे काम करने के लिए रोकने की लगातार कोशिश की है। और इसलिए देश आपको, कांग्रेस को सजा देना चाहता है और साफ कर देने का मन बना लिया है। और जहां तक संविधान का सवाल है, आप मान के चलिए और मोदी के शब्द लिख के रखिए, बाबा साहब आंबेडकर खुद आ जाए तो भी संविधान खत्म नहीं कर सकते हैं। ये हमारा संविधान सरकार के लिए गीता है, रामायण है, महाभारत है, बाइबल है, कुरान है, ये सब कुछ हमारे लिए हमारा संविधान है। साथियों, भारत के खिलाफ ये इंडिया अलायंस वाले कितनी नफरत से भरे हुए हैं, ये इनके मैनिफेस्टो में भी नजर आता है। कांग्रेस के मैनिफेस्टो में तो बंटवारे की, गुनहगार मुस्लिम लीग की छाप नजर आती है। अब इंडिया अलायंस में शामिल एक और दल ने देश के खिलाफ बहुत खतरनाक ऐलान किया है। उन्होंने अपने मैनिफेस्टो में लिखा है, जिस पोखरण की धरती ने भारत को परमाणु शक्ति से संपन्न किया, अब इंडिया अलायंस का कहना है कि हम भारत के परमाणु हथियार नष्ट कर देंगे, दरिया में डुबो देंगे। भारत जैसा देश जिसके दोनों तरफ पड़ोसियों के पास परमाणु हथियार हो, क्या उस देश में परमाणु हथियार समाप्त करना, इसकी सोच ये समाप्त करना चाहता है इंडी अलायंस। क्या परमाणु हथियार समाप्त होने चाहिए? मुझे सबका जवाब चाहिए। क्या परमाणु हथियार समाप्त होने चाहिए? क्या परमाणु हथियार समाप्त होने चाहिए? मैं जरा कांग्रेस को पूछना चाहता हूं, आपके ये साथी, ये आपके इंडिया अलायंस के साथी किसके इशारे पर काम कर रहे हैं? ये कैसा गठबंधन है जो भारत को शक्तिहीन करना चाहता है? आखिर किसके दबाव में आपका ये गठबंधन हमारे परमाणु ताकत को समाप्त करना चाहता है? एक तरफ मोदी भारत को शक्तिशाली राष्ट्र बनाने में जुटा है, वहीं इंडी गठबंधन वाले भारत को कमजोर देश बनाने का ऐलान कर रहे हैं। माता तनोट राय की धरती के लोग क्या इसे स्वीकार करेंगे? कमजोर देश आपको मंजूर है? शक्तिहीन देश आपको मंजूर है? क्या ऐसा सोचने वालों को सजा देंगे? इस चुनाव में सजा देंगे? कमल पर वोट दबा करके उनको सजा देंगे? और इसलिए पूरे देश के लोगों को इंडी गठबंधन से सतर्क रहने की जरूरत है। साथियों, जिस भारत मां के लिए हम अपने जीवन की परवाह नहीं करते, ये कांग्रेस पार्टी उसे सिर्फ एक जमीन का टुकड़ा मानती है। और इसलिए कांग्रेस के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष राजस्थान की वीर भूमि में आकर कहते हैं कि मोदी ने कश्मीर से 370 हटाया तो राजस्थान से उसका क्या लेना देना, क्या वास्ता? यहां आकर के बोल के गए। ये राजस्थान की राष्ट्रभक्ति पर ऐसा सवाल करने की हिम्मत करते हैं? जिस राजस्थान के वीरों ने सीमा पर कश्मीर के लिए सीने पर गोलियां खाई, उससे पूछते हो कि कश्मीर से।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Co-present NDTV wins big at NBAR. With 43 awards, NDTV reigns supreme. Sanjay Pugalia takes home the award for Editor-in-Chief of the Year. Santosh Kumar wins Managing Editor of the Year. Vishnu Som, Maria Shakil and Sumit Avasthi take home the top honors for the Anchors of the Year. BSI, Hum Log and We the People all take home awards. And NDTV 24/7 takes home News Channel of the Year award. NDTV stands for trust.
प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी पावर कांग्रेस ने एक षड्यंत्र करा था।
The 2024 campaign hot side.
Tarun Gogoi, the 3-time Chief Minister.
The biggest phase. The big faces.
प्राइम मिनिस्टर
Only on NDTV 24/7.
biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
Join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other.
And NDTV covers elections like no other.
When India votes, you can count on us.
You say, celebrate the ordinary in your child. Celebrate their ordinariness, or at least observe their ordinariness, because once they are seen by you for who they are, that's going to create a child with better self-worth, and that unconsciously we are looking at the child that we want them to be, or that we're trying to get them to be, or the future that we see before for them, and not who they are. To celebrate the ordinary seems so radical. And why is it so hard, and why is it so important, especially today?
Well, it's so important because it's the fact that we are all ordinary. And I think that is the human plague right now, our refusal to accept that we're all.
And now a fresh development from the world of gadgets and smartphones, and iPhone users specifically beware. Apple has warned that iPhone users of a mercenary spyware attack in 92 countries. Here's a brief report on the same.
In true, ये दुख काहे खत्म नहीं होता बेस्टाइल. After the certain warning for possible threats to multiple devices, Apple ने भी एक mercenary spyware attack की warning issue कर दी है. Across 92 countries, many iPhone users को messages आ रहे हैं जिसमें clearly लिखा है, and let Sharat Nair at NDTV.com paraphrase, Apple detected that you're being targeted by a mercenary spyware attack that is trying to remotely compromise the iPhone associated with your Apple ID, blah, 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 blah. Apple has called mercenary spyware attacks as exceptionally rare and vastly more sophisticated. बात सही भी है. Just like the Pegasus attack जो आपको याद हो, ये attacks भी most likely individuals को target कर रहे हैं, zone in कर रहे हैं. This could very well be because of who they are and what they do. Through infiltration of your device, the attacker can gain access to your data on the device and any waterfall that cascades from within. So that could include, and of course is not limited to, other emails and apps that you use on your device, aapki location, movement. While certain की warning was very general, it was like, hey, hello everyone, such threats exist. Please be careful. Apple की warning is pretty much like, hello, मैं आप ही से बात कर रहा हूँ. It's that specific. Apple has advised users extreme caution, not to open suspicious links, avoid attachments and all from unknown senders, and keep devices generally updated. Software patches आपके official sources से होनी चाहिए. India में some people have got this notification, but अभी थोड़ा clarity missing on which countries and how many people are being guesstimated to have been affected. Stay hooked to the technology programming team here at NDTV Networks to know more about the developments on this story.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
BJP MP and candidate Hema Malini's photo op with farmers during her poll campaign in Mathura. She turned the meeting into a photo opportunity. The actor turned politician barely managed to cut a few straws before posing with the wheat bouquet, almost resembling her beloved movie character, Basanti from Sholay.
a debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
वैसे अभी की डेट में आई एम श्योर वी हैव टन्स एंड टन्स ऑफ गैजेट्स जहाँ पे एटलीस्ट हमारे पास में मोबाइल फ़ोन तो है ही, एंड मोबाइल फ़ोन से काफ़ी लोग जो हैं वो कंटेंट क्रिएट भी कर रहे हैं, स्पेशली फॉर इंस्टाग्राम और यूट्यूब. यू वुड सी मेनी पीपल रिकॉर्डिंग देयर वीडियोज़, डूइंग सम कॉमेंट्री, या वो अपने व्लॉग्स रिकॉर्ड करते हैं. एंड फॉर दोज माइक्रोफोन इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. मतलब मोबाइल फ़ोन का कैमरा है तो आपको सब कुछ अच्छे से रिकॉर्ड तो हो जाएगा, बट the audio is also very important. Now, while we have multiple different kinds of microphones. आप सब कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स को एक चीज का और ध्यान रखना चाहिए, which is the pickup pattern of a particular microphone, because अलग अलग टाइप्स के माइक्रोफोन मिलते हैं for all different kinds of usage. एक होता है कार्डोइड माइक्रोफोन, जहां पे द फ्रंट ऑफ द माइक इज वेयर इट्स मोस्ट सेंसिटिव, और ये बैक और साइड्स को ब्लॉक कर देता है, सो दैट अगर आप कहीं शोर वाले एरिया में हैं, द माइक स्टिल गोना फोकस और व्हाट यू आर सेइंग. जो आपके आसपास का शोर है वो बहुत कम कैप्चर होगा. अगर हम एक स्टेप और आगे जाएंगे तो व्हाट वी हैव इज अ माइक्रोफोन विद अ पिकअप पैटर्न ऑफ सुपर कार्डोइड, जहां पे एकदम नैरो पिकअप पैटर्न बन जाता है, सो दैट आपकी जो आवाज है, योर वॉइस ओवर, योर कमेंट्री, यू नो, कुड बी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इन टर्म्स ऑफ रिकॉर्डिंग पॉडकास्ट, जहां पे जो आप बोलते हैं वो एकदम प्रिसाइजली कैप्चर होता है, लेकिन अगर आसपास कुछ शोर शराबा है वो एकदम अट्यूनेट हो जाता है और आपको कोई ज्यादा आवाज नहीं आती है. But then sometimes as content creators we would want to capture these ambient sounds. हमको बताना होता है कि आसपास क्या हलचल है, how exactly is the environment, और उसके लिए you can use a microphone जहाँ पे the pickup pattern is omnidirectional, which simply means कि चारों तरफ की जो भी आवाजें हैं माइक्रोफोन सभी को कैप्चर करने वाला है equally. So mic might look like a very basic device, but even in these microphones we have different varieties, and you can use this tip to ensure कि जो आप content बना रहे हैं वो बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा बनता जाए.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Prime Minister Modi versus opposition over eating habits. PM Modi's eating to tease jibe at RJD's Tejasvi Yadav. RJD leader had posted a video eating fish during his campaign. Biggest faces from the biggest phase of elections on NDTV. NDTV exclusive with Union Minister and BJP candidate from Thiruvananthapuram, Rajiv Chandrasekhar. Minister accuses his rival, Congress candidate Shashi Tharoor, of personal attacks. Tamil Nadu BJP chief Annamalai booked for allegedly violating the poll code in Coimbatore. Case of unlawful assembly and public nuisance filed. After Telangana, phone tapping row in neighbouring Andhra, TDP files complaint with Election Commission, alleges that Chief Minister Jagan Reddy gave nod to the cops to tap their leaders' phones. Bengaluru cafe blast case. NIA arrests key suspects from Bengal. NIA alleges that these are the men who plotted and planted the bomb at that cafe. Both suspects detained from a hideout in Bengal. And politics erupts over the Bengaluru blast case. Bengaluru blast case, remember, the two suspects had been arrested from Bengal. BJP says that Bengal has become a safe haven for terrorists. Mamata Banerjee retorts, saying BJP can't stand peace in Bengal. BJP MP Hema Malini's photo op with farmers. Mathura MP campaigns in the fields. Our top focus, Prime Minister Modi versus opposition over eating habits. Now, addressing a rally earlier today, Prime Minister Modi in fact said that Tejasvi Yadav was eating to tease. In fact, remember, this comes in after Tejasvi Yadav had posted a video eating fish during a campaign. This video was posted and had gone viral online. Now, Prime Minister Modi said today that targeting the opposition, said that they want to tease the people of the country and that the video was posted in the month of Sawan. Tejasvi Yadav, in fact, had earlier said that the video was filed before the auspicious dates, and he also has gone on to add that BJP leaders need to get their IQ tested. So a fresh war of words over this entire matter which has come through. Let's listen into the soundbite given by Prime Minister Modi.
कानून किसी को भी कुछ भी खाने से नहीं रोकता है और न ही मोदी रोकता है। सभी को स्वतंत्रता है कि जब मन करे वेज खाए या नॉन वेज खाए, लेकिन इन लोगों की मंशा दूसरी होती है। जब सब मुगल यहां आक्रमण करते थे ना, तो उनको सत्ता राजा को पराजित करने से संतोष नहीं होता था। जब तक मंदिर तोड़ते नहीं थे, जब तक श्रद्धा स्थानों की कत्ल नहीं करते थे, उनको संतोष नहीं होता था, उनको उसी में मजा आता था। वैसे ही सावन के महीने में वीडियो दिखाकर वो मुगल के लोगों के जमाने की जो मानसिकता है ना, उसके द्वारा वो देश के लोगों को चिढ़ाना चाहते हैं।
I'm joined by my colleague Maria Shakil. Maria, war of words during elections are nothing new, but now this has reached a fresh angle with Prime Minister Modi actually targeting Tejasvi Yadav over his video which he had posted eating a fish during his campaign.
Yes, and as they say, elections is really not a fishy business, you know, Tanima. So everything and every move and every video on both the sides are being used by the political opponents, be it Tejasvi Yadav, you know, teasing as Prime Minister Modi says, and then Mr. Modi going on and attacking Tejasvi Yadav and also his father. Remember, in the last elections, we had seen how Lalu Yadav and Rahul Gandhi was seen cooking mutton at that time, and because this is the festival in which no non-veg is eaten by a certain section of the majority population, Prime Minister Modi essentially is saying that this is not about food choices, this is essentially about shooting and putting out that video. Tejasvi Yadav, on the other hand, was actually in the middle of a campaign, and he and his alliance partner were enjoying a fish, but just as they were doing it, they put it out on social media when, as expected, the BJP latched on to it, criticizing Tejasvi and questioning his religious beliefs. But then Tejasvi said that look at the date. The date is about a day before the Navratra, or that period which is supposed to be a no non-veg or no particular food period began. So Tejasvi Yadav defending his food choices, but Prime Minister Modi going ahead and saying that this has to do with the mind of Mughals. But, you know, as we have been saying, we have heard what was a back and forth between Kangana Ranaut and the Congress in Himachal Pradesh, or in the past as well. It's about each and every issue which is up for criticism, up for grabs by political opponents on one side or the other.
Nothing is off the limits in a sense. Maria, thank you so much for joining us with that. I'm also joined by Dr. Naval Kishore, national spokesperson of the RJD. Mr. Kishore, if you heard that comment from Prime Minister during his rally, your first reaction, where he's saying that Tejasvi Yadav was eating a fish and posted a video about it in order to tease people.
No, it's not about teasing people. It is only about checking that what is the priority for BJP IT cell as well as the top leadership. The top leadership of BJP is not ready to answer the failure that they have shown in the past 10 years. Whatever their promises they have made, they have not stood, and their performance is next to zero. And therefore, they want to divert the public opinion at the time of elections. People of Bihar are asking that we have given you to run the Bihar government for 17 years. you have not given job to 17 people. Look at Yashwi Yadav. He has given more than 5 lakh jobs in just less than 17 months. That is what is bothering BJP top leadership, which includes Prime Minister as well as Home Minister, and that's bothering them. Therefore, they want to divert people, public opinion to other side. They must come out with the answer that the 39 MP out of 40, which was given by Bihar, what have they given to the Bihar? Have they given a special status? That is a major question. Have they worked out for the betterment of Bihar? Investment next to zero in 17 years, not even a single industry. Or the Prime Minister himself said at the time of election that he will come to Bihar at Motihari and he will have tea with the sugar that will be in there. And
yes,
Mr.
Kishore,
after 17 years, that sugar industry is yet crying for attention of Prime Minister. That is what bothers.
Yes, Mr. Kishore, I take your point that, you think that this is some sort of a diversion by the BJP, by the Prime Minister. But we've also seen multiple videos, actually, even after that particular video went viral. And there was criticism already, even ahead of this comment by the Prime Minister today. But Tejasvi Yadav had also posted multiple videos even after that in order to also, of course, justify saying that nothing is unusual about this. And he has also now defended himself. So, in a way, he's, also clarifying his stand about this entire issue. So, do you think that, this is also a sign of the fact that anything and everything goes now in terms of a heated conversation or an argument that we are seeing ahead of the elections this time, that an entire war of words is taking place about somebody, a leader, posting a picture about his food habits, for that matter?
Yeah, that is one. See, next day he also posted a video eating orange, peeling orange and eating orange. And that was only to show that what is BJP, along with their workers, along with their ITC, under the stewardship of Prime Minister Modi as well as Amit Shah, what is priority for them? They are ruling this country for past 10 years. They must say that how all the corrupt politicians of the country, from anywhere from the state, how they have been adopted by BJP and they are poster boy of BJP. They must answer to the people. That is the basic question that they must answer. But in that place, they are trying to divert public opinion from the real core issues. The core issues is that relates to the youth of the country who are looking for jobs. The core issue is of farmers. Those who are looking for their income to get doubled. The core issue are the poor who are thinking much beyond 5 kg of ration. They are not satisfied with 5 kg ration. They want opportunity where they can earn something and eat for themselves with dignity, not depend on government to give 5 kg ration. So that is the core issue this time, and that's bothering Prime Minister as well as top leadership of BJP. And that is why they are forced to bring these kind of issues which have no meaning. It is just one of the things among many things.
Right, Dr. Naval Kishore there of the RJD. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. Next, now we are featuring some of the biggest faces from the biggest phase of the elections. Remember, elections, the first phase of elections is scheduled next week. And ahead of that, NDTV has got an exclusive interview with Union Minister and BJP's candidate from Thiruvananthapuram, Rajiv Chandrasekhar. Now, remember, Rajiv Chandrasekhar is contesting, as I mentioned, from Thiruvananthapuram, and he's up against Congress's Shashi Tharoor in a high-profile contest in the hot seat of Thiruvananthapuram. In fact, speaking to NDTV, Rajiv Chandrasekhar has accused Tharoor of making personal attacks, and he's also added that there's no acrimony from his side, and clarifying his stand, that saying that he and his campaign is focused on development matters.
Joining me now is Minister of State for Information Technology, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, the BJP's candidate here in the Thiruvananthapuram Lok Sabha seat. Nice rainy day here, Rajiv. A respite from the summer here.
Yes, it's been raining yesterday as well, late night last night and today as well.
You know, the defining feature of this election campaign has been this personality clash between you and Shashi Tharoor. Is that just a non-Malayali way of seeing it? Panni and Ravindran, the CPI candidate, seems to be lost in the optics, at least from a national point of view? What's the defining feature here?
No, I think it is more Mr. Tharoor's attempt to do it, make it very personal. I certainly have not. I have campaigned completely from day one on the issues of development, progress, opportunities, investments and jobs which Thiruvananthapuram sorely lacks, and certainly in the last 15 years has not done anything about. So I have not, I don't think this is about personalities at all. There is obviously people who haven't done very much in their opportunities when people are giving them the opportunity, who want to make it about personalities. That's not me. I'm not doing that.
I mean, it's reaching a level of acrimony. There's a defamation case against him.
I'm very clear. There is no acrimony.
He has demanded an apology.
No, I am only saying simply that when you get personal and make baseless allegations, the law of the land will kick in, which is the normal thing for anybody. I certainly haven't made it acrimonious. And when he said that I am paying money to some social and cultural organizations, as is anybody's right, I chose the right to legal notice asking him to clarify what he meant and the evidence that he has, or face criminal action. He has tried to duck it. That's fine.
So no question of an apology. He's demanded what?
No, look, let's not get into all this clickbaiting kind of journalism. This is a serious election. There are serious issues involved. There are people of Thiruvananthapuram who have been denied all kinds of opportunities and their problems not solved for the last 15 years. And I certainly don't want this to become some little clickbait about somebody saying something or somebody not saying something.
Okay, that's an important point that you make there. Let's talk of the serious issues. You have a 3-time MP who's the incumbent here. You've got an ex-MP, Pannayan Ravindran, who's the left candidate. You've not really been in the constituency as in nurturing it for many, many years now. How do you see yourself? Is that an inherent disadvantage?
No, anybody who starts the first time Lok Sabha is inherently a newcomer. So I am a newcomer in the sense that I am totally outside the politics of the UDF and the LDF, of not doing anything, of taking people's mandate and sitting on your backside. I certainly don't believe in that. I certainly believe in taking a mandate of the people, taking the opportunity that they have given to serve and making something out of it. I've had 18 years in politics and I certainly will argue that I have a stellar record in public service. This argument about being a newcomer or an oldcomer is a bit too rich, coming from a person who's airdropped from Washington DC into Indian politics 15 years ago, or indeed a political party that had for many years an Italian as their president. So I think it's a bit, irony dies when any time a congressman opens his mouth and talks about an outsider.
We'll slip into a short break at this point. Don't go anywhere.
Go
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
वैसे टेलीस्कोप से याद आया, डिड यू नो द जेम्स वेब स्पेस टेलीस्कोप ये एक टेलीस्कोप तो है, एट द सेम टाइम इट ऑल्सो एक्ट्स लाइक अ टाइम मशीन। आपको लग रहा होगा टेलीस्कोप टाइम मशीन का आपस में लिंक क्या है? Well, friends, link is quite interesting because आपको पता है light travels at a certain speed. You know what's the speed of light? Roughly 3 lakh kilometers per second approximately. मतलब सनलाइट जब सूरज से निकल के अर्थ तक पहुंचती है, it takes approximately 8 minutes for that. Now, this James Webb Space Telescope जो कि हमको चीज़ें दिखाता है दूर दूर के distant stars and galaxies, ये जो हमको images दिखाता है, these are not real time because light coming from these far away galaxies, इनको काफ़ी time लगता है उस telescope तक पहुंचने में. So essentially what we are seeing is data from billions of years ago. मतलब ये जो James Webb Space Telescope है, ये हमको दिखा सकता है बहुत beginning वाली images या details of all these galaxies and stars. So just think about it, that a telescope can also act like a time machine.
NDTV wins big at NBAR. With 43 awards, NDTV reigns supreme. Sanjay Pugalia takes home the award for
Welcome back. Now, a case has been registered against K. Annamalai, BJP's Tamil Nadu state president and candidate from Coimbatore, for allegedly campaigning beyond permitted hours in one of the areas. The BJP leader was reportedly in the region post 10 p.m., the time limit dictated by the Election Commission. For more on this, I'm joined by my colleague Sam. Sam, so fresh trouble for BJP leader Annamalai. We can see now the police have in fact booked him for in multiple sections for allegedly violating poll code ahead of the elections.
That's right, Tanima. What the police sources tell us is that he continued to campaign even after the 10 p.m. deadline last night. And there was an altercation after that between the ruling DMK and the left party cadre who had objected to his continuation of the campaign. And based on that, they have filed a case of unlawful assembly, wrongful restraint, causing public nuisance. And they've also filed a separate case, Tanima, against the BJP following a complaint of assault given by the ruling DMK. And in a statement, the ruling DMK says Annamalai is unleashing terror out of fear of defeat, as they call it, that he's inciting riots, and the 10 p.m. deadline, the sacrosanct deadline as they call it, has been violated deliberately. And they also took a dig at Prime Minister Modi's arrogant comment against the DMK, saying that he should give that gyan, as they call it, to Annamalai himself. And so far the BJP has not given any statement. They say they would need more information to respond to this. And as you know, this is a kind of a high-profile fight between the ruling DMK and the BJP, although there are two other candidates from the AIADMK and the Nam Tamlar Katchi. This time it's a rather tough battle for the BJP because they don't have a major ally after the AIADMK had parted ways. But this is what we can confirm so far, and once the BJP responds, we'll update. Tanima.
This comes in just ahead of the first phase of elections. Sam, thank you so much for joining us with that. Staying with news from the south, and after Telangana, now there's a phone tapping row in Andhra Pradesh. TDP has in fact written to the Election Commission alleging that Andhra CM Jagan Mohan Reddy had given nod for unauthorized phone tapping of some of their leaders. In fact, they've gone on to mention a few leaders' names in that letter that they have sent to the poll panel, and also urged the Election Commission to ensure that there should be free and fair elections. Let me go across to my colleague Uma Sudhir, who's been tracking all the updates. Uma, we have, of course, been covering the Telangana phone tapping case, and now a phone tapping row in neighbouring Andhra Pradesh ahead of the elections, with a similar allegation being made by TDP against Jagan Reddy.
So the Telugu Desam leader K. Ravindranath, who happens to be a senior advocate and also a former Rajya Sabha member, has in the letter to the Election Commission said there is unauthorized tapping, phone tapping happening of senior leaders of the party, and has given the example of Nara Lokesh and said that Nara Lokesh in fact has got an alert on his iPhone, security alert, and he says there are some Pegasus software that was used by some unauthorized agents for the tapping, and that he had got such a notification in March 2024 and presumably once again now. What they are pointing at is two senior officials. One is the DGP in charge, Rajendranath Reddy, and the other person who they have named is PSR Anjanelu, who is the intelligence chief of Andhra Pradesh. And what the TDP is alleging is that both these officers are acting as agents of the government, and they say that they are the ones who are indulging in illegal and unethical acts in order to help the political leadership of the state. In the letter, let me clarify, they have not mentioned the name of Jagan Mohan Reddy, but in the press release that they have given along with the letter, they have mentioned that they believe that this has been carried out under the leadership of the state government and Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy. So in this particular letter, they are also saying that they want the replacement of the DGP in charge, Mr. Rajendranath Reddy, and also Anjanelu. And yes, the similarity with the phone tapping in Telangana, there are two different incidents, of course, but what had happened there was just after the assembly elections and the results on the 3rd of December, it was said to be that on the 4th of December, about 50 hard disks were destroyed by a particular phone police officer, Praveen Rao, who it has been said was part of a cell that was in fact monitoring the telephones, maintaining the profiles illegally of almost 1 lakh people, and that in that the Chief Minister, the present Chief Minister and the former TPCC Chief, he is also the TPCC Chief now, but that his phones were also being tapped and that his family movements and who he was speaking to, all of that was being monitored. Hyderabad Police Commissioner said that the phone tapping investigation per se is on track, and he also seemed to suggest that very soon the summons to political leaders may be issued in Telangana. Back to you.
Uma Sudhir there with all the details. Thank you so much for joining us. And we'll slip into a short break at this point in time. More news and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Co-present.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other.
And NDTV covers elections like no other. When India votes, you can count on us.
Can you give us say 3 of your strongest takeaways of not to do's or to do's? Because it's a map you have to, parenting, it's a slow process. But the 3 things one can keep in mind even today in this very pressure-driven world, goal-driven world for our kids.
Well, I think the main takeaway is that parents need to connect with their children, understand who their children are, and understand that every goal or every solution out there will not be tailor-made for your child. You have to attune to each child's essence and connect to who that child is. The second takeaway is connect.
Welcome back. Now, Prime Minister Modi earlier in the day addressed a rally in Udhampur and made a big statement on J&K statehood. In fact, he said that J&K statehood restoration is likely to happen very soon. And he also added that dreams will be fulfilled in J&K after the elections. Listen into what he had to say.
वो समय दूर नहीं जब जम्मू कश्मीर में भी विधानसभा के चुनाव होंगे। जम्मू कश्मीर को वापस राज्य का दर्जा मिलेगा। आप अपने विधायक, अपने मंत्रियों से अपने सपने साझा कर सकेंगे।
I'm joined by my colleague Nazir Masoodi. Nazir, quite a big statement made by the Prime Minister there about restoring statehood in J&K. Any reactions you're picking up to that comment so far?
Well, there was a reaction from Umar Abdullah, and he said it's not a favor to the people of Jammu and Kashmir because Supreme Court has asked the centre to do so by, in fact, putting a deadline on holding assembly election in Jammu and Kashmir, followed by the restoration of state. But having said that, this is a big announcement by the Prime Minister during his campaigning in Jammu and Kashmir. He was campaigning for Dr. Jitendra Singh, BJP's candidate from Udhampur, Doda Katwa parliamentary seat. He is seeking 3rd term. And he is actually pitted against a formidable candidate, Congress candidate, Chaudhry Lal Singh, who is also pulling the large crowds. So Prime Minister announcing this statehood for Jammu and Kashmir, restoration of statehood, and holding assembly elections, saying time is not far from when the statehood will be restored and J&K will have assembly elections, and people will go and realize their dream, fulfill their dream through their representatives, through these MLAs and the ministers. The fact is that perhaps BJP is also sensing that people in Jammu as well, which has been the core constituency of BJP in Jammu and Kashmir, they're also feeling the political vacuum in Jammu and Kashmir, because in absence of any elected government since June 2018, there's no elected government in Jammu and Kashmir, and people are also craving for that. That's why Prime Minister's announcement is very significant. It has come after the recent announcement by the Home Minister about the revocation of SAPA as well.
Nazir there, thank you so much for joining us with that update. Now, time for another NDTV exclusive. This with Arjun Ram Meghwal, the Union Law Minister who's contesting from Bikaner. Now, speaking to NDTV, Meghwal said that he's confident of victory and that he also added that BJP will better its performance compared to 2019.
Among the seats going to polls in the first phase is also seats from Rajasthan. Joining me now is a Member of Parliament and also Union Law Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal. Meghwal ji, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. You are fighting from Bikaner. BJP did very well in Rajasthan, scoring full 100 on 100. What do you think will happen this time?
इस बार बड़े अंतर से पूरी की पूरी सीटें आएगी. इस बार का वातावरण अलग है, डिफरेंट वातावरण है. और फील्ड में बहुत अंडर करंट है. जो मोदी जी ने 10 साल काम किया है, योजनाएं नीचे तक पहुंची हुई है. मैं मेरे क्षेत्र की बात करूं, मुझे तो बीकानेर ऐसा लगता है इस बार की सीट बहुत बड़े अंतर से हम बीकानेर की सीट जीत रहे हैं.
लेकिन मेघवाल जी, सवाल तो ये है कि आप लोग जरूर कॉन्फिडेंट हैं, लेकिन एंटी इनकम्बेंसी 10 साल की भी है. बहुत सारे ऐसे एमपीज हैं जिनको पार्टी ने बदला भी है, नए चेहरे भी लाए हैं. तो आपको क्या लगता है कि इस बार का चुनाव मोदी की गारंटी पर होगा?
देखिए, मोदी जी ने वर्क कल्चर बदल दिया. मोदी जी ने 112 योजनाएं इस देश में लागू की और उन योजनाओं के माध्यम से वो ढाणी गांव-गांव पहुंच गए. अब मोदी जी से पहले भी शौचालय रहे होंगे, पर बहुत कम मात्रा में. लेकिन जब मोदी जी ने 1.5 करोड़ शौचालय बनाए तो लोगों के घरों में मोदी जी पहुंच गए. अभी प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना के माध्यम से 80 करोड़ लोगों के पास अन्न जा रहा है. तो पता ही है ना, मोदी जी भेज रहे हैं. उसके बाद जिनके कच्चे घर थे उनके पक्के घर हो गए. जिनके इलाज नहीं होता था, आयुष्मान भारत से इलाज हो गया. जिनके पानी नहीं आता था, नल से जल योजना के तहत जल जीवन मिशन से पानी आने लग गया. गर्भवती माताएं, उनके जो पेट में 15 बच्चा होता है, वो कभी कभी कुपोषण का शिकार हो जाता था. तो प्रतिमाह 5,000 रुपए मातृ वंदना स्कीम से भेजने लग गए. तो सबको पता चल रहा है ना कि मोदी जी ये चीज हर सेक्टर के लिए मोदी जी सोच रहे हैं, मोदी जी चिंतन कर रहे हैं. अब आप देखिए, पानी महिलाएं लाती थी दूर से तो उनका समय लगता था. अब लगता है कि पानी हमारे घर में आ गया, तो हमें इस समय का समाज निर्माण में, परिवार को संवारने में, बच्चों को संस्कारित करने में हम समय लगा सकते हैं. उनको भी पता है कि हमें ये समय मिला परिवार को संवारने का. किसान सम्मान निधि से किस्तें जारी है. दूसरा, डीबीटी ने बहुत बड़ा काम किया था. ये आपके और ध्यान में तो रहा होगा, लेकिन ये जो डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर स्कीम है, इसने बहुत बड़ा काम किया. प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना का पैसा जब नीचे उसके खाते में चला जाता है तो वो देखते हैं ये है मोदी जी. पहले लोग सोचते थे 100 रुपए भेजते हैं तो 15 रुपए ही पहुंचता है. अब वो 100 रुपए पूरे के पूरे पहुंचते हैं उसके खाते में, तो उसको बहुत अच्छा लगता है. ये मैं कह रहा हूँ कि ये जो परफॉर्मेंस पॉलिटिक्स होनी चाहिए ना, ये उसी का नतीजा है कि हर जगह ये वातावरण है कि मोदी जी ही दोबारा प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे इस देश के.
आप लॉ मिनिस्टर हैं. 1980 में जब भाजपा का गठन हुआ, उस वक्त से एक इशू बहुत अहम रहा है पार्टी के लिए, वो है यूसीसी भी, राम टेम्पल और आर्टिकल 370 का एब्रोगेशन हो चुका है, क्या अगला टर्म अगर होगा तो उसमें यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड सरकार लाएगी?
अच्छा, आप भी मानते हैं कि 2 तो पूरे हो गए ना? तो हमने जो जनता से वादे किए उनको पूरा करने की ओर ही बढ़ रहे हैं। अब जो यूसीसी का मसला है, ये लॉ कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया की रिपोर्ट पर आधारित रहेगा और राज्य सरकारें भी इसमें सक्षम है। तो अपने अपने ढंग से राज्य सरकारें भी काम कर रही है। गोवा में पहले से ही था, उत्तराखंड ने अपना कानून पास किया। और जैसे नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने कहा है कि तीसरे टर्म में कुछ बड़े बड़े काम, जैसे पाकिस्तान पानी अभी तक जा रहा था, लेकिन हमने कभी इंडस्ट्री की समीक्षा होगी ये सोचा ही नहीं। जब देश आजाद हुआ तो 3 नदियां पाकिस्तान को मिली, 3 भारत को मिली, लेकिन वो पाकिस्तान की और झुकता हुआ समझौता था। वर्ल्ड बैंक अलग से पंचायती करता था। तो ये जो हमारा एरिया है, रेगिस्तान या कुछ एरिया जहाँ अकाल और सूखा ज्यादा पड़ता है, वो कहते हैं कि पानी की समस्या का भी समाधान होना चाहिए, हमारा पानी है। तो ये जो समीक्षा की बात, पाकिस्तान जाने वाला पानी जो अननेसेसरी जा रहा है, हमारे हक का भी जा रहा है, उसको रोकने का मुद्दा, ऐसे बड़े मुद्दे हैं। जिसमें आपने जिक्र किया वो भी बड़ा मुद्दा है। ये सब देश हित में निर्णय लिए जाएंगे आने वाले समय में।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Prime Minister Modi powers.
कांग्रेस ने एक षड्यंत्र करा था.
The 2024 campaign hot side.
Tarun Gogoi, the 3-time chief minister.
The biggest face. The big faces.
Prime Minister
Only on NDTV 24/7.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav. Only on NDTV 24/7.
In election news, BJP MP and candidate Hema Malini's photo op with farmers during a poll campaign in Mathura. She turned the meeting into a photo opportunity. The actor turned politician barely managed to cut a few straws before posing with the wheat bouquet, almost resembling her beloved movie character Basanti from Sholay. National Conference has announced that Omar Abdullah will contest elections from Baramulla in J&K. Mahayuti seat sharing issues continue. A meeting of NCP leader and Deputy CM Ajit Pawar was held at his bungalow. Praful Patel, Sunil Tatkare among other leaders who attended the meet. Discussions were around disputed Nashik constituency. Former Deputy CM and rebel BJP leader from Karnataka, KS Ishwarappa, has filed his nomination papers as an independent candidate from Shivamoga constituency. BJP has fielded the former Deputy CM and in fact, BJP has fielded former Chief Minister and party leader B.S. Yediyurappa's son, B.Y. Raghavendra, from the same seat. Staying with news from the south, we turn our focus to constituency of Virudhunagar, where BJP is hoping to draw on the star power of actor-turned-politician Radhika to take on Congress veteran and incumbent MP Manikam Tagore.
popular actor and a powerful name in television production, Radhika is the BJP's face for the Virudhunagar Lok Sabha seat. Her husband Sharat Kumar is one of Tamil cinema's top stars and a former Rajya Sabha MP. And together, their aim is to wrestle out the Virudhunagar seat. This man, the incumbent Congress MP, Manikam Tagore, who's backed by the formidable DMK Congress left alliance with other smaller parties. Radhika and Sharat Kumar are the star and local political appeal for the BJP in a state which has had an eternal bond between film stars and politics.
You will be very surprised. I think this is going to throw up a lot of surprises.
When I entered the political fray, in the sense to get involved in politics, it was 1996. The same reaction we feel now, that people definitely want a change, and the change is going to be for the BJP.
Grassroots political equations and caste arithmetic, like anywhere else, play a decisive role in a constituency like Virudhunagar. The two Dravidian parties with their tested alliances have been masters at that grassroots management, and breaking through is a formidable challenge for a third force. The Congress is riding on DMK power in Tamil Nadu and a carefully nurtured alliance of parties which have consistently sided with the DMK after the demise of AIA-DMK Supremo J. Jayalalitha. Manikam Tagore's biggest strength is that alliance that brings with it the grassroots arithmetic to get past the post. He won this seat in 2009 with a 40% vote share as a DMK ally, but came fourth with just 3% vote in 2014 when the Congress and DMK fought separately in one of their worst elections. The AIA-DMK won the seat in that election, but in 2019, Tagore was back on poll as a DMK ally with a 43% vote. This history just reiterates the importance of the Congress-DMK alliance, especially for the former.
After 4th of June, they will all be, their shops will be closed, and we will have the 40 MPs of the India Alliance together in the parliament, and we will all stand together as India Alliance.
The bigger threat to him, according to Tagore, is this man, Vijay Prabhakar, son of DMDK founder and late actor Vijay Kant. These parts are a DMDK region of influence, and Vijay is banking on a sympathy factor as his campaign is about keeping his father's legacy alive. The alliance with the AIA-DMK is a formidable one, and he's threatening to have a sting in the tail.
We have a quite good vote bank here, and even ADMK has a quite vote bank here. So according to our tactics, I think we are stronger to compare to those two. And to be honest, the competition will be between Mr. Manikam Thakur and myself, I think, yeah.
The battle for Virudhunagar is one for survival of the DMDK, one to hold on to seats, to keep the numbers to remain a relevant opposition nationally for the Congress, and one that could mean a march into new territory for the BJP. All three together make Virudhunagar as interesting a contest as any. In Virudhunagar, Veera Raghav for NDTV.
On to one of our top stories, and the Prime Minister versus opposition over eating habits. Now fresh war of words has erupted. Prime Minister Modi, addressing a rally earlier today, in fact commented on RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav's video where he had posted a video of him eating fish. So Prime Minister said today that the video was posted as a jibe, as a teasing jibe. In fact, Tejasvi Yadav, as I mentioned, had posted earlier this month a video of him eating fish during campaign. And Prime Minister said today that the opposition wants to tease people of the country as the video was posted in the month of Sawan. Tejasvi Yadav has come out with his clarification, saying that the video was in fact taken and posted before auspicious dates of Sawan, and that the BJP leaders are using this and making this an issue, and that they need to get their IQ tested.
कानून किसी को भी कुछ भी खाने से नहीं रोकता है और न ही मोदी रोकता है। सभी को स्वतंत्रता है कि जब मन करे वेज खाए या नॉन वेज खाए, लेकिन इन लोगों की मंशा दूसरी होती है। जब सब मुगल यहाँ आक्रमण करते थे ना, तो उनको सत्ता राजा को पराजित करने से संतोष नहीं होता था। जब तक मंदिर तोड़ते नहीं थे, जब तक श्रद्धा स्थानों की कत्ल नहीं करते थे, उनको संतोष नहीं होता था। उनको उसी में मजा आता था। वैसे ही सावन के महीने में वीडियो दिखाकर वो मुगल के लोगों के जमाने की जो मानसिकता है ना, उसके द्वारा वो देश के लोगों को चिढ़ाना चाहते हैं।
And the Prime Minister was, of course, addressing a rally in Udhampur in J&K, where he made a big statement on J&K statehood restoration. In fact, the Prime Minister said that statehood for J&K is going to be restored very soon, and dreams of all the people living there will be fulfilled after elections.
वो समय दूर नहीं जब जम्मू कश्मीर में भी विधानसभा के चुनाव होंगे। जम्मू कश्मीर को वापस राज्य का दर्जा मिलेगा। आप अपने विधायक, अपने मंत्रियों से अपने सपने साझा कर सकेंगे।
Well, there was a reaction from Umar Abdullah, and he said it's not a favor to the people of Jammu and Kashmir because Supreme Court has asked the center to do so by, in fact, putting a deadline on holding assembly election in Jammu and Kashmir, followed by the restoration of state. But having said that, this is a big announcement by the Prime Minister during his campaigning in Jammu and Kashmir. He was campaigning for Dr. Jitendra Singh, BJP's candidate from Udhampur, Doda Katwa parliamentary seat. He is seeking third term. And he is actually pitted against a formidable candidate, Congress candidate, Chaudhry Lal Singh, who is also pulling the large crowds. So Prime Minister announcing this, statehood for Jammu and Kashmir, restoration of statehood, and holding assembly elections, saying time is not far from when the statehood will be restored, and J&K will have assembly elections, and people will go and realize their dream, fulfill their dream, who they are represented, who the MLAs and the ministers. The fact is that perhaps BJP is also sensing that people in Jammu as well, which has been the core constituency of BJP in Jammu and Kashmir, they are also feeling the political vacuum in Jammu and Kashmir because in absence of any elected government since June 2018, there's no elected government in Jammu and Kashmir, and people are also craving for that. That's why Prime Minister's announcement is very significant. It has come after the recent announcement by the Home Minister about the revocation of APSAPA as well.
News now from Punjab, and there's a fresh controversy brewing over Punjab IAS officer joining BJP. The IAS officer Parampal Kaur Sidhu, who joined BJP, and AAP has in fact said, which is running the government in Punjab, of course, they've said that the resignation has not been accepted yet. In fact, Aam Aadmi Party went on to say that the officer joining BJP is a violation of service rules. Officer in fact claims that he's got permission from the central government.
Ma'am, we have seen the BJP president Sunil Jakhade. He has also reacted on that tweet. He was saying that, do you want to threat, he was saying to the Chief Minister of Punjab. Do you think that that type of arm twisting was in that tweet which has been issued by the Chief Minister of Punjab?
See, I'm again saying that the tweet is because probably that was not conveyed to the government and the letter is yet to come to the government. I have my own letter, the communication which I received from DOPT, so accordingly I joined the party. So I think that's all.
So ma'am, you have been part of Akali Dal for the last so many years. We have seen Sikandar Singh Maluka has played a major role in the elevation of Akali Dal in Punjab. So are you satisfied, and have you taken Mr. Maluka in confidence before joining the BJP?
We did talk to him, but he did not compel us. So we had to take our own decision, and we wanted to join a party that has a future, that has a vision, that is in power at the center, that is going to come in power at the center. So BJP is the only party that has future. So that was our own decision. He respected that. We also respect him. He has his own, political inclinations or maybe some sort of faithfulness. So, but I don't see any future in any party. So this was the one which we preferred to join.
Now, the National Investigation Agency has arrested 2 key accused in the Rameshwaram cafe blast case from Bengaluru. But the 2 suspects have in fact been picked up from a hideout in Bengal. Musawwir Hussain Shazab and Abdul Mateen Taha have been arrested by the NIA. As per the agency, while Shazab planted the explosive device inside a bag at the cafe, Taha was responsible for planning the attack and subsequent disappearance. Now, 10 customers, remember, and hotel staff members were injured in the blast at the popular Bengaluru cafe on March 1st. But now, fresh war of words and politics has erupted over the Bengaluru blast case. Now, the BJP has commented on the NIA arrests this morning and said that Bengal has become a safe haven for terrorists. Mamata Banerjee, the Bengal Chief Minister, has hit back with a sharp retort, saying that BJP cannot stand peace in Bengal and that it was the Bengal police which cooperated with the NIA in order to ensure that the arrests took place.
ব্যাঙ্গালোরে একটা বোমা পড়েছিল লক্ষ্ণৌও কর্ণাটকের আমাদের এখানকার নয় 2 ঘন্টায় বাংলায় লুকিয়েছিল 2 ঘন্টার মধ্যে আমরা ধরে দিয়েছি আমাদের পুলিশ আর সেখানে বলছে বাংলা সেফ নয় তোর দিল্লি সেফ তোর উত্তরপ্রদেশ সেফ তোর রাজস্থান সেফ তোর গুজরাট সেফ তোর বিহার সেফ বাংলার মানুষ শান্তিতে থাকে বিজেপি সহ্য হয় না
Let me go across to my colleague Saurabh, who's tracking all the updates. Saurabh, what's the latest from the court?
Well, even though the accused in the Bengaluru Rameshwaram cafe blast will be produced before a special NIA court in Kolkata anytime now, they've completed their medical and they've been, brought out of that place where their medical, test is happening, which is mandatory before any court production. And now, of course, any moment now, they would be brought to the special NIA court in Kolkata, where one is presuming that the NIA would seek transit remand, but the agency to take them to wherever they want to take them for interrogations and investigation. But, obviously a political war of words has broken out over the arrest from Kathi. And this is Kathi in East Midnapur district. Now, while Amit Malviya, the BJP's IT cell chief, attacked the Trinamool Congress, the Trinamool and the West Bengal police have both responded. In fact, the West Bengal police have said that what Amit Malviya has stated is far from the truth, and in fact, it was a joint operation between the West Bengal police and, of course, the NIA. The NIA, of course, being the lead agency on this, but with the support of the West Bengal police, have managed to track down the accused and intercept and apprehend them. Now, obviously, after that, the BJP has been attacking Mamata Banerjee, saying that look, West Bengal is unsafe, etc., etc. Now, of course, the Trinamool hitting back, saying why were these accused found in Kathi? Obviously, targeting the leader of opposition without naming him, given that Kathi is his stronghold, it's where he stays. So obviously this unfortunate political war of words has broken out as well. But for the agencies itself, this is a good thing because there has been cooperation between the West Bengal police and the NIA that has led to the interception and arrest of these dangerous criminals accused of terror and accused of playing a significant role and being the mastermind and the executor of that bomb blast at the Rameshwaram cafe in Bengaluru. And what you see is also a joint action by agencies, where agencies, instead of working against each other, have worked together for apprehending criminals, for apprehending suspected terrorists. And that's how it should be. And that's how it has played out. So a good day for the agencies. But yes, the surround sound around this, operation is purely political. And in political din, a lot of things being said between the Trinamool and the BJP.
Saurabh, they're tracking all the updates on this. We'll keep coming back to you for more. Thank you so much for joining us. Shifting focus to another one of the stories we have been tracking, and this is the Haryana school bus accident tragedy. Now, in the latest coming in from the case, the police have got 5 days custody of all the 3 accused. Remember, the school principal, the driver, the school bus driver, as well as another school official had in fact been arrested. And the police have in fact said that there was no background check of the school driver's documents done by the school. There was a serious lapse there that the police has commented on today, and that there was no background check, his papers had not been verified, and the license of the driver has still not been recovered.
आज जो 3 आरोपी हमने कल गिरफ्तार किए थे उनको एसएचओ साहब द्वारा पेश किया गया है। 5 दिन का पुलिस रिमांड हमने रिकॉर्ड वगैरह अन्य पूछताछ करने के लिए लिया गया था, तो हमारे को 5 दिन का पुलिस रिमांड कोर्ट ने मंजूर करके दिया है।
Right, breaking update coming in, and MC Mary Kom has in fact stepped down from her Paris Olympics role. Mary Kom was in charge of the Indian team at the Olympics. She was appointed by the Indian Olympic Association, and she has cited personal reasons for stepping down. Let me go across to my colleague Rika for more. Rika, explain the significance of this. What do we know about this position that Mary Kom held, and now she has in fact stepped down from that post?
That's right. She was appointed as the chef de mission or the leader of the Indian contingent at the Paris Olympics by IOA on the 21st of March. And now she has sent a letter to PT Usha, who's the head of IOA, saying that she's left with no choice. She is retracting because of personal reasons. She said, and I quote, that I consider it an honor to serve my country in every possible way, and I was mentally prepared for it. However, I regret that I will not be able to uphold the prestigious responsibility and would like to resign owing to personal reasons. She also says it's an embarrassing thing to retreat from a commitment, which I seldom do, but I am left with no choice. Sonima, it seems that this is also a fallout of the wrangling that is going on within the Indian Olympic Association. There are clearly 2 factions within the IOA currently operating, and a lot of them who are ex-Olympian, ex-Olympic medal winners, they were not happy. They are not happy with PT Usha's regime because hardly anything is in motion right now. IOA is lying, dormant at the moment in a year of the Olympic Games when it should have got a lot of stuff done, but they are not managing to do so because, internal wrangling that is happening. One of the factions within the IOA, they were not happy with PT Usha's appointment as the chef de mission. Now, there is a possibility because of that, Mary Kom may have felt let down, and as a result, she took a decision to quit this very, very prestigious position.
Rika Roy there, thank you so much for joining us with that breaking update. Now, the Association for Democratic Reforms has released data for the richest and poorest candidates in the fray in the first phase of Lok Sabha elections. As per the data, Kamal Nath's son Nakul Nath is the richest candidate, having declared assets worth 716 crores. The data also shows that 450 of the 1600 candidates are crorepathies, while 10 candidates have declared their assets as zero.
Senior leader Kamal Nath's son Nakul Nath, the Congress candidate from Chhindwara in Madhya Pradesh, 716 crore rupees. From Tamil Nadu, AIADMK candidate from Erode Ashok Kumar, 662 crore rupees. And the BJP candidate from Sivaganga, Devanathan Yadav, 304 crore rupees. These are the 3 richest candidates in the first phase of the Lok Sabha elections. Analysis by the NGO ADR or Election Watch of the affidavit submitted by 1618 candidates has revealed that 450, that is around 28%, are crorepathies. Nakul Nath, the son of Congress leader Kamal Nath and the Congress candidate from Chhindwara, Madhya Pradesh, is the richest candidate. The AIADMK candidate from Erode in Tamil Nadu, Ashok Kumar, is the second richest candidate, and the BJP candidate from Sivaganga in Tamil Nadu, Devanathan Yadav T, is the third richest in the fray in phase 1.
जी बिल्कुल, ये तो एडीआर का हमेशा से मुद्दा रहा है कि जो धनबल और बाहुबल कोर्ट अभी चल रहा है हमारे इलेक्शन सिस्टम में, उसमें धनबल का प्रभाव ज़्यादा बढ़ गया है। और अगर हम ये स्टैटिस्टिक देखें कि जीतने वाली बात, तो पिछली लोकसभा का जो एनालिसिस हमने किया था उसमें लगभग 48% जो जीते थे एमपीज़ उनकी एसेट्स 2 करोड़ से ऊपर थी।
Interestingly, 10 candidates in the fray in the first phase have declared their assets as zero. A few independent candidates have declared very few assets. They include Ponraj K from Tamil Nadu, who has declared assets worth just 320 rupees. Kartik Gendlaji Doke in Maharashtra has declared assets worth just 500 rupees, while the assets of Surya Muthu in Tamil Nadu are just 500 rupees.
बहुत कम जीतते हैं। नॉर्थ ईस्ट में हमने देखा है कुछ एक कम पैसे वाले भी जीत जाते हैं, लेकिन जैसे मैंने बताया स्टैटिस्टिक्स अगर हम देखें पिछले जो लोकसभा चुनाव में थे में सिर्फ 0.03% चांसेस परसेंटेजेस थे जो ऐसे जिनके कम पैसे हैं वो लोग जीते हैं।
According to Election Watch, 1,618 candidates who are in fray in the first phase of these polls have declared an average asset of 4 crore and 51 lakh. In the first phase, the highest number of rich candidates are in Tamil Nadu. AIDMK has fielded 36 candidates who have declared an average asset of around 35 crore, while 22 candidates fielded by DMK have declared average assets worth around 31 crore. Clearly, the influence of money power seems visible everywhere in these Lok Sabha elections. In Delhi with Manoj Thakur, Himanshu Shekhar for NDTV.
And with that, it's a wrap on the show. Keep watching NDTV.
Co-President
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other.
And NDTV covers elections like no other.
When India votes, you can count on us.
PM Modi versus the opposition over quote-unquote eating habits. Well, the Prime Minister is eating to tease jibe at former Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav. The RJD leader posted a video eating fish during the campaign, making a point. Biggest faces from the biggest phase of the elections on NDTV. The NDTV exclusive with Union Minister and BJP's candidate from Thiruvananthapuram, Rajiv Chandrasekhar. He accuses his rival, Congress candidate Shashi Tharoor, of personal attacks. And the Haryana school bus horror, the two alleged killers of the 6 children now in police custody. 5 days custody for both the accused, the school principal and the bus driver. The police says the school did not verify the driver's papers. After Telangana, now a phone tapping row surfaces in neighbouring Andhra Pradesh. The TDP files a complaint with the Election Commission. Alleges Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy gave the nod to the police to tap their leader's phone. Key Bengaluru cafe blast accused now in police custody, arrested by the NIA. The NIA claims men who plotted and planted the bomb have been arrested from Bengal. Legendary MC Mary Kom steps down from the Paris Olympics role. Mary Kom cites personal reasons for stepping down from the Paris Olympics. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agarwal and we have some breaking news coming in. MC Mary Kom has stepped down from a Paris Olympics role. She was in charge of the Indian team at the Olympics. She was appointed by the Indian Olympic Association. She cited personal reasons for stepping down. Remember, she's a 6-time world champion boxer, legendary boxer. She stepped down as in charge of the Indian team at the Paris Olympics. In fact, Rika Roy is now joining us on the phone line. So, Rika, what has she stated? Why she decided to step down, and what does this mean for the Indian contingent there?
Vedant, to answer your first question first, she said that she's stepping down from the role because she's left with no choice. She has sent a mail to PT Usha, the acting chief of the Indian Olympic Association, and she says that she's stepping down due to some personal reasons. She was appointed the chef de mission on 21st of March. She said, and I quote, "I consider it an honor to serve my country in every possible way, and I was mentally prepared for it. However, I regret that I will not be able to uphold the prestigious responsibility and would like to resign owing personal reasons." She's also saying it is embarrassing to retreat from a commitment, which I seldom do, but I'm left with no choice. I am there to cheer on my country and the athletes competing at the Olympic Games with great expectations. It seems that MC Mary Kom, who was appointed by PT Usha's team as the chef de mission, was not a consensus candidate. There are, as we know, 2 sections within the IOA, one of which doesn't support PT Usha and her activities. Perhaps Mary Kom understood that she wasn't going to have a very smooth ride, and hence she has stepped aside. So far as appointment of another chef de mission is concerned, that is something the IOA has to look into. There is still time to go for the Paris Olympic Games. It starts on 26th of July and goes on till the 11th of August. A large number of players are expected to be a part of the Paris Olympic Games. This is the first time it will be a 50-50 representation of men and women, and India will vie for medals in several categories. Mary Kom, of course, was made the chef de mission because she's a former Olympic medalist and has that kind of brand identity to lead the Indian squad. But as one understands that there were differences within the IOA over her appointment, and she wasn't a consensus candidate.
Rika, thanks very much for joining us with that update there. She was a consensus candidate, as Rika pointed out, but owing to personal reasons, she has now decided to step down. But moving now to the big political headline. Well, it's the pre-poll season, which means it's a season of political jibes and rhetoric. And now it's the Prime Minister versus the opposition over eating habits. Well, the Prime Minister tore into former Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Tejasvi Yadav, saying that he was eating to tease when he released that video of his from the campaign trail where he was eating fish. In fact, Tejasvi Yadav had posted that video to make a point, because earlier as well the BJP has hit out at the RLD, particularly leaders like Tejasvi Yadav, and questioned their beliefs because of their eating habits. In fact, Tejasvi said that the video was filed before the auspicious dates of Navratri, the Hindu festival, but the Prime Minister raking this up on the campaign trail. Take a look.
कानून किसी को भी कुछ भी खाने से नहीं रोकता है और न ही मोदी रोकता है। सभी को स्वतंत्रता है कि जब मन करे वेज खाए या नॉन वेज खाए, लेकिन इन लोगों की मंशा दूसरी होती है। जब सब मुगल यहां आक्रमण करते थे ना, तो उनको सत्ता राजा को पराजित करने से संतोष नहीं होता था, जब तक मंदिर तोड़ते नहीं थे, जब तक श्रद्धा स्थानों की कत्ल नहीं करते थे, उनको संतोष नहीं होता था, उनको उसी में मजा आता था। वैसे ही सावन के महीने में वीडियो दिखाकर वो मुगल के लोगों के जमाने की जो मानसिकता है ना, उसके द्वारा वो देश के लोगों को चिढ़ाना चाहते हैं।
प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपको हो क्या रहा है? आपके प्रादेशिक स्तर के नेता इस ट्रैप में फंस गए, आप भी फंस गए। 8 तारीख का ट्वीट, नवरात्रा से कोई वास्ता नहीं, सावन का की उपमा कर रहे हैं आप। तेजस्वी जी तो सबसे ज्यादा नौकरी पे बात कर रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी, वहां क्यों चुप हैं आप? आप तो 2 करोड़ रोजगार प्रतिवर्ष के वादे पे आए थे 14 में, और तेजस्वी जी ने बिहार में पूरी जमीन बदल दी। नौकरी मतलब तेजस्वी, इस पर आपकी टिप्पणी नहीं सुनता हूँ, इस पर आप चुप रहते हैं। बेहतर स्वास्थ्य पे आप चुप रहते हैं, लेकिन मछली आपको दिख रही है, तो जाहिर तौर पर ये डाइग्रेशन टेक्निक नहीं चलेगी।
Be it Tejasvi Yadav, teasing as Prime Minister Modi says, and then Mr. Modi going on and attacking Tejasvi Yadav and also his father. Remember, in the last elections, we had seen how Lalu Yadav and Rahul Gandhi were seen cooking mutton at that time, and because this is the festival in which no non-veg is eaten by a certain section of the majority population, Prime Minister Modi essentially is saying that this is not about food choices, this is essentially about shooting and putting out that video. Tejasvi Yadav, on the other hand, was actually in the middle of a campaign, and he and his alliance partner were enjoying a fish, but just as they were doing it, they put it out on social media when, as expected, the BJP latched on to it, criticizing Tejasvi and questioning his religious beliefs. But then Tejasvi said that look at the date. The date is about a day before the Navratra, or that period which is supposed to be a no non-veg or no particular food period began. So Tejasvi Yadav defending his food choices, but Prime Minister Modi going ahead and saying that this has to do with the mind of Mughals. But as we have been saying, we have heard what was a back and forth between Kangana Ranaut and the Congress in Himachal Pradesh, or in the past as well. It's about each and every issue which is up for criticism, up for grabs by political opponents on one side or the other.
And moving now to our big focus on NDTV, the 6 children who died in a horrific bus accident in Haryana's Mahendragarh, and now the alleged killers of the 6 children, the school principal and the drunk driver who rammed the bus into the tree and abandoned the dying children, are now both in police custody. They've been sent to 5-day police remand. In fact, a 4-member government-appointed panel will now be probing the incident, and the report will be submitted to the government in the next 3 days. But what's important is that till now, what the police have specified now is that the school did not update the documents of the vehicles, and the bus was not fit to ferry students. So it's a GL public school, one of the most prominent private schools in the district, that is now in the dock. But listen in to what the police had to say.
आज जो 3 आरोपी हमने कल गिरफ्तार किए थे, उनको SHO साहब द्वारा पेश किया गया है। 5 दिन का पुलिस रिमांड हमने रिकॉर्ड वगैरह अन्य पूछताछ करने के लिए लिया गया था, तो हमारे को 5 दिन का पुलिस रिमांड कोर्ट ने मंजूर करके दिया है।
And my colleague Shubhang Singh Thakur is now joining us live. So Shubhang, the accountability clearly lies with the school, because A, the bus was not fit to ferry students, and B, the documents were not updated, and most importantly, as villagers also point out, they had alerted the school authorities about the drunk driver, and still there was no action on their part. If you can hear me, Shubhang. Okay, so we seem to have lost that line with Shubhang, but of course, two important revelations that have been made by the police. One, of course, that the fitness certificate that expired years ago, and secondly, the accountability now clearly lies with the school. The FIR has been registered now against the school. In fact, what the police say is that the school owner is also being questioned. They are in touch with the school authorities, and a clear fallout of this incident is that in many other districts of Haryana now there is stringent checking of vehicles, etc. But the big question, is it too little, too late? Because 6 children, 6 young innocent children, all between the ages of 13 to 16, lost their lives. They had their whole lives ahead of themselves, dreams, aspirations, all shattered in this horrific incident. This is the driver of that bus that has now been arrested by the police. In fact, one secretary of the school trust has also been arrested by the police. So several arrests being made. But of course, the lives of the families of these children completely shattered. In fact, one of these children, Vansh, who was from Haryana's Mahendragarh, in fact, that little village in Haryana's Mahendragarh, he was the only son of the family. So absolutely devastating there. Shubhang is back with us. So Shubhang, now the accountability clearly lies with the school, and the school has many questions to answer.
Well, definitely, Vedant, because the school premises and the school administration is directly involved into the case, because what we know for so far now, right now, that the school bus, its fitness certificate was expired, it didn't get renewed. In fact, 1 month back, a 15,000 rupees challan was also given to the given for the bus to the school, but still the bus was allowed to run on the roads. Well, right now I am in the village where 4 children amongst the deceased 6 children from the village they were in. Well, right now Congress MP Dipendra Singh Hooda has also arrived at this very venue, and he has been going to meet the family of the victim children's But on the other hand, what we know is that now 5 days remand has been given for the children to the police right now. What we also know is that the people who reside in the entire area and on the surroundings of the areas, they have been saying that the Zilla Adhyaksh should also be taken into the custody, because he was one of the persons who knew that the schools were open on a gusted holiday, but still they didn't stop the school premises and school administrations to keep their schools going on. Well, what we also know is that the entire procedure now has been taken into the custody, and for now the police have formed 2 teams which are interrogating the entire matter. On the other hand, police have also said that they are initiating a search also to find the owners of the school. Well, one of the owners and he's one of the son have also been into the custody, but they are still running. But police is trying to identify them and find them as soon as they can. Well, on the other hand, you can see that the opposition leaders have been continuously arriving in the area, trying to meet the families of the deceased children. Well, right now Dipendra Singh Hooda has also arrived, and he has said that the health sector is very weak in this area of Kanina. Well, if they had their government, they will work on this, and amongst, as we can see, that so many promises that the governments are doing. Well, but this is a very tragic incident and a very sad incident. Back to you.
Right, Shubhang, absolutely unfortunate there. So politics over it as well now. But clearly, the school has many questions to answer, and so does the transport authorities as well as the education authorities there in Haryana. And moving now to the other big political headline, well, after Telangana, a phone tapping charge in neighbouring Andhra Pradesh. Well, the TDP, the opposition in Andhra Pradesh, has now written to the Election Commission saying that Jagan Mohan Reddy of the YSRCP gave the nod to tap the phones of opposition leaders in Andhra Pradesh. In fact, the TDP has also said that our leaders' phones were getting tapped ahead of polls, and the Election Commission must intervene. Now, remember, there were similar charges made in Telangana as well, where erstwhile opposition in Telangana had alleged that the erstwhile BRS government tapped phones of opposition leaders with tacit approval from no less than the Chief Minister.
Leader K. Ravindranath, who happens to be a senior advocate and also a former Rajya Sabha member, has in the letter to the Election Commission said there is unauthorized tapping, phone tapping happening of senior leaders of the party, and is given the example of Nara Lokesh and said that Nara Lokesh in fact has got an alert on his iPhone, security alert, and he says there are some Pegasus software that was used by some unauthorized agents for the tapping, and that he had got such a notification in March 2024 and presumably once again now. What they are pointing at is two senior officials. One is the DGP in charge, Rajendranath Reddy, and the other person who they have named is PSR Anjanelu, who is the intelligence chief of Andhra Pradesh. And what the TDP is alleging is that both these officers are acting as agents of the government, and they say that they are the ones who are indulging in illegal and unethical acts in order to help the political leadership of the state. In the letter, let me clarify, they have not mentioned the name of Jagan Mohan Reddy, but in the press release that they have given along with the letter, they have mentioned that they believe that this has been carried out under the leadership of the state government and Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy. So in this particular letter, they are also saying that they want the replacement of the DGP in charge, Mr. Rajendranath Reddy, and also Anjanelu. And yes, the similarity with the phone tapping in Telangana, there are two different incidents, of course, but what had happened there was just after the assembly elections and the results on the 3rd of December, it was said to be that on the 4th of December, about 50 hard disks were destroyed by a particular phone police officer, Praveen Rao, who it has been said was part of a cell that was in fact monitoring the telephones, maintaining the profiles illegally of almost 1 lakh people, and that in that the chief minister, the present chief minister and the former TPCC chief, he's also the TPCC chief now, but that his phones were also being tapped and that his family movements and who he was speaking to, all of that was being monitored. Hyderabad Police Commissioner said that the phone tapping investigation per se is on track, and he also seemed to suggest that very soon the summons to political leaders may be issued in Telangana.
And from Andhra Pradesh, moving now to Tamil Nadu, a case has been registered against K. Annamalai, the BJP's Tamil Nadu state president and candidate from Coimbatore, for allegedly campaigning beyond permitted campaign hours in the area. In fact, the BJP leader was reportedly in the region post 10 p.m., the time limit dictated by the Election Commission. So, of course, a case has now been filed against Annamalai, who is, of course, one of the BJP's most prominent campaigners there in Tamil Nadu and the state BJP chief as well. My colleague Sam Daniel is now joining us live. So, Sam, give us details of the FIR that has now been registered against Annamalai.
Well, Vedant, the Coimbatore City Police tell us that an FIR has been filed against Tamil Nadu BJP chief and Coimbatore BJP candidate Annamalai for continuing to campaign even after the 10 p.m. deadline last night. They have filed cases for unlawful assembly, wrongful restraint and causing public nuisance. Police also confirmed that there was an altercation after that when members of the DMK and the left parties objected to Annamalai's campaign allegedly after 10 p.m. and based on another complaint by the ruling DMK, an assault case has also been filed against the BJP. So far, the BJP has not given any formal response, but sources in the state unit here in Chennai say this is a clear sign of defeat by the DMK, and they say with officials like the collector and the police in their hand, they are misusing this and filing this what they call as false case against Annamalai, who is sure to win, they say. And we just understand that Annamalai himself has spoken in Coimbatore. We're yet to get the details, but his first response is expected anytime. And the larger picture, of course, is Coimbatore has become a high-profile constituency after the BJP fielded their state chief Annamalai. The DMK has fielded Ganesh and the AIADMK has fielded Singai. And all eyes would be on the performance of the BJP candidate. The AIADMK had parted ways from the BJP last year, and in that sense, the BJP doesn't have a major ally. But all these three parties, although it's a four-cornered contest, the key fight is between the ruling DMK, the AIADMK and the BJP, and all eyes would be on who actually would win this thing, which is being seen as a prestige battle by all these three parties. Vedant.
Sam, thanks very much for joining us with that there. So an FIR against K. Annamalai, of course, as I said, the BJP chief in Tamil Nadu, and of course, somebody who is seen as an important campaigner for the Saffron Party in the south as well. But moving now to breaking news coming in when in the Delhi liquor policy case, K. Kavita has been sent to 3 days CBI custody. Remember, important to point out here, she is already in jail. She was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in the same case earlier, but the CBI detained her inside jail a couple of days back, and now she's been sent to a 3-day custody by 3-day custody of the CBI as well. So this is important here because she's now been arrested both by the Enforcement Directorate as well as the CBI. Now both the agencies, remember, are probing the liquor policy case, while the Enforcement Directorate is looking at the money laundering allegations. The CBI is looking at the corruption trail here. Of course, K. Kavita, the allegation against her is that she was part of the alleged South Group or the South Cartel that received kickbacks on behalf of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, allegedly. Uma Sudhir is now joining us live. So, Uma, she is now arrested both by the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate. The bottom line is that now receiving bail will become even more difficult for K. Kavita.
Yes, indeed. The arrest, in fact, was publicly known yesterday that the CBI has arrested Kavita, but she had, in fact, moved the court saying that it has not happened on record because the registry had not given her either information about the application or the order for her arrest itself through the court, because she was already in judicial custody, and that's what her counsel had argued. But subsequently, the CBI had also moved for custody so that they could interrogate her. Like you mentioned, on the 5th is when the special court had in fact given CBI permission for questioning her inside Tihar jail, and on 6th, the Saturday, the CBI had gone in and questioned her, and Kavita had also challenged that questioning. But subsequently, the custody plea came up today, and she's being right now being taken directly to the CBI headquarters, where she will be kept, we are told, till 10 a.m. on the 15th of April. Until then, her questioning will continue. And what the CBI has argued is that the investigation is at a very critical juncture, and they have said that they have some new evidence in their as part of their investigation. They have been able to gather new evidence which they require to question her about, and ask her to react to the investigation information that they have got through their investigation, and that's what they will be doing over the next 3 days. So Kavita, like you mentioned, may find it more difficult to get bail now. Even earlier, the bail was rejected to her when she was arrested under the PMLA by the Enforcement Directorate. Under PMLA, women do get a special concession, but in this case, she was told, or rather the argument was given, saying that she is a woman with agency and that she does not qualify for this kind of a bail. But what I must point out is that today, the counsel for Kavita also spoke about the timing of the arrest, saying that she is someone who represents political constituency, and she has people for who she needs to go and talk before the elections, and therefore, like in the case of Manish Sisodia and other political leaders, her counsel also raised the question of the timing of the arrest of Kavita and her being kept in custody without being granted bail. Back to you.
Right, Uma, also very quickly, all of this is happening with polls just days away now. How is this going to impact the narrative, at least in Telangana? Of course, you now have both the Congress and the BJP cornering BRS over corruption charges. You have senior leaders of the BRS jumping ship, leaving the party due to alleged corruption. How is this going to further sort of exacerbate the narrative for the BRS in Telangana?
So for the BRS, ever since the results were declared on the 3rd of December, it has been setback after setback, and perhaps the biggest setback that they suffered was the arrest of Kavita. And subsequently, I must say, both the BRS leader, Mr. K. Chandrasekhar Rao, nor his brother, K.T. Rama Rao, have been really vocally talking about it in their public meetings. They are out campaigning, talking to the people about issues leading up to the parliament elections and voting on the 13th of May, but they have not upfront spoken about the sister being in jail, the daughter being in jail, and like you would expect in a political situation for them to speak about victimization, perhaps because the matter is in court, they do not want to comment about it. That's the official version, but certainly they are not making this the center piece of their the campaign itself, talking about the victimization, unlike perhaps what's happening in Delhi, where our party is talking about the arrest of Kejriwal and the timing of his arrest itself. Yes, like you rightly pointed out, the BRS certainly on the back foot, with several leaders deserting the party, some of them going to the BJP, some of them going to the Congress, and in fact the Congress and the BJP are hoping that they can reduce the BRS virtually to perhaps a seat or so, and reduce their vote share as well, and hope to gain politically from whatever is happening to the BRS family. And of course, they are talking about Kavita's arrest as one of the reasons that they have been saying that the BRS is steeped in corruption.
Thank you very much for joining us with that update there. So, more trouble for K. Kavita. Now, already in the Enforcement Directorate's custody. In fact, she was in judicial custody. Now, she's been sent to a 3-day CBI custody as well. With that, we'll take a short break. News continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
You basically say to parents, stop chasing happiness and success for your kids. I'm like, hey, but if nothing else, I should at least be doing that. And in today's very goal-driven, success-driven world, I'd be like, I get it, but I don't want my kid to be left out. I want to give them the best chance.
Right, so let's just take success first. And most Indian parents will have to admit, even in the privacy of their own solitude, that success is their main goal in raising their children. And when we raise children with this goal in mind, what we often do is become blind to who the child really is. When we drive our children to success, we objectify them. And no parent likes to admit that they're doing that, because we pretend to ourselves, we lie to ourselves that all our pushing is coming because we care about our children. We love our children, but that's not the truth. We care about ourselves. We love ourselves. We feel good to have our children be successful. And if our children fall off the wagon, it makes us feel anxious.
But then you also say, don't push for happiness. Don't make that your big goal either. Can you tell us why? That sounds like a really different way of looking at things.
We want our children to be happy. Well, what that really means is we want our children to be really happy, because that makes us feel as if we're good parents. It makes us feel in control and as if we're successful. Our children are going to have a lot of unhappy moments in life. Life is not a...
Well, let's get you a wrap of all the big election stories that we're tracking on NDTV, starting with interesting visuals coming from Uttar Pradesh. Well, BJP MP and candidate Hema Malini's photo op with farmers during the poll campaign in Mathura. She turned the meeting into a photo opportunity. She was seen with various women there slogging on the field. In Jammu and Kashmir, National Conference has announced that Omar Abdullah will contest elections from Baramulla in Jammu and Kashmir, whereas other candidates also announced. Seat sharing trouble continues for the NDA in Maharashtra. The Mahayuti seat sharing issues continue. A meeting of the NCP leader and Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar was also held. Praful Patel, Sunil Tatkare were among the leaders present during the meeting.
As this is all about gadgets, तो मेरे पास में हमेशा आपके लिए multiple gadgets होते हैं. And the second one this time is this, the all-new Motorola Edge 50 Pro. Now the Edge series, just by the name, it's obvious कि हमको जो screen मिलता है, it's with this 3D curved edge design. At the same time, phone is also having specs that are cutting edge. और इस phone में भी we have something special because there are many world's first and world's only features packed inside this phone. What we have is this nicely crafted, very sleek phone जहाँ पे frame is made of aluminum. The back, what we have is this special vegan leather. It smells nice as well, and the phone inside packs a punch because हमारे पास में है Qualcomm Snapdragon 7 Gen 3 processor. What we have is a 4500 mAh battery, but the best part is this phone supports up to 125 watts of fast charging, and the charger comes inside the box. At the same time, this also supports up to 50 watts of wireless charging. You can also charge your other smartphone accessories because this phone में reverse wireless charging भी है, and then the camera and the screen, they are pretty unique because यहाँ पे they both are Pantone certified. The screen.
Welcome back. News now from Karnataka. Income tax raids were conducted on the DCC Bank in Bidar in Karnataka. They were conducted by teams from Vijayapura, Kalaburgi and Raichur. A team of the income tax officials arrived at the bank along with the team of the police. The DCC Bank, remember, is headed by Amar Khandre, who is the brother of the district in charge Minister Ishwar Khandre. Pratibha Raman is now joining us live. So Pratibha, give us a political significance of these income tax raids on this high-profile bank.
Well, for one, the timing of this raid is definitely not something that is being digested by the Congress government here. We are talking of the raids being conducted at the bank that is owned by the brother of a sitting minister in Karnataka. And this has definitely snowballed into a political flashpoint with the Congress criticizing the BJP as well as the centre of using some of the central agencies ahead of the Lok Sabha election. And also this particular raid is being conducted at Bidar at around 11 a.m. is when the IT officials seem to have walked into the bank. What is the documents that were collected, what kind of evidences have been gathered are still unknown, but we're waiting for further details to emerge with respect to what kind of activities were being investigated by the IT department.
So with that there, so of course, bad optics for the Congress certainly, but of course the timing certainly suspicious there in Karnataka. But moving now to the other big headline, the National Investigation Agency has apprehended 2 key accused in the Rameshwaram cafe blast in Bengaluru. The 2 suspects have been picked up from their hideouts in Bengal this morning. Musawir Hussain Shazeb and Abdul Mateen Taha have been picked up, and as per the investigating agency, while Shazeb planted the explosive device inside a bag at the cafe, Taha was responsible for planning the attack and their subsequent disappearance. That is what the anti-terror agency has said. Another key conspirator, Muzammil Sharif, who extended logistical support, is already in custody. So now remember, the NIA had conducted multiple raids across 3 to 4 states, and finally, the key suspects being apprehended from West Bengal. And moving now to all the politics that has broken out on this incident after the arrest of the